Back in the early 10s, The Miz was seen as a huge prospect. He main evented WrestleMania, featured on several TV shows and commercials, and it seemed like he had that superstar quality to him, but as time went on, he fell down the card and others started doing well. The Miz was losing more often, he was placed in these feuds that didn't do much for him, and I guess it was time for a change. He had a nice run up to this very point. He captured the WWE Championship, the United States Championship, Money in the Bank, main evented a bunch of pay-per-views, but he wasn't the same. Upon his return at Money in the Bank, The Miz changed his look. No more was that faux hawk, instead he looked elegant. Miz found success immediately capturing the Intercontinental Championship for the first time, and this made him a Grand Slam champion, I believe. He held the title for about 3 months before losing it to Kofi Kingston, and this match in particular was one of the most iconic matches to come from main event. I haven't watched this since, but I remember hearing a lot about it at the time. After CM Punk left him to take a beating from Ryback along with a couple of others, The Miz thought CM Punk's actions were unbecoming of a leader. Paul Heyman, though, saw it as a strategic tactic. This in turn caused The Miz to quit the team, and on paper, this was a terrible idea in kayfabe because, for one, he's on the cover of Survivor Series, and I assume his publicist informed him of this, and two, he had nowhere else to go. Dolph Ziggler, though, believed he would beg his way into the team, and if anything, he's not Team Ziggler material. Oddly enough, The Miz wanted to be on the ballot for Team Foley at Survivor Series, and with the help of Kane, The Miz won the tag team match, and he was confirmed for Survivor Series. The Miz was going to be on the same team as Daniel Bryan, Randy Orton, and Kofi Kingston. All of these men shared a similarity with him. The fact that they were fierce rivals, they were notable rivals of The Miz. He was one of the final men eliminated from Foley's side, leaving Randy Orton alone, and the man was starting to act casual with John Cena and others. Soon enough, The Miz decided to challenge Cesaro. He was insulted by his U.S. claims and went on about how the United States Championship was prestigious. Generic heel 101, I'm better than you, you're American, If you thought that was bad, well, you didn't see nothing yet. On the January 14th, 2013 episode of Raw, the 20th anniversary episode, The Miz hosted Miz TV. His guest was Ric Flair. This was one of Flair's first appearances for WWE in a while. I believe he had returned at the Slammy Awards. After having fun with the Nature Boy, Antonio Cesaro, though, heard enough. He trashed Ric Flair for earning $10 million and spending $20 million. He said that Like America Flair was once good, but he has nothing to show for it now. The 4 symbols represents his ex-wives. The Miz, though, wanted to do something about this like Flair was his father, and Cesaro thought it was best to walk away. Flair brings him back in and basically told The Miz to lock in the figure 4, and there it is. The Miz took the figure 4 as his move from here on, and it was bizarre. The thing is, Miz is not a submission wrestler. He wasn't going to dissect the leg and go for it, So it was kind of weird. Then again, John Cena is not a submission wrestler either. The Miz failed to beat Cesaro at the Rumble, but the feud continued afterwards. Cesaro had enough of The Miz's whining and thought he was a typical American. He ended up taking this as an opportunity to strike, and they brawled. Cesaro was frustrated with this and returned the favor by swinging Miz around, and as for their match at Elimination Chamber, the challenger had a huge disadvantage. Even then, he found momentum and lost because of an accidental low blow, so they faced off in an ODQ match the next night. The Miz won it quickly because it was, of course, non-title, and as a result of this, he got yet another title shot, but this time it was going to be 2 out of 3 falls. Similar to the previous title match, Miz came close. He had beaten Cesaro once, certainly he could do it again, right? But Cesaro pulled the tights and stole the match. He went on to focus on other things, whereas The Miz went to the Intercontinental Championship. On the March 9th, 2013 episode of Raw, Chris Jericho hosted the highlight reel with his guest being The Miz, who I should also note was the star of the Marine 3 at this point. The IC champion Wade Barrett took issue with The Miz being considered a movie star, as he, on the other hand, declined several offers in favor of being the Intercontinental Champion. Miz, though, could see through this and claimed that Barrett used this as an excuse to hide the fact that he's been losing often. Jericho did his own really, Miz's really thing, and Barrett told him to shut up. Y2J wanted to put his name in the hat for a potential 10th Intercontinental Championship, but Brad Maddox came out and cut this bizarre promo, which led to Michael Cole calling this the worst segment in the history of Raw. Little did he know. Now, this promo was awkward. It was bizarre as hell. Man was talking about the Jeritron 5000, which was already taken away because it was screwed up, and he ended up getting some heat over this apparently, and Cole was apparently told by the boss to say that this was the worst segment, which it clearly wasn't. Jericho ended up getting frustrated by this, cusses out Cole on SmackDown, and gets McMahon to admit that he overreacted on that claim. It's a weird thing. I don't hear many talk about it because it's not that notable. Anyways, they have this tight-ass match a week later for the title with Barrett coming out on top. Once again, Miz had a great performance, but no gold to show for it. That's the story of this babyface run. It was clear where this was heading, and with Chris Jericho focused on Fandango, it allowed Miz to face Barrett the following week in a winning effort. Barrett had taken a beating from Triple H earlier, and Miz capitalized to basically make himself #1 contender. Now, their match at WrestleMania feels so forgettable because it happened on the pre-show. It's not the pre-show of today either. You know, back then, the pre-shows were kind of different. I remember watching the match, but it's so insignificant looking back. Not only because it happened on the pre-show, but what followed afterwards. For The Miz, though, it was a somewhat standout night as he emerged the new Intercontinental Champion. That's good and all, but his title run fell victim to the Raw after WrestleMania. And Wade Barrett won it. He was just cooler at the time. He had a very sudden finisher and would continue gaining momentum. He ended up debuting the whole bad news thing. As for The Miz, he basically disappeared, and he did have his reasons for disappearing here, unlike what's to come. The Miz was set to feature in the Christmas Bounty movie, so that's why he was out. The thing is, even if he was around, it was it. With that said, The Miz finally made his return in May and almost immediately got himself an Intercontinental Championship match. During the match, Fandango decided to dance to his own theme song, and Miz's reaction is like they asked him to turn face again today. He had enough and it ended in a DQ. They jump him. Fandango forgets that Barrett doesn't like this type of stuff and takes the elbow. The Miz returned the favor to both of them by screwing them over and instead making Summer Rae the winner. The drama between these three continued heating up in the next couple of weeks and even outside the ring because Fandango suffered an untimely injury. Was he going to win the title around here? Well, in his interview with Chris Van Vliet, Fandango confirmed that the title was his, but a concussion during the match with the Great Khali meant he was out. So Paul Heyman brought out his replacement, Curtis Axel. The Miz, though, made sure that he wasn't overlooked ahead of the triple threat match, and about this one, if you asked me in May or June of 2013, hey, which wrestlers have the most momentum or hype behind them, I would have said John Cena, Ryback, and Curtis Axel. So you know who won. Plus, it was Father's Day, and having the son win the title for his dad was just too damn good. It's not an opportunity you should pass up. Even though at this point babyface Miz was cursed, and I mean it, because this man was allergic to any meaningful wins, he still wanted the Intercontinental Championship. After embarrassing himself and Curtis Axel by doing some Star Wars references and saying he's not his father, he asked Paul Heyman, hey, what if Axel doesn't fit the mold of a Paul Heyman guy and loses the title to me? Curtis didn't underestimate Miz and took this personally, so he wanted a title match right now. Heyman said that Axel got to that top without any shortcuts, unlike this reality show guy, and so he responded saying that Curtis Axel is losing the title to him and the champion attack. This may have seemed like Axel had the edge heading into Money in the Bank, but on the final SmackDown, both men were unsuccessful in the rematches with Ryback and Chris Jericho. As for Money in the Bank, it's babyface Miz, you know how it ends. When it matters most, he loses, and that's no different here. The man's IQ was in room temperature and the entire time he was a babyface. The tactics he used to win matches as a heel were being used against him. That's how much he fell off. Luckily, and this depends on your perspective, he got to host SummerSlam. Since he was a main eventer in WWE's Ambassador division, he was the right choice. Plus, he was supposed to promote that Google Glass or whatever the hell it was at the time. SummerSlam also provided him his next feud. During the show, Fandango was constantly interrupting him and he got his. Simple as that, and it led to a feud. This greatly affected him, and the next night on Raw, he ruined The Miz's match. Imagine taking a beating and this man decides to dance with his lady on top of you. For once, Miz actually had a great performance against the main eventer, and sure, he came up short, but he pushed the champion to the limit, and plus, the champion needed the Shield out there to watch his back. At other times, though, it's a different story. For the Fandango feud, Miz never lost to him, not on Raw and certainly not on pay-per-view, but it wasn't going to get any better here. After losing the WWE title, Randy Orton basically lost his train of thought. And unfortunately for The Miz, this beatdown took place in his hometown. The self-proclaimed awesome one showed fire and aggression, but ultimately Orton was far too overpowered on this night. He was beaten and victimized in front of his parents, and his reward for this beatdown, another one. But before that could happen, Triple H told The Miz that he's got to interview The Big Show. He slandered Stephanie over the whole Dusty Rhodes thing, and she took great offense, so he told her to shove it up her ass, and Stephanie likened this anger to the fact that Miz peaked early and his irrelevance. Even though she praised him for his incredible work ethic and being a utility player, she wanted The Big Show to knock him out. Man was flabbergasted, and Big Show quickly reacted like he was craving it. Miz was fuming, he was pissed over these turn of events, but once again, Triple H had the most to say about the situation. He explained that the reason why he didn't allow him to wrestle Orton on Monday was for his own protection, and the match with Orton was his opportunity. Miz, though, did not see it that way at all. The opportunity in his eyes was between a rock and a hard place. It was clear that Triple H was offended by Miz's castrating witch statement, but he also claimed that his wife regrets what she did to Miz. So they were willing to offer him another opportunity to face Randy Orton. The man was ready, willing, and able, but once again, Triple H started being snarky, asking if Miz wants his parents in the arena. Similar to the last time Orton was in the ring with Miz, it was one-sided. The match was even restarted to allow Orton to inflict the utmost damage to his pleasure. Miz certainly didn't forget about this and wanted to do something about it, but unfortunately for him, the Wyatt family had issues with him. And after Miz did the smartest thing in the entire face run by running away from them, they cost him his match with Randy Orton. Wyatt said that Miz was the epitome of everything he hated about this world. Wyatt didn't know what it would take for Miz to be satisfied with this craving for fame. He also assured him not to be afraid of suffering because he's going to put him down. Miz had to turn to Kofi Kingston for help, and this entrance is a prime example of how irrelevant these two were at the time. Kofi had lost to Bray at Battleground and did the same here. Once again, Bray told him to enjoy his world because he's going to take it away. This happened again on Raw, and Miz tried putting up a fight, but he was not successful, and Wyatt began talking about how he could lead him to the gates of hell. Later that week on SmackDown, they abducted him and wrote "liar" on his chest. Miz lied there unconscious while Wyatt claimed he's finally going to understand the meaning of "follow the buzzards." At Hell in a Cell, the Miz finally tried fighting back. The man was embarrassed and unable to compete, but he was ready for a fight. Miz told Wyatt to leave his hillbillies and come out alone, and all that talk about "follow the buzzards," well, he's here now. Bray responded saying that if only Miz could see the monster behind his eyes, and there they were. They jumped him and Kane made his return. Miz was finally saved, only for Kane to chokeslam him. Then the next night he took the L to him in less than 2 minutes, and from here, it doesn't get better. I know he said it earlier, but I truly mean it. On the November 18th, 2013 episode of Raw, The Miz was set to team up with Kofi Kingston to face the Real Americans. The commentary noted that Miz and Kofi wanted individual matches rather than a tag team match, and this would come to a head later on. During the match, Kofi found an opening and was ready to tag Miz in. He's fingertips away. The complexion in the match was going to change when Miz decides to pull his arm and move away. So now he's a heel? Is he? Well, this heel run would be put to the test at Survivor Series. These two obviously faced off during the show, and the match definitely belonged on pay-per-view on paper, but this was 2013 Miz and Kofi Kingston. They weren't really the most notable wrestlers on the roster. The Miz managed to win this one, and afterwards he put his hand out, and Kofi decides to slap him. I would say Miz is a heel now, but what kind of heel does this kind of stuff? With that said, Miz once again beat Kofi in singles action, which led to them teaming up once again. Similar to last time, this didn't end well, and after losing the match, Kofi got slapped. The context of this feud is that they were two competitive men who were desperate to show that they were good. For the third time, they have a match, and Miz had to cheat to win this time around, so Kofi kicked them in the face. He got mad and returned the favor on SmackDown, and again, I'm just confused. Is he a heel? Is he a face? I don't know. What I do know is that TLC finally gave this feud an ending. It had been dry, nobody gave a damn about it, and Kofi Kingston was always losing, but they finally rectified that here, and they moved on. Following this, Miz did nothing and no. He barely wrestled leading up to WrestleMania, and when he did face anybody like Mark Henry or Sheamus, he lost. After WrestleMania 30, The Miz went on to shoot the Marine 4 and returned as a heel, and that's a different story. Okay, this is one of the worst face turns I have ever seen. Miz's stock went down rapidly after he turned into a babyface. Why is that? Due to a couple of reasons. For one, the booking was unpleasant. The Miz was somewhat loved by others as a heel because of how cool he was. He was insulting others. He had these great-ass promos and all that. He turned face. He was just dry. He didn't really do much. He was, it felt ungenuine at times too. That's the problem with this run. And it also didn't help that he was losing a lot, coming up short in title matches. All that, it was just unpleasant. I can't really give you a favorite promo from this run because there's just not much. There just isn't. I always thought there was potential in the Miz face turn, but this run and the 2019 run showed otherwise. One thing that's for certain is that this is one of the worst face turns I've ever seen. This man went from notable mid-card heel, sometimes in the upper card, to a flat out forgettable babyface. I'll eventually do Miz's Hollywood run, you know, when he returned as a Hollywood guy, the Damien Mizdow thing. I look forward to doing those things eventually, so yeah. A friendship torn apart because of ego and greed. Wrong. AJ was just crazy. Now, as you may know, AJ and Kaylin's friendship was born out of NXT Season 3, aka the season where they just gave up and allowed Michael Cole to say whatever the hell he wanted at the time. A while later, they become a tag team on SmackDown, finding no success, and let's be honest, they didn't do much. The team won some, but lost mostly, and after Daniel Bryan became AJ's boyfriend, it all changed. After Bryan dumped her, she was lost, and Kaylin wanted to be a helping hand in such a dark time, but the only hand everyone saw was AJ's going directly into Kaylin's face. That damn slap was more than personal. A week later, she apologized, but Kaylin felt that the whole Daniel Bryan thing has got to end, so she delivered a sequel. So now we finally know what Light It Up means in AJ's song. When they finally faced off in a match, AJ went after her like she stole Daniel Bryan herself. This viciousness proved to be the deciding factor in this match as she ended this one in less than a minute. Afterwards, she continued where she left off in front of the very same man that caused all of this. Kaylin went back to NXT, whereas AJ became the most popular woman on the roster. They crossed paths a few months later, and it had seemed like AJ wanted to clear the air as she apologized, then revealed it's a joke. Both women were not exactly seen around each other often until the December 18th, 2012 episode of SmackDown. But before I talk about that, let me just say this feud was really a light in the Divas division at the time. You know, AJ and Kayla, once they crossed paths, they had this feud. It brought more excitement to the division that it had seen in years, probably. I think to go back all the way to a time where a Divas program was valued somewhat, you'd have to go back to the late cool days. This here, it was a great thing. It helped both women. It showed what the division had. You know, there was some potential there with the division, and they were able to try to do more with it in the coming years. Okay, so as I was saying, these two crossed paths on the December 18th, 2012 episode of SmackDown. AJ just randomly approached Kayla like nothing happened, and she reminded her of the past and how she just randomly switches up. Because AJ was manipulative, she asked Kayla, "Are you choosing a title shot over me?" And Kayla's answer was yes, so they brawled. Kayla didn't win the title that night, but after Eve was confirmed to be leaving WWE a few weeks later, she captured the gold and became a dominant champion. Well, somewhat. AJ, meanwhile, still with Dolph Ziggler and just giving his opponents a hard time, and their next interaction led to an entire feud, unlike the previous two segments. On the March 25th, 2013 episode of Raw, after talking trash about AJ and Daniel Bryan himself, Kayla suffered an attack from her ex-friend. She was calling her all kinds of things, and AJ was just eavesdropping. Why was she there in the first place? Well, why did Karrion Kross get buried? We don't know. But this led to a match for later that night. Similar to their previous match, this match was at 100 miles per hour. Kayla's aggression proved to be her downfall as AJ won it by countdown. Man, was this game so good. The two women crossed paths once more in mixed tag team action, and unlike Raw though, Kayla was on the winning end of this one. And on the other side, I don't know what it is with these two, but every time they connected, it was something. As for Kayla, this spear was nothing compared to what we'd see later on. With WrestleMania on the horizon, some worked themselves into believing this would be a match on the show, and that didn't happen because this was 2013, the time where no matter what the woman did or no matter what potential they showed, they weren't valued much. I remember some attention was placed on AJ at the time for the whole WrestleMania diary thing, but she didn't feature much on the show and was only a manager to Dolph Ziggler. And then Big E almost sent her back to 2012 with this. But after a few weeks, the feud was back on. On the April 22nd, 2013 episode of Raw, a Divas Battle Royal was held with the winner facing Kayla for the title. Since this was 2013, no woman had a separate entrance. This dry-ass Battle Royal ensues, and no disrespect, but it just really wasn't that interesting because there wasn't much of importance placed on the match. It's going quickly, and from out of nowhere, AJ catches Layla off guard to get the title shot. Soon enough, they get into it once more backstage, trashing each other. AJ called Kayla man-arms. Kayla claimed she lost to AJ last year because she held back, but now it's a different story. And then all of a sudden, somebody sent the champion a secret gift. This secret admirer had Kayla all in her feelings. In other places, AJ and Kayla faced off in tag team action. The Bellas left her all alone, and boom, spear, Kayla wins. On the topic of the secret admirer, each woman went at one another. Oh, it might be Dolph. Oh, men wouldn't want their girl to bench press more than them. Oh, you have a 10-year-old body. And Kali was in a different world here. The arguments that these two had over the last couple of weeks proved to be too much at Extreme Rules. So apparently, these two were set to face off in storyline, but because Dolph Ziggler suffered a concussion, AJ was too distracted. Kayla though saw this as AJ being scared of losing the title, and so she asked, "Don't you have a secret admirer to worry about?" So Kayla told AJ that the only good thing about Dolph's injury is that she's not the biggest headache in his life, and called her Looney Tunes. AJ started getting heated over this and called her a pig, and you know how this went. As for Kayla's secret admirer, well, they were too scared to actually talk to her because, you know, they're gonna expose themselves. And these two sensed it was Cody Rhodes because of his previous attempts towards her, but it clearly wasn't. Luckily, though, the secret admirer was gonna appear on Raw, and about this one, it was Big E Langston. The most random person, although at the same time, probably the closest person. And man, was this straight out of a Catfish episode. All they needed to do was meet at a park and have those dramatic camera angles or something. Now, his appearance came with some remorse and honesty. He started talking emotionally, and he was going for it like he was trying to grab the brass ring. Then he dropped her to the mat, and AJ came out revealing this was all her doing. Why? Because Kayla did the same thing to her, talking about how she left her with men who destroyed her, and how her best friend was missing. Hell, AJ even called her trash. Kayla was emotionally bankrupt, and all she had was the Divas title, and AJ, though, assured her that the title's coming to her. After that, according to AJ, Kayla's gonna go back to the trailer park where she'll eat her heart away as a pathetic cow. Damn. Kayla exploded with intensity and sent AJ to the outside, and this is how you kick up a feud. Anytime these two fight each other, it feels rough and aggressive, so they put more attention on them, and it's a good thing. Around this time, the Divas division was at a low. Eve was gone, and they lacked that big notable storyline. It was just 2-minute matches, promos are non-existent, and the only time you hear them talking is if it's on commentary or backstage. Later that week on SmackDown, Kaitlyn obliterated Oksana in light of what had transpired on the screen. After Oksana was laughing about this, the match was abandoned like this storyline. Even the referee got some. So basically, from my perspective, the build saw AJ use her own mind games to lead her astray from the title match and rely on her emotion to win, and in kayfabe, that's never a good idea, so AJ basically has the advantage. It also didn't help that Big E Langston was at ringside, and similar to every other time, these two were at it with so much heat. AJ ended up coming off less scathed, and this allowed her to slow down the pace and take control, although her emotions very much affected her decision making as well. Soon enough though, Kaitlyn challenged that strength to find herself back into the match, and the King's asking for a spanking, forgetting what era this is. And AJ took advantage of the referee to blast the champion with a belt. There was this nice transition into the Black Widow, which led into this awesome spear, and instead of being smart, Kaitlyn decided to be a true babyface and waste time, leading to the kick out, and lo and behold, AJ goes to the Black Widow, and despite her best efforts to fight out of it, she tapped out. Big E was of course proud, and surprising or not, this was the first title AJ won in WWE. Good match. I heard some say it's better than some of the women's matches today, but I didn't see that personally. That said, it easily stands out as a heated confrontation in a very lifeless division at the time. Many say this is the best women's match, WWE's women's match of 2013, and I agree. It easily is because it had so much emotion and heat behind it that it easily stood out. It could have led to something more, a full-on competitive division, but that would take a while. AJ, upon winning the title, was already calling herself the greatest champion, and then she started talking about herself, praising herself like she was CM Punk, and this led to her asking if anybody who holds themselves to this standard could come out. So Stephanie appeared, and it's not like nobody was coming out. She stopped them. Long story short, Stephanie wanted AJ to act like a proper champion. AJ, though, took a jab at her, saying maybe she should marry a wrestler. She was also somewhat threatening to show her crazy side, and the biggest fact I heard today was Stephanie saying nobody does crazy like the McMahons. All of a sudden, my favorite Divas era running gag happens. One woman entrance plays, and half the women's roster comes out. That's how it always was. Stephanie was more than pissed about being interrupted, but anyways, Kaitlyn was losing it. She knew that AJ had her number outside the ring and inside the ring, so she was ready to return the favor. Big E was big security at the right time and prevented this thing from getting worse, but AJ plotted and took it a step further by dressing as Kaitlyn, and during her match, appeared. Hell, she mocked her, saying she was happy that somebody was as big as her, has a deep voice like her, and Kaitlyn in the ring was ready to fight, but Layla was there. Later that week, the situation was flipped over. She made a mockery out of AJ, who, despite using the same tactic to infuriate Kaitlyn, lost after Kaitlyn claimed she was with Mark Eaton and the Doctor. Hell, Kaitlyn even claimed that she was with Lillian Garcia. This AJ Lee impression seemed to have gone under her skin, and Big E's looking like he regretted his decision. Like, man, he let her go. In the ring, AJ loses it but gets consoled with a spear. Big E this week looks like he got a race to take care of AJ, but that's not the point. Instead of all the weird tactics, AJ was straight up. She called Kaitlyn trash and brought out a picture of her modeling, and to her, this was a sign of where she was heading after losing the title match. She added insult to injury on SmackDown, and Kaitlyn, on the other hand, well, once she got her hands on AJ, she almost refused to let go. It was uncontrollable rage, and this led to a Divas contract signing on the final SmackDown before Money in the Bank. This was an extremely rare sight. Not usually would you see the woman have a contract signing. Matter of fact, I can't really remember one off the top of my head. There's not many. After AJ was ready to pull a 2003 Triple H, Teddy Long told her that they don't have all day. She signed the contract and asked for Kaitlyn to do the contract. She's like, oh, don't do it. That didn't happen, and the match was official, so then AJ brought out the secret admirer messages. The messages she brought out were in direct defense to Natalya, Naomi, and Cameron. So apparently Kaitlyn was talking bad about them. She was talking bad about them, this and that. Kaitlyn smashes the phone, and AJ mocks her to the enjoyment of the crowd. Once the challenger finally spoke, she realized that AJ manipulated her and she lost everything. But in spite of this, she refused to let this psychopath destroy her. Whenever AJ hears the P or C word, you know what happens. AJ's taking a beating, Big E gets slapped, and to top it all off, Kaitlyn delivered the spear with a world-class sell from AJ. Either that or Kaitlyn just went all out. But either way, it was a nice visual to see that spear go down. She literally speared her inside out. And I can't get it out of my mind. It's just something crazy. The build of the match was nice. In the Divas era, the women's build is often forgettable and just flat. Further back, you'd have to go for a meaningful women's storyline. Probably to the days of Late Cool, like I said earlier, although I might be wrong. You can easily notice there was more effort put into this, and in turn, more of the crowd reacted to the story. At its core, This story was about the delusional AJ losing herself and in turn losing her best friend. Her efforts to bring back the previous relationship were more than unsuccessful, and despite being single-handedly responsible for the friendship going south, she felt that she was wronged, and in light of all this, she engaged in reverse psychology and tried bringing Kaylen to that very same point. She brought in a secret admirer, called her fat and useless, and of course taking the title away. At some points, Kaylen gave into this, but now she's back in form and is poised to reclaim the title. While this match wasn't no payback, it's nice, and once again the commentary were arguing about some outdated reference, as is the usual, because while making this video I heard that a couple of times. With that said, Kaylen's arm proved to be her biggest weakness in the match, and even then she fought through, gained form at the best time, but then taking her time greatly affected the challenger and allowed AJ to go to the top. She gets pushed away and Big E makes the save spear, but it doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things because the arms hurt, and once again AJ locks in the Black Widow, and after a while she taps. At the same time, relationship issues with Dolph Ziggler caused her to go off the deep end. Dolph was happy to end things with her and found a person who shared similarities in Kaylen. Not him. Why you gotta bully him? AJ's distractions caused her form to fall off in this match against Kaylen, and this gave her yet another title shot. This time though, unlike the others, it was in Houston, her hometown, in the same place where she captured the title in the first place. Now, I'm not going to act like this match was something. It was not. It's not. It was literally the light version of their previous matches. It's like back in the day you had to buy the PS2 version of a game even though the Xbox version was much better. This is literally it. That's how I feel about this match. And then from out of nowhere, Layla pulled the most random heel turn. Not in the wow, what's happening? I'm like, what? And not in a good way. It's not like what? Like shock is like why? This leads to the Black Widow and AJ retains. Cole's like he's flabbergasted, but I doubt that. Even though the feud was fizzling out, AJ was still costing Kaylen matches, so it quickly reheated. This drama between Dolph, Kaylen, AJ, Big E all made its way to Miss TV. AJ was so damn insecure here. She complained about how men hurt her or whatever. Kaylen was ready to kick her ass because this was annoying him. The Miz booked a mixed tag team match for SummerSlam because he's the host. That match happens, and there's not much to say about it except that it ended the feud between AJ and Kaylen. The good side won it, and they went their separate ways. AJ and Kaylen wouldn't face off until the January 8th, 2014 episode of Main Event, which was actually Kaylen's last match in WWE. Even though AJ won, she felt the need to dive onto Kaylen and hug her. She's all confused, but that boost certainly answered her question. Alright, so that's the feud. Personally, this was a standout easily in the Divas division. There was literally nothing going on. Only a few months earlier, the Bella Twins returned. They were going to have this new E-show that nobody knew about, which ended up being Total Divas. And that's literally the only news I seem to remember from this era of WWE. Then this feud happens, and it easily stands out because it had so much drama, so much action. It was a proper story unlike the previous feuds. Like, you tell me about a women's feud from February 2012, there's not really much to say about it because there wasn't much. That's literally it. This, though, it was easily memorable, whether it be Kaylen's spear, the whole manipulation thing from AJ, the matches themselves. Great stuff, and in a way, this might be a stretch, in a way these two began to build that momentum for the women's division in the coming years. I'd like to think that in my mind. Best match from here is easily Payback. As I said, that match was nice. It was really the best Divas match of 2013, no doubt about it, in my personal opinion, so yeah. Now, I will do AJ versus the World, as I'd like to say, because I already did a part of her title reign here, and that's the only way I could, talk about the rest of the title reign without it feeling incomplete. You know, she was talking about the Total Divas cast, trashing them. She had Tamina by her side, this and that. We could do a video about that eventually, so yeah. Fresh off a devastating loss against The Rock at WrestleMania, John Cena was set on a redemption arc to finally overcome the Great One and in turn capture the WWE Championship. Cena's character didn't take much of a change throughout this time period, but as an all-around wrestler, he felt more seasoned. Cena was really coming into his own as a strong leader. He showed these qualities earlier on, but I feel like it kicked into overdrive after 2010 and 2013 was a prime example of what I'm talking about. This man started to lead matches and help his opponents follow his lead. His promos on the mic were effortless, and it felt like John Cena didn't see anything as challenging because of how much he had accomplished up to this point. And little did we know that this was basically his last run on top. So to set the stage, John Cena had gone through struggles throughout 2012. It's labeled as the worst year of his career, and as dramatic as it sounds, it was. Because he was running into misery every couple of weeks, and whenever he was close to glory, whether it's the WWE title or Money in the Bank, something would happen and he was back to square one. The way WWE made it out to be, it was like a year of hell, but it wasn't entirely that. For a star of Cena's stature, however, this was a bad year. It's like the Golden State Warriors getting eliminated in the first round of the playoffs, Real Madrid getting eliminated in the round of 16 in the Champions League, but this was of course done on purpose, to make 2013 a greater year for the face that runs the place. He won the Royal Rumble, which was pretty predictable, and I think we all knew where they were heading, and later that night, The Rock recaptured the WWE Championship for the first time in 11 years. This was all done to set up a clash in New York, technically New Jersey, between Rock and Cena. And against the once-in-a-lifetime tagline, but bank is bank. WrestleMania 29 was one of the most profitable events in wrestling history, and most of that is credited to the rematch between John Cena and The Rock. Cena was on a Rocky III-esque journey trying to overcome Mr. T, who had gotten in his head, brought him to the breaking point, which involved a lack of confidence and tragedy. Personally speaking, I would have preferred to see something else here because Rock isn't around all the time, but from a logical story, it made sense for the number one guy to exercise his demons. The match, though, and this is my opinion, left a lot to be desired. I believe Rock suffered an abdomen injury early on, and this ruined the match. It was a finisher fest done out of shock value, and I don't like finisher fest matches because they rely too much on finishers, but it was the only plan they had because that injury derailed the match. By the end of it, John Cena was once again WWE Champion. He received vindication in finally beating The Rock and completed his redemption arc set forth at the beginning of 2013. On the April 8th, 2013 episode of Raw, John Cena kicked off the show all hyped up. Now this was the rabid post-WrestleMania crowd, so you knew it was chaos. He was playing along with them and asked if they were upset about WrestleMania was over. Now, of course, they enjoyed when he talked trash about himself and started joking about doing a heel turn. The crowd was excited, and Cena said that he wasn't here to celebrate with balloons, he was here to fight and defend the title. Mark Henry interrupted. He's all serious, and Cena made a sexual chocolate reference. He admitted he was afraid to tell Henry that he has a breath of 1,000 asses and accepted the challenge. But then Booker T came out. He was running SmackDown, which was pretty irrelevant to Raw, but long story short, he said Rock was entitled to a rematch. That said, if Henry beats Cena, then he'll get his title shot. The world's strongest man told him to stop joking because all these jokes are going to make him into the Hall of Fame. That match ended up getting thrown sideways and Ryback made the save, only to drop Cena himself and make his intentions known. He wanted the WWE Championship. This was back when WWE knew they had to put on a big story right after WrestleMania. The pay-per-views were still $40 and they had to grab everyone's attention. It seems like ages ago, but there was a time where Ryback was considered the next WWE Champion. Unfortunately though, this heel turn took him a step away from that, which nobody really knew, but looking back in hindsight, it was clear that this was the beginning of the end. Ryback started calling himself the Ryback at this point and completely changed his demeanor. He blamed John Cena for his recent misfortunes, and the champ portrayed Ryback as a coward who turned down an opportunity and decided to take advantage of him behind his back. Then he complains about how everything is John Cena's fault, calling himself the biggest threat to the title. Does he know who he's dealing with? Ryback lacks a brain and balls. He didn't say exactly like that though. That's what he was implying. Cena told Ryback to make a move so he shows what it takes to be a champion. Ryback opted to walk away. And this is when the Shield came out. Both men had huge problems, more so with Ryback. They jumped Cena. Ryback looked on with zero emotion or hesitancy in his stance. This is exactly what he wanted, and Cena suffered. Ryback's ego was growing larger by the day. He didn't think anybody could match him and even provoked Mick Foley, who was ready for a fight. Cena told him to be prepared, and when it came time, he ended up making a save. Cena was ready. He's ready to fight, but the Shield came out, and this was his opportunity to do what Ryback did to him, and that's exactly what happened. But this time around, he made the save to take out Ryback himself and hit the AA. He was greatly upset by the situation and refused to go through it again, so he ended up walking out of the arena ahead of the main event tag team match with John Cena. This changed up things, and Cena went out there to team up with Team Hell No. Now you guys know, these 6-man tag team matches were the visual version of crack imported to our TVs. Shield always turned up like they were wrestling on pay-per-views, but heading into the match, John Cena had an ankle injury which was used against him, and the Shield won the match. Right afterwards, Ryback came out without a positive or negative emotion on his face, and this whole situation worked into his favor because he had an advantage for their title match at Extreme Rules. Cena still had no problem defending the title despite a heel injury, as he felt a responsibility to come into the ring and do his best. He hasn't been 100% since 2002, and this injury will not stop him from wrestling. Vicky Guerrero came out and introduced Ryback. Cena made jokes about him being all angry and annoyed over things, and Ryback talked about Cena's weakness being his pride and ego. After Extreme Rules, Ryback rules. The match stipulation was his choice, and he decided on a last man standing match. The big guy didn't spare Cena in the slightest and even took advantage of him trying to save Team Hell No from a Shield attack later that night. The following week, after a 6-man tag team match, Ryback ran down to the ring and blasted that already injured heel with a steel chair. And when asked about this, Ryback complained about how doing the right thing got him nowhere. Not anymore, and he said that everyone's gonna know Ryback rules. That's the build. It felt like they were taking it slow because this feud was set to last a bit longer. The match itself was just there. It's very forgettable, especially for our last man standing match. The whole thing lasted too long, although it deserved the time because 20 plus minutes for a match like this is reasonable. It's just Ryback and John Cena wasn't the right match for this one. Very plotting and very uninteresting. The ending saw Ryback launch Cena through the pay-per-view set and in turn costing himself the match as it ended with a double countout. Cena though was the one who needed medical attention, and there was no winner. Ryback the next night bragged about Cena being carried away, and he guaranteed John Cena won't refuse an ambulance next time around. Because Cena the previous night had refused an ambulance, he walked away on his own 2 feet. Ryback challenged Cena to an ambulance match for payback and promised that he'll send Cena to the hospital. This was no problem for the champ. Accepting such a challenge came naturally for him. Upon his return, John Cena looked anything but angry or frustrated. He said that both men had a right to claim victory over the other in the last man standing match. As for Ryback, Cena thought payback should be definitive, so he wanted a 3 stages of hell match, a lumberjack match, a tables match, and if there's a third fall, an ambulance match. And Cena promised that even if he wins the 2 falls in a row, he'll still send Ryback into the ambulance. The big guy came out and told Cena to say hello to Satan. Basically, he was warning him over what he was getting into. Now, Cena wasn't just busy with Ryback. Paul Heyman came out and wanted to send his client to the very top. After taking out Triple H the previous week, Heyman wanted Curtis Axel to face John Cena and challenged him to a match for later that night. He accepted. The big guy used this to his advantage and attacked Cena later that night. It wasn't a huge beating or anything like that, but it threw Cena off guard and Curtis Axel won by countout. It was much worse the following week though in a no disqualification match. Both men were set to go face to face one final time ahead of payback and it was heated. Cena of course had to force him to get to the ring because Ryback stood from a distance. The champ said that these lumberjacks are here to prevent him from running away on Sunday. Ryback claimed he stood there for Cena's sake and he complained about how he should have been champion on 3 different occasions. When he made mention of Hell in a Cell last year, Cena added that he gave him his spot, which Ryback acknowledged was where the problem started. He became so popular that Cena went to Damage Control to protect his position. Things were heated between the two and John Cena said that neither him nor the others that held this title had a guardian angel by their side. Yet Ryback's here whining and blaming anybody else for his failures. Ryback said Cena's lost his mind and told him that his legend's gonna end in a 3 stages of hell match. It was about taking Cena's spot. The champ said payback's a bitch, and the lumberjacks pulled him away, leading to Ryback running in. These two were about to get into it right when the wrestlers separated them. This time around, the feud was much more heated and had direction, with Ryback holding resentment over Cena seemingly holding on to his spot selfishly. They gave the story more depth, but man, they shouldn't have done the feud. This version of Ryback was very cold compared to the white hot babyface version. Feed Me More was gone, and what made Ryback awesome was basically gone. He needed the comeback sequence, the shouting Feed Me More and all that. Anyways, the first fall's regular stuff. Lumberjacks got involved a bit. Cena hit a cool cross body onto the lumberjacks, and even though he had the momentum, the big guy quickly rebounded with a shell shock to win the first fall clean. The challenger dominated the second fall with a strong grip on the match, but ultimately Cena did what he does best and quickly bounced back with an AA through the table to win the second fall. The third fall was much more even, although as time went on, John Cena finally took control. He was throwing him through doors and even AA'd him through the ambulance to win the match. This still didn't hit. I'm not gonna lie myself, say, oh, I love this match. The problem was Ryback wasn't capable of hitting these long matches. The fact that he didn't have much chemistry with John Cena, they just did not click. It was the wrong time, wrong place for Ryback, especially the fact that he had to turn heel to become a challenger for John Cena, because other than Ryback, they didn't have many formidable opponents. They had Mark Henry. CM Punk was gone. He was back as a face. They just didn't have many opponents for John Cena, so Ryback had to turn heel. It just didn't work. I think it's pretty forgettable. I think of Ryback wearing the hat, talking about the Ryback, whatever. It's just not that memorable to me. Cena was looking forward and said that the next person who holds this title earns it. Then Mark Henry in a salmon suit comes in and teases retirement. He spoke about his past, shed some tears, but through it all he was seeking a title shot. So he dropped John Cena, which was an absolute shocker. This caught everyone off guard. Henry just came in and dropped Cena like that to get a title shot. Everyone thought he was going to retire because of the rumors, the fact that he was crying and shedding tears about his career, but then he just drops John Cena. It was crazy. It was a great moment. It was an absolute shocker, the likes that many hadn't seen in years. This was one of the most shocking things WWE had done in the last couple of years at this time. The champ wasn't that upset over this. He understood that many did insane things to get the chance to challenge for the title, and Henry is a prime example of that. He teased retirement and made a mockery out of all the important moments in WWE by faking retirement. To Cena, Henry's running out of time. That's why he did something like this. The champ was ready for the challenge ahead, but Mark Henry still never went into detail why he chose that exact moment. The world's strongest man had great envy for the politics and dealing with the drama backstage. He thought that he contributed greatly to WWE and the fans, and so he deserved to be WWE champion. Now that he has the chance, he was going to do the right thing for himself. As for John Cena, Henry promised to beat his ass. Later that night, the #1 contender played mind games with Cena, who was exhausted and broken after his match with Alberto Del Rio. Their confrontation on the final Raw before Money in the Bank was deep. Mark Henry said that he has been waiting for 17 years. Cena made fun of him and made mention of a Snickers bar, but Henry was restrained and admitted the old him would have dropped him. But that wasn't the case and assured him that he was a new man. To Henry, it was about his legacy. He wins that title, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Hell, he'll sell out his own family to win the title. Cena told him he better do it then. He acknowledged Henry was desperate and a win was necessary because if he doesn't win, everything's done. He's lost the respect of the fans, he's lost everything. Did he give a damn about this? Hell no. Cena's the one that cares about the fans. There's no line Henry would cross. So the champ told him to cross this line to get an ass whooping. Money in the Bank was what Mark Henry looked forward to. He already took a pay cut years ago. No way he's losing money now. A sample was in the cards though. Mark Henry made an example out of John Cena to stand tall. Better build than the Ryback one. I wish they explored the story more because it could have been deeper than the original in 2011. I liked it because Mark Henry was a dangerous monster with a huge weakness on his forehead. What was that weakness? He was desperate and it was radiating from him the entire time during this feud. It gave him a different depth. It showed a different side of Mark Henry. The WWE Championship was the difference between an incomplete career and an amazing one in his eyes. It validates his entire career and his trials of taking pay cuts, suffering more injuries than Paul George, and being treated as a joke despite his impressive size, stature, and weightlifting abilities. Their match at Money in the Bank is a hidden favorite of mine. I really was convinced Henry would win here. It was pretty close to SummerSlam, but everything seemed aligned for a title change. The big problem with the situation was timing. If this was in September, I'm sure things could have been different, would have been different. Let's talk about the match. Now, these matches aren't a foreign concept. Big guy slows the pace, babyface feels like it's almost impossible to escape this challenge, gets thrown around, but when it's well done, it stands out. They mixed it up with the modern day main event style, and it was a great story of Henry doing whatever it takes, and Cena, on the other hand, was just running into problem after problem after problem. The main character here was Mark Henry. He looked so desperate despite having so much success, and for John Cena, yes, it was tough, but it was another night. He managed to overcome the world's strongest man to look forward to SummerSlam. Good match. I liked it. I recommend you watch if you haven't because it's actually one of Mark Henry's best matches in WWE. Of course, he was a late bloomer. It took him a while to get things going. Become a better worker and all, but with John Cena here in the year of 2013, it clicked. It made sense. It was a good match. With that said, interestingly, John Cena was given the choice of choosing his opponent for the pay-per-view by the new GM Brad Maddox. The wrestlers worked extra hard to try to convince Cena that they should be his opponent, but instead of having an easy match, he opted to show for the fans and asked them to choose his opponent. They made their decision with one single word. Yes. Now, Daniel Bryan at the time was on a tremendous upswing that was getting heated as the days went by. It's a strange snowball effect that turned into one of the biggest stories in the last 10 years. But looking back on it, man, it's a bit strange. Cena teased many opponents, Heath Slater, 3MB, RVD, Fandango, but in the end, he chose Daniel Bryan. It's almost weird looking back how he was placed in this position. Did this man belong? Hell yeah, but it felt like WWE didn't see him that way. Nonetheless, he was going to get a big opportunity in the main event of SummerSlam. And time after time in his career, this man hasn't disappointed. And when you have a match, especially a match at SummerSlam, you need something fresh, a reliable performer, and Daniel Bryan fit the bill. Brad Maddox tried to drive a wedge between Cena and Bryan, adding fuel to the fire, claiming Cena chose him because he's an easy opponent. The American Dragon knew what Maddox was trying to do, and Cena acknowledged why he chose Bryan. He compared him to Eddie Guerrero and Shawn Michaels, guys that had passion. Bryan earned this match based on the merit of being one of the best, and being champion means somebody like Bryan has to challenge for the belt. They're that damn good. For Cena, it was about proving the best. Bryan isn't good enough. With zero hesitancy, he signed, and as he's about to talk, Maddox interrupted. He thought Bryan didn't deserve this title shot, and it was the Raw GM simply shining the echoes of management. He booked him in a match for the main event, and it was going to be a gauntlet match. The American Dragon went out there, said he didn't want Cena's help, and almost overcame the challenge, but Ryback got himself disqualified. Cena made the save and decided to challenge him to a tables match for next week. At the same time, Daniel Bryan's story was deeply rooted in preference. The boss himself, Mr. McMahon, didn't see a viable future with Daniel Bryan potentially on top. He lacked traditional marketing, lacked any standout features, and in general, they just didn't like him. His involvement also brought Bryan to admit his true feelings about John Cena. Vince thought Bryan didn't have ruthless aggression like Cena, and he preferred if Cena wasn't champion, but he definitely didn't want Daniel Bryan. Meanwhile, Cena dealt with Ryback only to be met with Bryan, who was toying with the title belt. Since the boss had no option, they tried to fit Bryan into a proper champion. Problem was, even though Bryan was willing to play their game, McMahon went the extra mile and told him to shave the beard. This brought nothing more than misery for McMahon, as Bryan ended up revolting and shaved a part of Wade Barrett's beard. So, the corporate thing wasn't working. What now? The leader of the Yes movement felt that Cena wasn't a good wrestler and he didn't waste time in responding. The fans chanted, "You can't wrestle," and Cena pivoted to the topic of Bryan losing. He thought it would crush his ego to fall down at SummerSlam. Then Randy Orton came out. He said that it didn't matter who won the match between Bryan and Cena, what mattered was what happened afterwards. The point in all of this was that Cena better watch out. Ironic considering the Shield interrupted. Daniel Bryan evened things up and these three teamed up in the main event, and Randy Orton made sure to let them know that he wasn't a friend. Hell, he almost cashed in the briefcase, but the Shield prevented that. There's already enough drama as it is with the SummerSlam main event, but then Triple H made himself the special guest referee for the title match. John Cena and Daniel Bryan's problems made their way to Miz TV. The champion John Cena acknowledged that the only issue between himself and Bryan is the WWE Championship. That's all. The Miz was doing the same thing that others did and tried to add some drama to the segment. Bryan threatened to punch him in the face. Now, Cena didn't have a problem, but Bryan did. He said that Cena's superficial. He's here for the glory and the fame, not the wrestling. Bryan said that this shirt is a parody of Cena's. Why? Because John Cena is a parody of wrestling. He was in it for the challenge. He wanted to be considered the best. John Cena, not so much. The champ got all serious and said that this shirt is deeper than Bryan thinks. It represents the struggles he faced in the ring, and he's an inspiration for the kids. Cena did a good job of establishing the WWE title as a great burden. He mentioned a bunch of names, and Daniel Bryan took offense because Cena was basically saying, hey, he didn't belong in that class. And he admitted that he told him that if he's good enough to hold this, then he'll earn his respect. And this was all that Daniel Bryan wanted to hear. He saw this as Cena looking at him as somebody beneath him. For him, it's another SummerSlam. Bryan, on the other hand, is the biggest match of his life. He wished to slap him in the face, but didn't deserve it because he wasn't a wrestler, you know. It's like, oh, you're not a real wrestler. You do not deserve to get slapped. Tempers were high and Triple H had to quickly defuse the situation. Even Randy Orton came out. This was the strongest build in the title reign. Daniel Bryan had a deep appreciation and love for wrestling. He found much success but was never put in such a grand position. The WWE title in the main event of SummerSlam. I loved it. Heading into the match, Cena had a swollen shoulder. I remember at the time thinking the corporation was coming back. I was almost convinced that John Cena would turn heel as well, but the corporation thing had to do with the McMahons and Triple H being around. With that said, SummerSlam was amazing. This was one of John Cena's best matches as well as Bryan's. The champ worked as the designated heel. Bryan was shown to be extremely resilient in a big fight environment and had an answer to everything John Cena threw at him, and it was a great way to establish him in the main event scene because this man's first order of business was to beat the very best that WWE had to offer. It wasn't like he was climbing up the ladder and Cena was the final boss. In his story, he was the first. Bryan debuted a brand new move, Kenta's knee. And he had it in the indies, but for WWE, it was the first time. And this was enough for the victory. He beat Cena clean. It was a fresh finish, and I know, Cena was a bit injured, but it doesn't really take away from the story because everything else was on point. The LA crowd, the high stakes, the setting, everything. He earned Cena's respect, and beating him earned him the honor of being a made man in WWE. But as you guys know, Money in the Bank's a thing. Alright, overall, John Cena's title reign here compared to his previous ones was pretty strong. You know, don't let the Ryback story trick you. John Cena was in his element at this point. Was 2013 his best year? No, but it was certainly one of his best years. And the reason why is because he was strong all around. He was on point. There wasn't many moments where Cena underperformed himself. There just wasn't. The reason why I like it compared to other title reigns is, as I said, as an all-around talent, John Cena was on point. He knew what he was doing here. He had the experience. He was probably at his peak in ring. With that said, the best match on here has to be the Daniel Bryan match. No contest. Best promo, the one with Bryan before SummerSlam on Miz TV. I thought that was good. He tried to tell Bryan, like, you're good, but at the end of the day, you have to beat me to be considered one of the very best. I love that promo. It was pretty damn good, so yeah. After a tremendous 2012 that saw CM Punk hold the WWE Championship for over a year, become the workhorse of the company and having exciting performances, it was all coming to an end. Punk's reputation in the company was clear for the audience. He was number 2 behind John Cena, and whoever was number 3 was far, far, far down below. Of course, when it came time for WrestleMania season, that's a different story. Punk increased his value so greatly when compared to others, and at times it seems crazy that somebody like him was so far up. The higher-ups saw the value in Punk. They knew he was good, he can carry a program, main event shows, but they weren't on the same page because Punk wanted to go a little higher. That spot right next to John Cena, he felt that's where he belonged. A man that main evented WrestleManias was booked as the number 1 guy. Because while Punk did hold the title for over a year, he main evented one show in the 9 months of his title run. With WrestleMania coming up, Punk was tired. Not because of the booking, but because he was exhausted. Of course, it bugged him that the WrestleMania 29 main event didn't involve him, but that wasn't his biggest worry at this point. Punk goes out there, he's injured, but he puts on a classic with The Undertaker. One of the best streak matches, and that's saying something. But the match and the night itself wasn't all that positive for CM Punk. I went out there and I stole a show, but this time it was different because they were like, wow, you really should have went on last. And I got so mad and I said, you better unpay me like I did. If you pay me like I did, I got no problem. They did not pay me like I did. They did not give me what I thought I should have made. But I wrestled that match like I had a death wish. People can go back and watch it. I've never, ever watched it. I got into a huge screaming match with Vince about that because he's like, did you watch it back yet? I was like, no. Why? Damn it. You should be proud of that. I was like, I was there, pay me. That was my attitude. So I tore up my other knee super bad. Strained ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus, torn PCL. A while later, Punk walks out to go on hiatus. The WWE didn't really need him because Brock was around and John Cena was champion, and initially he was supposed to go away until SummerSlam. His knee was injured, add to that he was burnt out. Then a couple of weeks later, he's enjoying his break, getting in some jiu-jitsu sessions with the Gracie camp, which he admits were just a way to have fun riding on jet skis, and then Punk calls Joey Mercury and tells him that he's going to test out his knee down in NXT. And his belief is that talking to Mercury, his friend, got him to return early because a while later he gets a phone call and it's his favorite guy. Punk believes that Joey Mercury stooged him out and Vince is making plans. I don't know if Joey stooged it off, but all of a sudden I'm driving down there from Destin to Tampa and I get a phone call from Vince. How you feeling? Oh, I'm alright. Like, I'd been doing some jiu-jitsu all week and my knee's it feels weak, I feel like I should be wrapping it up, but I'm not because I want to try to strengthen it. Great, I want you back for I don't know if it was June or July for the pay-per-view because it was in Chicago, and I went, no, I don't want to come back until SummerSlam. He said, well, I need you back. This is Chicago, so I need you. It's not sold out yet, so we put you on. It will sell out, and we want you to work with Chris Jericho. I worked Jericho enough, so I was like, I think I'll come back for SummerSlam. Well, no. Here's what we do. And he lays out like the summer plans for me. It's me and Jericho, then I'm in Money in the Bank, which I also refused to do. I didn't want to do it. Paul Heyman would turn on me, and then I would feud with Paul, but he would bring in Brock, and then this. Of course, you know where this is going. And then he's like, I need you and Brock for SummerSlam, a big headline match. I was like, great. And let me, ladies and gentlemen, wrestling is fake, and it doesn't really matter in a lot of senses who wins and who loses, but put yourself in my shoes. That's fine and all, but for now, let's focus on CM Punk on screen. On the May 27, 2013 episode of Raw, Chris Jericho hosted the highlight reel. He wanted to talk to Paul Heyman about his guy, and he wasn't referring to Curtis Axel or Brock Lesnar. He was talking about CM Punk. Jericho showed a clip of Punk walking out, and Y2J felt that Heyman was shocked over his client walking out. He's talking about a whole other topic, and Jericho wanted to know simply, where is CM Punk? Heyman promised that he'll make an announcement regarding the best in the world, and for Jericho, he wasn't there because he had been sitting down at home for 6 weeks, doing nothing. It's not like he's injured, it's not like he's hurt, none of that. He's just sitting at home, he lost, he felt embarrassed. Heyman mentioned Punk at home watching, and Jericho talked about the next pay-per-view, which was in Chicago. He challenged Punk, saying that if he lost to The Undertaker, lost his mind, and still calls himself the best in the world, then he's insane. Heyman was trying to shut up Jericho, who was calling himself the best, and on behalf of Punk, Heyman accepted the challenge. In the lead up to Payback, CM Punk didn't make any appearances. Jericho, though, promised Punk that he will get him his best because he needs to win. For CM Punk, this was a very welcoming return. The crowd was going insane before he even came out, and when he did, he was donning a different look. Someone looked like the Wolverine. With this atmosphere and two motivated talents, this was a classic, and I'm not throwing that around as nothing, because this was really one of WWE's best matches in 2013. Both men were at the top of their game, and it's arguably their best match together, because it was simple. They ring the bell, they just go. There was no DQ thing, no stipulation, none of that. They just went out there and had a great match, and that's what makes it so good, because it's so simple. And after this, there was no way Punk could go back to being a heel. They hadn't cheered him this loud in over a year, and I should mention that he emerged victorious. Otherwise, what's the point of him trying to regain his confidence and losing in his first match? However, it was close as Heyman interfered. So Punk called him out on this and said that he didn't want Heyman at ringside or as his client. Paul Heyman didn't want this to ruin the relationship though and was like, okay. Later that night after Punk's match with Alberto Del Rio, Brock Lesnar made his return. After a little moment, Lesnar dropped him with an F5 until the build to SummerSlam begins. Later that week, Heyman finally addressed the events of last week. CM Punk felt that it was odd that Heyman didn't know such a thing about him getting an F5. He was very suspicious over Heyman and Lesnar's relationship because Heyman has a history of screwing others over, so why would he become a Paul Heyman guy despite all these things? He talked about his past and how Paul Heyman was a believer of his, but back to Brock Lesnar. Punk said that he isn't better than him and called himself the best in the world. He was telling Heyman straight up because Lesnar didn't have the balls to show up, and no matter what Heyman did in the past, he's never wronged him personally. But he asked him, did you know Lesnar was coming out to the ring? Whatever you did, just tell the truth. Punk was a man who truly didn't want to believe that his best friend lied to him, but he was willing to accept it if he was honest. Heyman swore on his children that he didn't know Lesnar was going to be there, and he mentioned that this was the same reaction the McMahons would have when he called Punk a WrestleMania main eventer. If anything, he picked the fight when he said Lesnar needed Paul Heyman's help. That's why he took the F5. He also said there's a reason why he's never pitched a Brock Lesnar and CM Punk tag team, even if it's for one night only. Why? Because there's professional jealousy. Heyman talked about CM Punk being the WrestleMania main event, being his dream, and even said that he loved him. So why would he ruin their friendship over a little thing? Like, even if CM Punk faced Brock Lesnar, he wouldn't represent someone going against him. So now, it's Punk's move. After some consideration, he apologized. All was good until Money in the Bank. During the match, Curtis Axel came out and took a GTS, leading to Heyman appearing. Punk has the match. He's about to become a 3-time Money in the Bank winner when Heyman broke his back and turned on him. Heyman once again shows in kayfabe that he's one of the slimiest, most intelligent heels, and the partnership between the two was over. The next night on Raw, broken and battered CM Punk came out to address the events of Money in the Bank. He called them out immediately, and there was Paul Heyman alone. He said that in his world, CM Punk doesn't exist. In 2005, nobody's seen anything in him except for one person, Paul Heyman. He was working hard for his career, and then they made it to the top together. And the reason why Paul Heyman turned on CM Punk wasn't simple. It's because Punk failed them when he couldn't defeat The Undertaker. He returns and suddenly thinks he's better than him. And it wasn't no CM Punk dumping Paul Heyman. It was Paul Heyman dumping CM Punk. And after he made it personal, Paul was set to make it as personal as it could get. He then said that Punk has no family, no parents, no wife, no children, and all he has is a fans. Punk was intense, all while the crowd were chanting his name. Heyman said that all Punk wanted was the title, and when he took his best friend away, he took the WWE title away. In business, he's bad, but personally, that's a different story. His kids helped him see it well, and the harshest truth of them all, Paul Heyman said that he betrayed CM Punk because he can't beat Brock Lesnar. Punk admitted that he should have seen it, but he didn't. He said that Heyman knows him well, and that's when he wants something, he becomes the most relentless person until he gets it. And he swore on Heyman's kids that he will get everyone that conspired against him. He'll rip apart anyone that tries to get in between them, and Punk said that Heyman didn't have a future. He's going to burn everything around him until he's the last man standing, and then he'll hurt him the most. He even called him an SOB and asked, "Am I lying?" Heyman said that if Punk was to say he has a lack of a future, well, here's Brock Lesnar. Heyman goes for a cheap shot and the brawl was on. Punk was going all out, but Brock Lesnar, he's Brock Lesnar. You guys know this. This guy's a beast. Fans tried cheering and rallying him on, but it wasn't to be as Lesnar F5'd him on the announce table. Okay, I love this segment. Punk went from emotionally hurt to emotionally aggressive. Heyman's selfish desires such as the streak ending didn't happen and considered Punk to be a loser, and to make matters worse, he cut him off as a client, which basically meant he cut him off personally. On this attack, Punk said that even if he got beaten, he's still up. Sure, he could take a beating, but he couldn't be kept down. Despite Lesnar's ability, his biggest weapon is fear. Punk said that he wasn't scared of him, and about Paul Heyman, he made the wrong decision. He said that monsters have been put in his direction to be slaughtered, and Punk made the challenge. He wanted him at SummerSlam. He wanted the beast versus the best. Now, Heyman wasn't in the arena, but accepted the challenge. At one point, CM Punk almost got his hands on Heyman, but Axel put a stop to it, and this leads to a match between the two. And while Punk did give him an ass-kicking, Brock Lesnar came out. Punk was ready for a fight, and this time he got more shots in, but his hatred of Paul Heyman cost him. Lesnar couldn't understand, thinking to himself, like, this is the best that the world has to offer? He's the best in the world? And he asked Paul Heyman to say something stupid. Iconic. Heyman said that Punk might not make it to SummerSlam because he's going to walk out to the ring and fight him. Of course, when this match happened, Brock Lesnar was here. Heyman was very confident that Punk wasn't going to do such a thing because Lesnar was here. Punk did appear but from behind, and this gave him the advantage. He finally dropped Lesnar and even got some shots into Heyman, showing that maybe, just maybe, he was going to beat Lesnar at SummerSlam. Okay, their match at SummerSlam was tremendous. Some people actually consider it to be WWE's match of the year. Why? Because it had some superb storytelling. For the doubt Heyman had over Punk's ability, he was slowly changing that. The match was once again the Brock Lesnar special. He's got the size, but the little guy makes everyone believe. Punk was constantly on the attack and forcing Lesnar to make mistakes. He was countering the F5, locking and holds, and the big Brock Lesnar was even considering tapping out. Even now watching it, you believe Punk has a chance, because they did a sublime job of telling the story. It took Paul Heyman interfering, and even then Punk countered the F5 into a DDT, and once again, Heyman interfered, and it was Punk's hatred of him that cost him the match because Lesnar delivered several chair shots and even hit the F5 on top of the chair to win it. Damn! He lost, but this man had more protection than Beyonce. They made you believe that he had a chance, and not just any. It was the closest match in Lesnar's run, probably. He was pushed to the limit and was going to lose if it wasn't for Heyman in storyline. It's easily one of the best matches of 2013. Now, Punk did kind of get upset by losing to Lesnar, but it didn't hurt him at all. This man was number 2, number 3 in the company, and him losing to Lesnar was not a bad thing at all. The next night on Raw, Paul Heyman said that it's time to end this family feud. He forgave Punk, and the moment he apologizes, he'll take him back. Punk, though, wasn't in the mood. He challenged some guy who was talking bad about him. And about Paul Heyman, if an apology gets him the WWE title in the WrestleMania main event, then he should come out because maybe he gets what he wants. And there he is. Punk told him straight up that he's going to get his revenge and told him to step into the ring and fight like a man. Heyman admitted that he should apologize, and he did. Why? Because he apologized for what is about to happen, and he told Curtis Axel to tape up his hands for a fight. After the commercial, Punk's rage overwhelmed Axel, and while he did almost get his leg stepped on, he fought back and hit the GTS on the steps. Unfortunately, though, he saw the rough side of Curtis Axel the following week, and this gave way to Heyman beating him up with a kendo stick. Heyman was constantly shouting that Punk broke his heart, and it got to the point where CM Punk demanded a match with him. So Brad Maddox booked a handicap elimination match. Oh, if Heyman runs away, he'll be gone. Seeing as there was basically no way out of this match, Heyman feigned a knee injury, and out of all the places he did this, he did it in the middle of the ring with his doctor. The WWE doctor thought he was fine, which I find ironic if you know Punk's story from 2013. And Heyman was like MJ. He took it personally. All of a sudden, CM Punk came out and he ran like he was going for a kick return. And in an effort to cancel the match, Heyman begged Triple H to do what's best for business, and it also didn't help that the match was no disqualification. Triple H assured him that he didn't really need to worry and said that he's got Curtis Axel. He tried talking for him, but he only got himself a title match because it was Night of Champions. But about the match, yes, Paul Heyman got his. But out of everyone to save him, it wasn't Curtis Axel, it was Ryback. And once again, Punk's attention towards Heyman cost him the match. So now the feud continues, and not only that, but Punk's real-life rival, Ryback, was involved. For Paul Heyman, this was something they could brag about endlessly. The only time they face off, and he's the winner. Even then, Heyman felt he was very lucky to have taken the beating from Punk and won, and he owed it to Ryback. Ryback called CM Punk a bully for what he did to Paul Heyman, and he straight up said that he didn't like him and was here to stop him. With the Raw in Chicago, CM Punk finally made his return. The crowd has always went wild. I mean, CM Punk in Chicago. What do you expect? He was in a bad mood, but the fans lifted him up. And one of the reasons he hasn't been happy about letting the fans down is, of course, because of his loss to Paul Heyman. He didn't deserve to say he's from Chicago after losing, but the crowd, once again, they helped him back up. Punk likened his situation to the Chicago Blackhawks making a comeback against the Red Wings in May. He said that that's the Chicago way, and sure, we lose, but we don't let it keep us down. And that's how Punk felt. He was 3-1 down, and he was going to fight and make a comeback. Paul Heyman, though, came out, and he said that he could say that he beat CM Punk, and it's not something Punk should feel sorry about, because he's from Chicago, which is filled with everything second place. And this makes him the second best in the world. Punk was ready to go after him, even if it's for only 2 seconds. That didn't really work, because there was Ryback and Curtis Axel. Punk did put up a fight, but it was outnumbered, and Ryback dropped him through a table before saying this is what happens to bullies. Okay, this moment in itself is very important, Punk's decision towards leaving WWE, because as you can see here, Ryback dropped a part of him on the concrete floor, injuring his pelvis. I'll work Ryback. And I go up to Ryan and I go, hey man, clean slate, let's fucking kill this. Let's show them that you're better than they think you are. Let's show them that I'm better than they think I am. Let's turn this mid-card into a main event. Yeah, I'm really excited, great, blah, blah, blah. First night out, gorilla press through a table, and misses a table, dumps me on my concrete floor, ground, tilts me on my pelvis, me up for weeks. The following week, CM Punk was ready to return the favor when he tripped on his knee. He's down. He's hurt, and I guess he did some L1R2 cheat code to bring out a kendo stick, and he goes after them. I don't know if anyone's going to say their favorite genre is Punk beating Heyman with a kendo stick. One thing for sure is that we've seen it a lot at this point. He drops Axel and sends a message to Ryback. Okay, their match at Battleground was it. The finish saw CM Punk low blow Ryback after Heyman brought out a kendo stick, and it's very odd to see Punk, a babyface, cheating the way he did without even hitting a finisher. But this feud was finally slowing down, and it had gone on for over 3 months, and I would say the heat was gone, but the crowds are going crazy for Punk whenever he'd fight back. Paul Heyman called CM Punk a cheater and asked Brad Maddox to make him choose a stipulation for the Hell in a Cell match. He wanted a handicap match inside the cell. Maddox preferred beat the clock. Ryback versus Truth, and CM Punk versus Curtis Axel. If Ryback beats the clock, Heyman gets to choose a stipulation. If CM Punk wins, he gets to choose a stipulation himself. Ryback set the time at 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Punk managed to beat Axel with only 11 seconds, and Heyman was livid. CM Punk was more than excited and announced that it was going to be himself against Paul Heyman and Ryback inside Hell in a Cell. On the final Raw before Hell in a Cell, CM Punk spoke about his match with Ryback and Paul Heyman. He said that he's going to be the devil and he won't stop at nothing until he gets what he wants. He said that 3 men walk into that structure and 1 will walk on his own. And that will be him. Their match at Hell in a Cell did end the feud. It wasn't that good, but from a storyline standpoint, it provided a decent ending to the Paul Heyman feud. Punk won and afterwards hit the GTS on Heyman at the top of the cell, and other than a quick-ass brawl with Ryback the next night, the feud was over. Alright, this one lasted a lot more than it should have. It should have ended at SummerSlam, because after that, it was just like, it was getting slowly worse and worse. It dragged on far more than it should have. That said, the promos were good, so that's a positive. Now, as I said, CM Punk faced Ryback the next night. He won the match, of course, and afterwards, the Wyatt family came out. Punk stood his ground, and even though the three men had the advantage, he showed no fear. They went after him, and Wyatt hit the sister Abigail, and Punk found somebody who went through an attack similar to him, Daniel Bryan. For Punk and Bryan, they were both on the same page. They agreed with everything and felt confident that they could take down the Wyatt family. They even called themselves the Beard and the Best. Wyatt, on the other hand, was jealous of Bryan and Punk's status. He hated that fans stare at them as if they were some superheroes. He was like, oh, they're men. He wanted to take them down so others could shut up. Both teams were involved in some awesome tag team matches with the Shield, the Rhodes Brothers, and of course, the Usos. Some matches were hidden gems, but as for Survivor Series, it was Punk's best pay-per-view match since SummerSlam. Rowan and Harper provided the babyfaces a tough challenge, but it ended with Punk and Bryan standing tall. While Punk was very busy with the Wyatt family, the Shield made Punk look in their direction. After the Wyatts got DQ'd in the handicap match, they took Daniel Bryan. Punk's in the middle of the ring, and he suddenly runs into a spear from Roman Reigns. On this attack, CM Punk didn't see it being the Shield. He thought it was from a figure of authority. He reiterated the statement on Raw, saying he just said that Triple H lacked creativity and he's attacked by the Shield. He even questioned whether or not Triple H was dense and trying to provoke him. But if he was right, Punk called him stupid and ignorant. And there's Stephanie McMahon. She said that Punk knows that there's no bigger advocate of free speech than her family. I mean, her husband was in DX. So why would the Shield attack Punk over a bad name? Stephanie even claimed that they were upset when the Shield attacked him. And she brought out Kane to solve Punk's problem. He said that the investigation had been concluded and the authority had nothing to do with the Shield's attack. So this issue has been resolved. Since Kane sold out, Punk said that he could get knocked out. The Shield, though, once they heard this, came out. Punk, though, wasn't stupid as he brought in a chair. Stephanie put a stop to this and said that Punk should be respected and admired. Kane then booked him in a handicap match against the Shield at TLC. Later that week, Punk had that embarrassing match against Dean Ambrose where he did something in the ring. There was even a stain in the ring, and one thing to note is that Punk's ribs were hurting. His injuries were really showing here, and he tweeted out on Twitter, "This poop ain't fun anymore." December in general was an odd month for Punk. At the time, nobody expected him to leave, but the signs were there. Figure 4 Wrestling Online reported that his match with Lesnar wasn't nominated for a Slammy because he couldn't be seen as having a better match than Triple H, Punk's match with Lesnar was obviously better than the ones Triple H had earlier in the year. A Wrestling Observer newsletter reported Punk got some heat for tweeting about hockey instead of something that relates to TLC, and this in itself is pretty funny to me. It'd be like one of you guys getting pissed at me for talking about Conte and Toko's fight on Twitter. Then he tweeted these things, and of course this one, "I'm sick of traveling." The Wrestling Observer reported in January of 2014, regarding CM Punk's recent tweets where he seems to be giving the impression that he's frustrated and tired of traveling, the feeling within WWE is that Punk always talks about leaving when he gets frustrated. Regardless, WWE doesn't seem to think Punk is leaving the company at any point in the near future. Punk's deteriorating interest in WWE is not obvious to anyone. I mean, when you're watching him feud with the Shield, you wouldn't see such a thing. Anyways, Punk's issues with the authority were clear as day, from both sides as well. During the championship summit, or whatever the hell it was called, between John Cena and Randy Orton, about every world champion contracted to WWE was in the ring. It was one hell of a segment. Punk was being pushed away by Orton before Triple H intervened and shoved him, and Punk being Punk went after him before taking a switch in music, and it was an awesome segment. There was teases, an amazing crowd who was cheering for Daniel Bryan despite the situation, of course, a brawl. The match at TLC was surprising. For one, they kicked off the show. This was because Punk was supposed to attend a wedding of a friend, so he had to go with AJ from Houston all the way to California. Despite this, the match was good and showed maybe the Shield had some problems of their own to solve. Punk shockingly won, which was odd, as the Shield usually beat everyone in tag matches, and here they were losing to one man. Of course, Punk had to make Roman look strong, which was uttered more than medical facility by those in the back to Punk. The next night on Raw, Punk was back. How? I don't know, man, it was crazy. Punk said that the intriguing thing about the Shield trying to put him down is the thought of how many of them he was going to take with him. He didn't really think he was going to win the match, but he miraculously took them down. Even though Punk won, he still felt somebody was trying to sweep him under the rug and make him go away. He was of course talking about Triple H. It was waiting for him to come out, but it ended up being Shawn Michaels. Even then, Punk asked that whenever Hunter, scratch that, Stephanie wants to talk, he's here. As for Shawn Michaels, he said that Punk's problems should be with the super kick. One more match intensifies, and Punk tells everyone that he's got a couple of more than that. Punk admitted that he could look past this kick, but if he tries it again, he's going to kick him back. Shawn Michaels said that he always liked him and kicking him hurt. Then he said that this would hurt even more, and he introduced the Shield as Punk's opponents. The match is nice as expected, but Punk finally lost the Shield. Roman pinned him, and the feud continued. Punk's battle against the Shield led to John Cena and Big E getting involved, and this of course meant ass-kickings were on the menu for the heels. On the December 30th, 2013 episode of Raw, CM Punk reflected on his year. Despite not following up on an incredible 2012, he saw some positives. 2013, though, to him was the year of the Shield, and he decided he wanted to make a challenge, one-on-one, to the best member of the Shield. Dean Ambrose stepped up, but Punk's like, I've beaten you like 6 times and called him the weak link of the Shield. He then asked if Roman's the man in the Shield before Rollins jumped in and called himself the best member. Punk was confused. He's like, oh, I've been hearing about Roman Reigns the most. Roman Reigns this, Roman Reigns that. And then Brent Maddox came out and booked CM Punk and Seth Rollins. Once again, the Shield's drama cost him and CM Punk scored the victory. Roman Reigns got his chance after a Piper's Pit segment, and you could see how much they loved Roman because after a little distraction from Ambrose, he speared him to win it. Punk, though, with the help of the New Age Outlaws and Jake the Snake, stood tall a couple of minutes later. The Outlaws, though, ended up being Triple H's buddies, and they abandoned Punk in the tag match the following week. On the whole situation, CM Punk knew that it was stupid to call out 5 men, but he was doing it anyways. He said that Triple H lucked into his position of power and he steps on anyone to feed his ego. He said that Triple H hides behind his wife, he hides behind the Shield, and there they were. Kane, though, put a stop to this and said that the Authority want Punk to main event WrestleMania. That's why he's in the Royal Rumble, and they told Kane to make sure that Punk's treated right and with respect. Kane assured him this, and Punk said that his word is nothing. This led to Kane asking them to go after Punk, and this time, he got involved and chokeslammed him. After Kane's conduct on Raw, Stephanie McMahon demanded he make an apology. Kane did that forcefully, and Punk was going to make him do it twice. He's like, I didn't hear you. He then apologized before attacking. Brad Maddox came out and booked him against Billy Gunn. He wins, and Kane makes him the #1 entrant in the Royal Rumble. For Punk, this was no problem. He saw this as something that could motivate him, and he was focused. Kane thought Punk had such a small chance, but being the best in the world would increase his chance just a little. Punk said that it was sad that Kane has become the Authority's guy. He hands in his mask and suddenly loses his manhood. He said that the first entrant in the Rumble has won it before, and he's the best in the world, so he's going to do it again. Before the Royal Rumble, CM Punk seemed doubtful about his future, telling Ariel Helwani he's not sure if he's renewing his contract after July. About the Rumble, Punk put in a performance. He lasted all the way to the Final 4 before Kane interfered and eliminated him before hitting the chokeslam through the announce table. This was the final time we saw Punk in WWE. For Punk, him leaving is for a multitude of reasons. He was injured so often, he hated traveling and was exhausted. He had to wrestle with injuries and of course the backstage politics. The pay wasn't helping as well. Punk was told that he was a top guy, yet his checks were on par with what he was making in the past. The day after the Rumble was even worse in terms of stress. Punk won this staph infection off his back. They're talking about concussions, piss tests, and we're asking him to sign something for a tour. And he's like, I'm going to talk to Vince. And then I just went, you know what, Vince, I need to talk to you. And Hunter was in the room and he was like, oh, I'll leave. And I was like, you know what, you can stay. I don't care. You need to hear this too. And I just looked Vince in the eye and I said, I do not love this anymore. I'm sick. I'm unhurt. I'm confused. I don't know as a business what we're doing anymore. Every day you tell me that this is a team effort, but every day it's an individual effort by me to find what's necessary to even come here. It's not fun. I have zero passion for this. I'm concussed. I'm hurt. And all you care about is what segment I am and how soon I can get my gear on and when I could pee in this cup. And I don't want to do it anymore. And then I said, look, I thought when I re-signed 3 years ago, Vince, I told you if I couldn't be all that I could be, you should unfire me. That is if I was a fraud and I was anything less and fell short of the mark. I sold more shirts than John Cena until I turned heel for you, and you said you owed me one. I worked guys that were dangerous, and you said you owed me one. I did all these things, and all I wanted was the main event of WrestleMania. And it's fine if you guys don't think that is me, and that I'm the caliber of a superstar, but then you need to unfire me, because I do not want to be here, and I do not want to be anything less. I will go somewhere else, and I will get more and over because I know I can. You have shackled me, you have creatively stifled me, you have made this a very toxic environment. I no longer want to be here. And I said, it boggles my mind how Daniel Bryan has now figured into your plans to be in the main event of WrestleMania, because this is his year. Just like 2 years ago was my year, now it's white and hot, just like he is now. And what did you do? You fed me to this guy, and I pointed right at Hunter. And Vince was just like, this is the concussion talking. I can't believe you're saying any of this. You're in the main event. It is a main event. You're wrestling Triple H. And I turned to Hunter, and I said, all due respect, I do not need to wrestle you. You need to wrestle me. I do not want to wrestle you. I seriously resent you for not putting me over 3 years ago when you should have. That would have been best for business, but you had to come in and squash it. And then I had to lose to Untruth and Miz, and it didn't make any business sense then. It doesn't make any business sense now. Now I'm in a position now where I can tell you that I don't have to, nor do I want to wrestle you at WrestleMania. I don't care if I was supposed to win, which I was. I didn't care. I didn't want to give him the privilege. Do you understand that? Punk walks out. It's a big story, and it's like Seth Rollins walking out today. Vince suspends him for 2 months, and the suspension ends the day after WrestleMania. This is not officially announced, as McMahon said he was on sabbatical to investors, but for Punk, yes, he was suspended. A couple of weeks later, Meltzer's source, apparently a top wrestler, said that there was a 100% chance of Punk returning for the March 3rd, 2014 episode of Raw. The one in Chicago, of course. Everyone believed it. I think I believed it as well. And the expectation was for Punk to feature in the title match at WrestleMania 30, but that never happened and Punk didn't return. At this point, Daniel Bryan won the title and he had his title reign. Punk was at home in Chicago and had little to do with WWE. He was trying to cash in some royalty checks he had, but he didn't find much success. June comes up, WWE has the option to add time to his contract as they did with Rey Mysterio, but they didn't. Triple H wanted to talk to him around this time, but Punk told him that he'll talk after his wedding in a couple of days. The topic of conversation is unknown. Probably has to do with Punk's release. 2 days later, FedEx overnight, the package is dated on the 12th, and it just so happened to be the 13th, which was Punk's wedding day. So he was fired on his wedding day. Then he got into it with the company over royalty checks and had the lawsuit with the WWE doctor, and it seemed very unlikely we'd see him back to wrestling. Okay, CM Punk's departure was always going to happen in my opinion. He had some issues with WWE that went deeper than the WrestleMania main event. Their outlook in general was always different to each other, and ever since Punk lost the title, he felt that he peaked. Not as a performer, but his status. 434 days as champion, a record in the modern era topped by only Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. All that was left was the main event WrestleMania, and in his eyes, if they weren't going to give it to him in 2012 or 2013, he wasn't ever going to get it. That said, Figure 4 Wrestling Online reported in November of 2013, CM Punk was planning to face Randy Orton for the title at WrestleMania 30. With the way the card ended up, Orton did main event the show, and again, I have to say this, grain of salt, do not take this as 100% confirmation of anything, because plans change, these rumors sometimes end up being fake as well. Orton, I should note, never crossed paths with Punk in his title reign. I don't think they were even involved in a tag team match. Batista wasn't rumored to be returning until the end of the month, so Punk could have gotten that main event if Batista never even returned. But again, WWE changes their plans a lot, and from one perspective, it does seem likely that it happened, but again, this was before the time where they unified the titles and Batista was returning. Alright, with that said, CM Punk had a decent run here, but it was miserable for him. He was always hurt. However, that said, he didn't allow it to affect his performances inside and outside the ring, because while 2013 Punk isn't the peak version of himself, he still had some good matches and still had a sharp tongue, and the crowd was always reacting to him. Had he never left, for sure he would have won the title again. WWE went through a lot of times where their top guys like John Cena were either gone or injured. That's just speaking positively because he was really banged up. Who knows? Like, this guy probably wouldn't even have survived 2014 had he continued. And another thing to mention is that I don't think he would have main evented WrestleMania even if he was healthy, because they were looking forward. The only way Punk main events is if he faced Roman Reigns, and they did some story with Punk calling out Reigns about being the company's guy. And then again, who knows?
The apex predator Randy Orton. Up to 2011, he had enjoyed quite the career. 2011 was a career year for him and one of the best and most consistent versions of him you'll find. And that came with plenty of motivation to be one of the best performers. Christian pushed him to his absolute limits, and it led to Orton being at his very best. There's not many years for Randy Orton that were better from top to bottom than 2011. Orton excelled and fired on all cylinders that year, and you wonder, is it because of his opponent? Because there's some guys that he matched with well, and they just have some amazing matches. Christian, Daniel Bryan, but as gifted as he was, there was still some setbacks. For one, Orton got suspended for violating the wellness policy in May of 2012. It seemed as if he would face Chris Jericho at No Way Out, but he also got suspended for kicking the Brazilian flag. Now, I don't know why Y2J did that. The heel heat got to his head like JBL in Germany back in 04. So the match seemed cursed. Dolph Ziggler was probably Jericho's replacement looking at that week's Raw, but it changed everything because Orton was suspended for 2 months, and you gotta wonder, would they have added him to that Money in the Bank ladder match with the former champions? He had a second strike violation with this one, and it seemed like WWE wasn't high on him. At least that's what it felt like. Another thing to mention is that Orton wasn't booked much at this time because he was starring in 12 rounds too. A star of Orton's stature would obviously feature at SummerSlam, but they were taking things slow with him. He destroyed Heath Slater in his return match on the July 30, 2012 episode of Raw. Orton was just coasting along around SummerSlam time, and if Mets fan forever is to be believed, he was very upset about being left off the show. The only reason I added him here is because this guy had some sort of source in WWE. He had a lot of things correct, but these guys are always morons because they think everything they think or say has merit. So maybe it is pointless I mentioned him. With that said, Orton was trying to put his name in title contention. He was in a very odd position, especially compared to where he was earlier in the year. They even showed Del Rio technically beating Orton clean at one point. Later that week, Orton even tapped out to the cross arm breaker. It's kind of crazy and somewhat outrageous because this is Randy Orton. This is the guy they pushed hard in 2011. The number one guy in SmackDown. Yet he's tapping out to Alberto Del Rio, who wasn't even in his prime at this point. In the meantime, Randy Orton faced Dolph Ziggler. The match served as a precursor to the real match at Night of Champions. Orton won the first match emphatically, and their second match saw Ziggler steal the win with a lot of leverage. Yeah, I see why wrestlers love to wrestle Ziggler. The build-up for their match was just competition. There wasn't much talking with them, and you can fill in the blanks. Like, you guys know how it is. Ziggler wants to use Orton as a stepping stone, and Orton wants to shut up this annoying upstart. There was a moment during their feud where Jerry Lawler suffered a cardiac arrest after their match, which was very unfortunate at the time. I remember that it was very big news. Now, the match between Orton and Ziggler at Night of Champions was very good. It was them mastering their capabilities, with the other two matches serving as preparation for this. I don't really like seeing a match on pay-per-view that you saw 2 weeks earlier, but watching this, these two brought out a lot more here. This was an important match for Dolph Ziggler and he showed up here. His selling as always is great, but here, it was something else. Orton was dealing with fast opposition, but he still made it work for the victory. Good match. These two matched well here. Dolph always has high praises for Orton in interviews, and watching this match, I could see why. The Viper shifted his focus back to the World Championship for a moment. Alberto Del Rio and the Big Show, though, were in the way. Orton was attacked right before the triple threat match, so he returned the favor a bit later. Orton wasn't at 100%, but even then, he still put himself in good position. His efforts of getting a title shot, though, were unsuccessful, with Big Show hitting a hat-trick of choke slams to win the match. This came after Del Rio went after his arm. Their feud wasn't that good because it didn't serve any purpose except having Randy Orton waste time. Del Rio mocked Orton in his entrance, made fun of him, and upon Orton's return, he whooped his ass like he was some enhancement talent from catering, and unfortunately, this led to a match at Hell in a Cell. Orton's look was pretty strange for that time period. It looked like his 2006 self a bit. With that said, Hell in a Cell was a decent match. It wasn't ever gonna be much because these two weren't lighting the world on fire at the time, but it had a small story throughout it. Randy Orton's previously injured shoulder being targeted along with the arm for the cross arm breaker. Orton was stuck on second gear whereas Del Rio was on the fourth. That's the match because Del Rio always stopped his attacks and kept him away from much needed momentum boost. Anytime something happened, Del Rio would break that momentum like that just by going after the arm. What a smooth transition here. Orton drops him with a beautiful power slam. Awkward moment for the top. Was it? I don't know, but they quickly moved on. This moment was weird, but they turned it around with one of the most underrated finishes you'll see. Del Rio going for the enziguri and hitting nothing before landing down for an RKO. Nothing he could do but take the loss. Match, it's just there, nothing you'll remember, but that ending was definitely one of the best in that time period. The issues between these two still continued after Hell in a Cell. As you can see here, Orton brawled with Del Rio and catering, and of course, Drew and Slater were in catering. It was practically home for them at the time. Then we got Matt Striker wanting words from an angry Orton.
What, you're gonna wear the plaid shirt? I gotta do nothing but job in 3 minutes?
The finale between these two came with a Falls Count Anywhere match. This was better than Hell in a Cell because they had more freedom to sell the feud with more intensity. You guys know how it ended. Randy Orton moved on from this feud and featured in the Survivor Series elimination match between Team Ziggler and a team captained by himself. Orton performed hard here, but it wasn't enough to overcome the 2-on-1 with Ziggler and Del Rio. He got through Del Rio, of course, because that's a given. It's common sense at this point, but Ziggler was too much for him. The Ziggler push was in full force. They had him overcome Orton clean, and he looked like the next rising star. Not one of, but the rising star. You guys remember WWE towards the end of 2012? CM Punk on crutches? Well, the four guys you saw at the time were Ryback, Sheamus, John Cena, and Dolph Ziggler. Oh, hell no. They teased continuing this feud like, I'm good off it, bro. There's not much with it. There wasn't much for Orton at the time because he suffered a shoulder injury. It was a short stay away from the squared circle, though. The Shield had his number around this time wanting to make a mark. So this led to Orton and Sheamus deciding, you know what? We've had enough. Orton and Sheamus began to get irritated by this, but even then the Viper preferred to do things alone. That would change though. He didn't win the Rumble nor the Chamber, and at one point he even jobbed to Jack Swagger for a second push, which is shocking, but the Shield were still a problem for Orton and Sheamus, and it made them grow closer to a partnership. They despised the Big Show, but because of this looming threat, they had no other choice but to put their differences aside. Big Show was the real difference maker for the duo, and once he knocked out Roman Reigns, they realized it was better to walk away. Even then, he still chokeslammed the Viper. The Shield had been Cena, Ryback, and Sheamus, but this team was a much bigger problem. I mean, any team involving Ryback is gonna choke. Big Show was a massive problem because he wasn't putting issues aside. Then after the match was made for WrestleMania, he came crawling. I mean, who were they gonna choose, Fandango? Oh, Ryback? Well, he was busy with Mark Henry. Big Show had some convincing to do for Sheamus and Orton to accept his offer, because they have a history with him. Booker T wanted to test the three men, but they were fighting NPCs in the main event. Egos were on full display here, but the real test was here. The Shield. They had too much tension all while the trio were making their entrance, but once the issue was in their face, they aligned. When it came down to it, WrestleMania and the Shield were too important for them to overlook. They looked like superheroes here, like they saved the stadium from an imminent threat. The imminent threat being a Jack Swagger main event push or something, I don't know. The match at WrestleMania was good, but the story was centered around the three egos. When it came down to it, they weren't united as much as the Shield. Orton actually took the pin and Big Show let out his anger on both men. Is this another heel turn? A heel turn expansion of sorts? He turned heel while being heel already. Big Show's one of the only people to do that, definitely. Randy Orton and Sheamus were pissed with Big Show, and it led to one of the weirdest segments of 2013. They edited it on the network, but Orton forgot his lines, asked Sheamus what his lines were, which was hilarious. Big Show ran in, and the fans cheered for him, saying thank you Big Show for interfering. He wrecked them like crazy, and this led to a handicap match. They were treating him like prime Big Show or something, but he wanted none after a point in the match. Big Show, almost a month later, was still upset over WrestleMania. Sheamus moved on from this to a feud with Mark Henry again, but Big Show was still on WrestleMania crying about it. Their Extreme Rules match was decent. I didn't like it much, but they had some wild spots in there. And nope, my opinion is gonna change in a moment. Big Show landed through a table and Orton becoming a wrestling fiend and destroying him for the win. Big Show actually felt like a giant throughout this one. You know, this is one thing that I liked. Big Show was booked well. Orton had to punt him for the win. And by the end of it, I thought to myself, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Orton breathed a lot of life into this, with Big Show doing one simple but important thing: be presented as a tough challenge. Because Big Show is very believable at the time. He beat Orton on multiple occasions over the last year. So it kind of made sense for you to believe that maybe he's gonna beat him. Following this, it was back to the Shield. The Shield were still running strong after 6 months, and Team Hell No were growing an obsession with taking them down. 0 pinfall losses in their entire run up to this point. Okay, I remember this. As a kid, there was a rush of adrenaline to see Bryan return the Yes chant. It was the beginning of something for him. He was actually my favorite wrestler at the time. Team Hell No's issues were self-doubts. Bryan doubted himself and his ability to the point where he started believing he was a weak link. These matches were pushing the Shield's ability to the very limit, but every single time, they came away without losing the match. I don't know where he rediscovered this intensity in his matches, but it was becoming insane. Every week, this man would get more and more popular with no end in sight. Randy Orton's involvement in the story was as a temporary tag team partner with Daniel Bryan. They were set to challenge the Shield for the tag team titles. These three were on the same page, but they got one more chance on the June 14th episode of SmackDown. Okay, this is the one. One of the best moments of 2013 and one that basically created the hype behind Daniel Bryan. It was such a simple story with the good guys finding it hard to crack open these villains and overcome them. Week by week, they would get closer, but one way or another, the Shield would prevent them from getting the job done. This was one of the loudest crowds you'll hear. Problem is, the SmackDown air dryer was there, but look at that crowd. They were excited to finally see the Shield lose. The Shield finally lost their first match. Great moment. Moving on from this, Orton and Bryan failed to win the titles, and Randy started calling him the weak link, which is ironic because he's the one that got the win in the first place. This led to a notorious match in Bryan's career, a match that infuriated him to no end because it felt like wrestling was woke now. The match was no disqualification. During the match, Bryan suffered a concussion without realizing it. The moment was either the dive through the ropes or this missile dropkick, but regardless, it was right after the missile dropkick that it felt like Bryan lost feeling of his left arm. So maybe it was the missile dropkick. He was a very tough man, and they knew he was not in the best shape physically and mentally, but Orton noticed something was off, and the doctors were there. This led to the angriest version of Bryan backstage, shouting at Triple H, who made the call to stop the match. Orton's rematch with Bryan was no disqualification, and it was way better. It was like they wanted to release all their anger on each other here. Bryan was becoming more and more undeniable, and there was a lot of fire with his push up to this point. So naturally, he won. For Orton though, he earned more respect for the American Dragon. Money in the Bank was on the horizon, and this meant something big for Bryan and Orton. They were featuring in an all-star ladder match for the briefcase. I remember this one well. I really wanted Bryan to win because he was very over with the crowd at this point. He was my favorite. WWE had some other plans. Orton was really craving a title, seeing as it had been 2 years since he last held championship gold, and this one had great energy to it. RVD was back, and it was the most star-studded ladder match in history. You had a top 5 ladder match wrestler in Christian, a returning RVD, CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Sheamus, and a determined Viper looking to end a 2-year-long drought. The match itself was wonderful and had great vibes. I remember watching it when it happened, and it was thrilling. Heyman turned on Punk at one point, and Randy Orton caught me by surprise to win the briefcase. Also, Paul Heyman is the most unnatural face I've ever seen in my life. It's like a fish cosplaying as a golf player. Easily one of the best Money in the Bank matches. It might be top 5. I have 2005 and 2021 above it. 2019 maybe. Randy Orton was kept quiet for the build to SummerSlam, and there was this one moment during the build where he teased a cash in for SummerSlam. He proclaimed himself the real champion, seeing as there was a shadow casted above John Cena's title reign. Orton was also starting to show signs of a new character, or to put it simply, a heel turn. He let Bryan and Cena get jumped by the Shield, all for his benefit. With that said, SummerSlam was a career night for both John Cena and Daniel Bryan. Cena was working with an injured elbow, but even then he and Bryan put on a classic that often gets forgotten, seeing as the follow-up completely overshadows the match. Bryan won the match, but Orton crashed the party. He was ready despite being worn out from that match, so Orton preferred to do it another time. Then from out of nowhere, Triple H dropped Bryan to turn heel for the first time in 7 years, leading to a cash-in. All Orton had to do was go for the cover, just like his first title reign. He did it with his eyes closed. This was a stunning moment. I remember there was a big rumor the week of this show about a new version of the corporation, so to see it actually unfold looking back on that time period's perspective was crazy. Triple H turning into a villain was bound to be interesting, seeing as he was signing with Randy Orton again. It was much different this time around. Now it goes without saying, but this is a proper SummerSlam. It set the stage for WWE's biggest story of the next year, and it was something special. Mr. McMahon was looking for someone to represent his company. Cena didn't like him, Bryan didn't fit the traditional role, but Randy Orton checked all the boxes. Now I thought this was a cool moment, but my smile faded when I saw this image. So to take you back, the PS4 and Xbox One were about to launch, WWE 2K14 was near, GTA 5 hype was the most insane thing at the time, but there was this gloom in WWE because every week, Triple H would act like a dictator and have their roster, including the likes of John Cena, stand there and listen to a 20-minute promo of his. It wasn't all bad because in some ways the journey needs to have a struggle, but it's kinda annoying to see this image about 40 more times over the next 6 months. The Shield were the new associates of this faction, which would later be known as the Authority. The good thing about the Authority in a nutshell is that Triple H perfected this role of an executive who always looked out for what the fans needed as opposed to what they wanted. He's like, oh, you don't want this, you need that. For as much respect he had for Bryan, Triple H didn't think he fit the role of a WWE champion because that comes with a certain look and presentation. He also acknowledged his issues with Orton, but he put that to the side in favor of the business. In other words, he did what's best for business. 4 years can change a lot. Daniel Bryan was called out at this point for an ambush. He almost fought through the Shield, but Reigns dropped him with a spear. Then once he entered the ring, Orton connected with an RKO, and this was the end of episode 1 for the new series, The Authority. Triple H gifted Randy Orton with a brand new SUV, and you guys know, cars aren't exactly comfortable with wrestling. Daniel Bryan had the crowd's full support, and he interrupted and showed gratitude to the fans for supporting him. Triple H's hopes and goals for the champion to look a certain way is stupid, and it's ironic seeing as Triple H used to fight Authority. He called them big-nosed, and Randy Orton went to his defense before reminding him that he's the face of WWE. Triple H highlighted the importance of status in life. Randy Orton is an A+ player, whereas he is a B+ player. The COO gave him the Shield in a gauntlet match, all because he believed in him and that it's best for business. These three are the biggest menaces of 2013. Anytime you heard Sierra, just know your destiny was to stare at the lights. Daniel Bryan put up a very strong fight, but the Shield's numbers came to play. None of the guys on stage could do a thing because of the threat of their jobs, and Orton and the Authority had a very strong hold on Daniel Bryan at this point. They even had Big Show KO him with tears in his eyes. That's the thing with Big Show's career, bro. Everything about his career is like a humiliation ritual. It's just strange. He's a changed man, the next he's relentless, the next he's emotional. What's going on with the Big Show? Daniel Bryan did not offer much in the build to Night of Champions. His only big moment was on the last straw before the show, teasing what's to come. The build was like the light at the end of the tunnel for him. Maybe there was some hope for Daniel Bryan. Randy Orton's character was much more normal than previously, and it also felt like Triple H was the real main character in the story, seeing as he handpicked Randy Orton to be the face of WWE, and the fact that he holds so much power in the company. Randy Orton walked into this match thinking he had the ultimate plot armor, as if he had an invisible and indestructible army in front of him for this battle. These two have great chemistry together, and I personally believe it comes down to a perfect understanding of their characters. Bryan presented himself as the ultimate underdog. While he doesn't know if he can get the win due to external forces, he was trying his best. Whereas Orton was a confident villain with all the support and a strong career up to this point. His biggest worries were trying to not give Bryan any chances to believe he could get the job done. A part of that involves shutting down the crowd, because they're Daniel Bryan's strongest weapon in his arsenal. He turns every match into a home game of sorts with the support from the crowd. Orton made a career out of dissection, and this match was no different. He went for Daniel Bryan's left arm initially, but it didn't turn into much throughout the match. Bryan was growing tremendously into this match to the point where he was starting to have Orton on the ropes. Funny enough, despite being the hero, Bryan was much more vicious with his offense than Orton. Then boom, he hit the knee and the ref counted a bit fast, but Daniel Bryan scored the victory and won the belt. It was such a weird finish, and you could see with the crowd then and there. They were a bit confused. The story of the match was Randy Orton struggling to shut down this momentum that Bryan had, and there wasn't many moments where the challenger was in huge danger, none. The match didn't fulfill its full potential as evident by the future, and it was clear that they were saving more for the future. The controversial finish would come into play the next night when Triple H stripped Daniel Bryan of the WWE Championship. Triple H took the title and it was officially vacant. This wasn't exactly what Orton wanted because the title wasn't his, but the Authority wanted to bring back the demonic Randy Orton from 2009. They thought he was missing that edge, and I don't think you want that domestic terrorist around. It makes sense now that Orton seemed more calculated and vicious in his later matches, because I thought it was odd how Daniel Bryan was the most aggressive person in the match with the heel Randy Orton. The bitterness and anger from Randy Orton would carry over later that night. He demolished The Miz in his hometown of Cleveland, and he destroyed him in front of his family, and nobody was gonna do a damn thing because dealing with Demon Randy Orton is practically a death sentence. This was becoming a huge problem for the locker room, so they decided to go after the Authority at the end of the night. The big match that WWE was building to was a rematch between Daniel Bryan and Randy Orton. Battleground for the vacant WWE Championship. The locker room stood behind Daniel Bryan, but despite this, he was still at a disadvantage, seeing as Randy Orton had the entire machine behind him. The two contenders had one final confrontation ahead of Battleground. Orton came to the realization that Triple H keeping the title away from him allowed for his potential to be reached. Bryan took notes of this and understood that Randy Orton needed motivation from others to reach his full potential. That wasn't the same story for him. Orton was getting rattled from this unwavering support from the fans, so he got personal. He didn't understand what was wrong with Bree's mind to marry someone like Bryan. He called him a barnyard animal, and a one-sided brawl follows. Orton's plan worked well as his vicious streak was on full display here. Okay, the build to Battleground was about unraveling a dark side of Orton that hadn't been fully explored in 4 years. For Triple H to exact his plan to have a face of the company, Randy Orton needs to become as cold and heartless as the Authority themselves. Now, Battleground 2013 is one of the biggest scams in wrestling history. It's such a bad show that it makes you look in the mirror and think, why am I spending money to watch Sunday Night Raw? Their match had more wrestling to it and had a better structure than Night of Champions. Orton wrestled way more as a heel and had a stronger grasp on the match, which makes Bryan's comeback more satisfying. The roles were much more defined here, and that's the difference maker with this match. It offered a lot more from these two. The crowd was really into it, and it seemed like it was about to enter another level. But then Stone Cold Steve Big Show came out. He's acting like a renegade, signing with nobody, even though he's supposed to be on Bryan's side. Big Show actually got an sentence for the first time in his career and didn't try a heel turn here, and he dropped the corrupt ref followed by Randy Orton. You'd think Bryan was winning the match with this moment, but it ended like it was Raw. Horrible ending. What makes it so bad is that it was on pay-per-view and it was the main event for the biggest title. It's so stupid. The next night, that was a good moment. I really liked the moment where Big Show KO'd Triple H the next night, but they were putting too much stock in him for this story. With that said, Randy Orton continued stalking Daniel Bryan and making things personal. The next match was Hell in a Cell for the vacant title. Shawn Michaels was added to the story being the special referee, and HBK had plenty of respect for Bryan seeing as he trained him in the beginning. HBK was the guy in the middle, the bridge in between Triple H and Daniel Bryan. Despite the issues, Randy Orton acknowledged Daniel Bryan's resiliency and his tenacity to get back up after everything he's dealt with. But even though he's gone through all of that, he's never been inside Hell in a Cell. This is one small thing I like. WWE has always made it a point to tell you that Randy Orton is at his most comfortable inside Hell in a Cell. The structure gives life to his evil and dark thoughts. Triple H continued to push the B+ narrative, and Michaels didn't like how the game said he wasted his time training him. Randy Orton's symptom of being a domestic terrorist involves paranoia. He thought HBK was out to get him, whereas Triple H believed Shawn Michaels will do what's right for business. Randy Orton's confidence was untouchable. He still believed that Daniel Bryan couldn't beat him. Then the Big Show became Stone Cold again and came out in a big ass truck. All that was missing was the beer. It's not so weird how WWE is moving with Big Show because this sounds like something they do. Him and Kane every once in a while would have some big program where everyone knows they won't win the WWE Championship. Hell in a Cell is a pretty odd one. These two always did great with each other, but one way or another, something with regards to the story would get in the way. The drama between HBK and Triple H was far too much here, especially in the later parts of the match. At times it felt more important than this story with the title. It was also the most non-Hell in a Cell match ever. Orton's viciousness should have reached its peak here with him becoming a demon inside the structure, and watching this match, this one didn't need Hell in a Cell. It just so happened to be October. Best moment of the match was Bryan dropping the game with a knee, but when it came down to it, HBK was with his friend. He wasn't happy about the result, but when push comes to shove, he chose his side emphatically. Now, WWE had concluded the Daniel Bryan story. We didn't know how it would unfold in the near future, but for the time being, Randy Orton was off to other things. This feud had good matches here, but there was always something in the way. It was never a matter of keeping things simple with them and having them go all out, because they have great chemistry. It has to be said. Great chemistry, their characters were defined very well in their matches, but the best work from these two was yet to come. Monday Night North Korea was back in business. Randy Orton had another title celebration, but there was no Daniel Bryan to crash the party. Big Show, though, was the exception. The Shield tried to take him out, but the faces weren't having it. This was Big Show's yearly main eventer boost, so you knew he would look good in this segment. All of a sudden, he was treated like he was 97 overall. He ran out of tears a month ago. He's not crying anymore, he's a rebel. The Big Show Paul White is a rebel. Big Show KO'd Orton to the shock of the Authority, who realized there might not be an answer for the Big Show. This story was fodder. If you're like, what do you mean fodder? It's just filling in the gaps. WWE always has these, but it's another to have it for the Big Four event. One problem I have with Big Show challenging at Survivor Series is that there's no threat of him winning the title. In addition, he declined a lot throughout 2013, a much different person from the beginning of the year to the end. In the lead up to Survivor Series, Randy Orton had a side quest against Brad Maddox. It was a Raw GM at the time and they wanted to reprimand him. It was a mauling and practically a free opportunity for Orton to lash out and inflict the utmost damage. You know how it goes. Make the heel look scary and dangerous. He made a big mistake going after Big Show alone and became enraged over there being no protection. It was basically him wanting to know if he's got their trust. After everything that's happened the last 2 months, there's reasons to have doubts. And his doubts were actually valid. It went from bad to worse with the confidence in Orton at an all-time low. So they tested him by having him face the Big Show with no help. Randy Orton seemed to understand that the Authority was relentless and had no mercy, but at the same time he was seeking their approval. Now this match was a very notorious one. WWE pay-per-views were at an all-time low, by far the worst period for pay-per-views because the best matches were on Raw and SmackDown at the time. Piracy was a big thing. You could watch this show right when it ended or even live in certain ways. And WWE wasn't really giving you a good reason to see something different here, especially if you wanted to pirate this show. This match happened at Extreme Rules 6 months earlier and was infinitely better. The result wasn't predictable, and Randy Orton dominating a big man for most of the match wasn't exactly interesting. But let's talk about it. Orton was rattled and a bit out of it. I don't know if this was a mistake, but it was funny regardless. This match was dull and it went the way you expected, and it seemed like the crowd wasn't interested. Ref drama, authority comes out, and Orton takes advantage with an RKO and a punt to win the match. This was the first punt Orton hit in a long time, but it wasn't presented as well as it used to because Big Show just hopped out of the ring. John Cena came out and it was clear where WWE was going. For about 2 years, fans had been under the belief that WWE would unify the titles. It simply comes down to the brand split ending. It makes too much sense to have them unify the belts, and of course it had to end with these two. Cena and Orton were the two biggest wrestlers of the late 2000s, and the title unification thing also served the trustworthy story for Orton. In some ways, it also tied into Orton's past and wanting Triple H's approval back when he was in Evolution. There was still tension between them, with Orton feeling like he didn't need their help to prove that he's the face of the company. Daniel Bryan chants intensified and the fans were insistent on him. Orton said he took punishment from Big Show unlike a certain somebody. Randy Orton at times had to convince himself that he was the face of the WWE, constantly mentioning it. John Cena came out and this led to the announcement of the title unification match for TLC. Cena laid out the match for the audience and he wanted to see who was really the #1 guy in the WWE. Fans were actually hyped for this in the arena because this was for all the marbles. It's the biggest title match based on reward in over a decade. Randy Orton was still bitter over that mean from the previous week, and for as many matches that Cena and Orton had in the past, none of them involved the latter. From one perspective, this is one of WWE's biggest matches of the 2010s. John Cena the next week made sure to use Orton's relationship with Triple H as a way to get in his head. For many years, the game had this grand expectation of Orton, and while he succeeded mostly, he was still missing that extra factor to push him on Cena's level. He spoke about this in a different way here, but it was ultimately a promo where Cena indirectly said he succeeded where Orton failed. Randy Orton had this extra motivation to make good on this expectation. It was about the titles, but also doing good by Triple H. John Cena cut deep into Orton's skin with these remarks. There's the brawl, some ladders, chairs, and of course tables. Cena threw him through that table with so much intensity. What followed was one of the most fun segments. It's also a perfect image of WWE in its situation at the time. A red-hot underdog hidden from sight, yet overwhelming the segment. This Raw was in Seattle and the fans were going insane for Daniel Bryan. It was some crazy stuff. They got some real icons in the ring, but all the attention was on this guy. The segment also showed why John Cena is one of the best promos. He had a great understanding of crowd work, and this crowd had their full attention on somebody who wasn't even involved in the story, but John Cena reminded them of the battle and the prizes they were vying for. Randy Orton said that John Cena made a huge mistake not taking him out last week. It was his chance, but now it'll be a lifelong regret. The fans were chanting boring, but that would change. Orton provoked many of the legends in the ring. Why? So he could use them as an example of his cold nature. This is where John Cena is smart. He heard Orton say something about work and made Bryan the main character for this moment in the segment. He gave them what they want by fulfilling their goal of getting attention. John Cena trashed Randy Orton like crazy, and the funny part is, this man had a WrestleMania main event, multiple title reigns, he feuded with all the top guys and had something great coming out of it, yet John Cena found a way to make him seem like a career failure. He also made himself seem like the opportunity guy, mentioning giving Dolph Ziggler, CM Punk, and Daniel Bryan a chance. Cena made sure that Orton knew that he was dealing with the best version of himself, and all he hoped was that Orton would be at his best and that they wouldn't hear no complaints from him after he loses. They shook hands, the titles were raised in the air, and Orton cheap-shotted him. This led to a full-on brawl and Stephanie got knocked down by Orton. Triple H retaliates, and after Orton recovers, he sees his worst nightmare. John Cena potentially joining the Authority. Okay, this match is a situation that gives way to eternal success. The honor of being the champion of champions. John Cena is vying for just another accomplishment, whereas Randy Orton, on the other hand, was battling for his career. His legacy was at stake along with his title. TLC 2013 was much more creative and different to other TLC matches. You can notice these guys were adamant on trying out different things, and it's not going to be the best TLC match. I had issues with it, especially because of how strongly hyped it was. Cena and Orton just lack those special matches, and out of the 30 or 40 matches they had, there's only like 5 I really rate. This isn't one of them, but it does have historical value due to the titles unifying, so technically, it was one of the bigger WWE matches. You might find something to enjoy here, but for me, not so much. The ending looked miscalculated, but in the story, that brutal slam of Cena's head onto the table was enough for the win. And with that, Randy Orton unified the championships for the first time in 12 years. This was enough to give the Authority their actual full trust in Randy Orton as the name and face of the WWE. Dictatorship Episode 7. John Cena looked humbled and out of it. Randy Orton had a sense of pride over proving everyone wrong, and TLC was a moment where he took the opportunity instead of having it handed to him. John Cena ran down his parade, basically called him a target and said he wanted to face him, but not tonight because that honor goes to Daniel Bryan. Cena even made it a title match. I guess he is like Hulk Hogan. The fans wanted it, the Authority were interested, but they were interested in a non-title match. Now it goes without saying, for months, there was always something in the way with these two, but even then, they've showed glimpses and potential of something much greater. This is by far their best singles match. Raw, December 16th, 2013. A casual night showcasing the fallout of TLC has brought out a hidden gem. It's not supposed to be a hidden gem, but it is because it comes in between a lot of big things. Pure wrestling with Daniel Bryan edging out the Viper when it comes to competition. Bryan had a very unhealthy obsession with damaging Orton's leg, and that was the main story of the first part of the match. Act 1. Randy Orton had to become a vicious animal to even have a chance. Look at this clothesline. It was an important part of the match as Randy Orton officially took control after nearly 10 minutes. It worked well for Bryan to target Orton's leg, so he focused on the left arm. He quickly undid Daniel Bryan's work with a lot of intensity and venom with his work towards the arm. This also caused an element of desperation for Daniel Bryan, who used all his energy on a suicide dive. All it did was make his arm an even bigger problem. Randy Orton was determined to cause some sort of bone injury with his work here. Every time Daniel Bryan does something one way or another, he finds himself in a worse situation. And it was great work here because Randy Orton was continuously doing some sort of unique attack to inflict additional damage. Daniel Bryan did get something going, but it wasn't constant, and his opening with instant impactful moves such as his sudden kick. And a similar element of Bryan's matches from this time was on full display. He would force a comeback, and he did it with a lot of passion and intensity, like he was fighting for his life. The best part was Orton selling the yes lock like hell. He probably forgot for a second that this wasn't a title match. Bryan was unloading, fast paced, too fast for Orton, especially this late in the match, and Orton's like, screw this, and delivered a brutal low blow to escape a destined loss. John Cena comes out and beats him up. Big mistake focusing on Bryan because this opened way for Orton to drop him with an RKO. Okay, this was a tremendous match. Orton didn't really sell the leg much in the later parts, but it's no big deal because the story was far more compelling with Randy Orton dissecting Bryan's arm and making it useless. One of the best TV matches of 2013 easily. These two have great chemistry together, and I don't think any of their previous matches come close. The Cena and Orton thing continued to heat up, and we once again saw the super insane version of Randy Orton. Now, Kofi Kingston beat Randy Orton. That's enough to make him go off the deep end. But why would John Cena's dad sit front row on a show with this lunatic? He beats him up, assaults an old man, then Orton comes back to life and has to make a run for it because his rival is here. John Cena was full of vengeance, but it went from bad to worse as his old friend Batista was back. And Batista made it clear he was going after the title. It also seemed like the Authority wasn't putting all of their cards behind Randy Orton. He was trashed by them for his actions on Raw, and they threatened firing him. He blamed them for his anger, saying they were the ones that put him in a rematch against John Cena, brought back both Brock Lesnar and Batista, and there was a lot of tension, and Orton believed he wasn't really their guy. Triple H cuts through him, but in a motivating way, telling him that he should try and find answers to his situation. Batista was back, and Orton was more envious than ever. This man to the Authority looked like their answer. The animal made its intentions clear, and Cena meanwhile was ready to return the favor at the end of the night. He did get something in, but Orton had to steal a car to escape. Okay, Royal Rumble. This is one of those matches. At the time, it was the Daniel Bryan show, so you know that crowd was gonna try and do something here. They did just then refuse to let WWE forget about his name. Also, the fans were never gonna allow for this to be anymore. How do fans affect matches? Well, they're loud as hell and take the focus away from matches. Cena and Orton know each other very well, and it's not like the matches are awkward or they don't have good chemistry, but on paper, you can't see much of a difference with their matches if you look at them from a distance. With that said, Randy Orton entered everything in this match. Cena was busting out something different. Cena was hitting this random ass neck breaker, which was random, and this is a very weird match because he has the elements of a great one. Why do I think that? Well, I'm gonna explain it. Cena and Orton play the element of surprise here a lot. It was very back and forth with the match, with the edge slightly going to Randy Orton. Cena locked in a horrible STF and Orton was tapping. The ref was down though. And this is when the match got crazy. Belt shot. Ironic. AA for a near fall. RKO, not enough for the win. We want Divas chant intensifies, and you know this was cooked when they were chanting that in 2014 of all years. Orton stole Cena's move and locked it in way better. It was funny seeing Orton hit an AA. Very weird. But did Orton hit the... Yeah, he did. This match was funny. At this point, it felt like they didn't give a damn about what the crowd would say, and they were throwing a lot out there. Cena had the match won with the Wyatts came out, and you knew the crowd would love this. RKO off the distraction, 1, 2, 3. I can't say this was a terrible match, honestly. You guys heard me say it was egregious, but that was before I actually watched the match. The crowd was doing a lot to voice their complaints, but honestly, me personally, Wrestling Premiere, the YouTube channel, honestly, I can't say it's as bad as I thought it was. It's a 6.5 or 7 out of 10 type match. Maybe you liked it more, maybe you hated it, I don't know, but I love the finisher stealing moments. It's just these two faced off a lot in the last couple of years. I like when matches surpass your expectations. And I'm not saying you will really like this one, but maybe if you watch it again from a different perspective, you'll find something to like about it. Like in the time you probably hated it horribly, maybe now it would change. The next night on Raw, Randy Orton bragged about winning, but quickly complained about defending the title in an Elimination Chamber match. Batista stole his thunder for the second time, and he reiterated the statements in the previous week, but the only thing apparent was the booze. Brock Lesnar showed up, and after some promotion from Paul Heyman, Randy Orton was very uncomfortable in this scenario because the Authority was just finding ways to stack the deck against him in favor of trust. WWE is lying like crazy, teasing a Batista and Brock Lesnar match. Also, this was ridiculous. It wasn't even close to happening, and they were teasing it for half of the night before abruptly having it disappear. Orton was trying to remind everyone that he's the main attraction of WWE, but that wasn't working well for him because Triple H was considering putting his faith in someone else. But if Orton wanted to keep their trust, he's going to face 5 other chamber contestants. They were talking crazy because they got to the point where they considered having Daniel Bryan as the face of the WWE. As expected, this main event was wonderful. It's not as good as their previous match, but it was definitely better than the others. Surprisingly, Daniel Bryan pinned Randy Orton clean in the middle of the ring. Next up, he faced Christian. This was a solid match, but nothing close to their previous battles. Also, one thing I dislike is how Christian didn't understand the springboard was the most cursed move when facing Randy Orton. It's like Ric Flair on the top rope, it doesn't end well. Triple H on Raw said they weren't just reconsidering Bryan, but the rest of the contestants, and it went from bad to worse for Randy Orton. It's one thing to consider one guy, but at this point, it's like they were doing all of this in spite of him. But he understood that he had to become the Viper for the rest of his run. They didn't trust him, but he assured them that it was all gonna happen. Daniel Bryan, on the other hand, wanted Kane. Bryan wanted Kane, but Triple H said he'll face nobody. Bruh, I just seen this match, oh my god. No one's telling me I have to watch it, but I feel like it's kind of a given to watch because it's a bit of an important one in this title reign, even though it's non-title. Solid one though, honestly. This is a solid match. I'm just fed up with the constant John Cena Randy Orton matches. But let's talk about it quick. Cena and Orton got that Los Angeles crowd invested, although it took some work to do. But for the second week in a row, Orton lost clean. He seemed like he was starting to crack under pressure. This was a time where he was about to have the toughest match of his reign and WrestleMania 30 on the horizon, and it had brought Randy Orton closer and closer to the breaking point. Cesaro on SmackDown. Okay, this was right when he was starting to gain some momentum. Orton still had Sheamus on Raw, but this was much different to the other matches. It felt like Cesaro wanted nothing more to not just beat Orton, but flat out dominate the match. Fresh matchup not just in terms of opponent, but also style. Cesaro was low-key a beast, and Cesaro's wrestling style was unorthodox when it comes to opponents that Randy Orton faced. And coupled with the energy from Cesaro here, this should be considered a hidden gem. It was exciting, then you get the surprise ending with Cesaro beating Randy Orton. Yeah, I recommend this one. It's not that long, and we got to see a very motivated Cesaro who understood the opportunity in front of him. The Sheamus match was decent, but then the Shield randomly came out, leading to an all-out brawl. This might be an Attitude Era brawl, because it was that intense. With that said, this Chamber match was great and gives you a strong understanding of WrestleMania 30. It's very underrated. I watched it a couple of years ago and thought, why didn't I watch this match earlier? Christian and Sheamus kind of feel out of place in this. If it was 2012, that wouldn't be a question. But the match was great because everyone shined here. Bryan's story was the best here as Kane cost him the title, leading to Orton retaining the title. Bryan's performance stands out here because even though the chances were low, still felt like there was maybe still some hope that he would win. Since Orton was always on the receiving end, he decided to go after Batista and mention the boos. Batista tried turning into a passion merchant for a moment, but he said that if they boo him, he'll do the same. Batista was leaning towards a heel turn, and honestly, it was much needed. The fans were going crazy at this point for Daniel Bryan and CM Punk. It was unavoidable. So the heel turn was the easiest thing to do because he was instantly in his element, and the fans already hated him. Daniel Bryan had the opportunity to be added to the main event, which further enraged Randy Orton. Batista was also upset over having somebody take a spot in his match, a match he got from winning the Royal Rumble. The game made fun of them for allowing Daniel Bryan to get in their heads. Batista flipped that insult over to Triple H, saying same thing for him. Randy Orton said the fans were cheering Daniel Bryan because nobody believes in Batista. Why? Because nobody cared when he left. Batista said they cheer Bryan because Orton sucks and called him a paper champion. Triple H lashed out on both of them and implied Orton couldn't win without somebody holding his hand, and the only person you could trust is yourself. So Triple H decided to make himself a potential challenger for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Both guys are fuming. Evolution triple threat. In another world, that would have been the match. Orton took advantage of Batista and RKO'd him. This night didn't end well because Bryan beat him and Batista returned the favor after the match. Randy Orton and Batista were bickering like kids far too often, and Orton was too busy telling Stephanie that he won't be held responsible for what he does to her husband at WrestleMania. Batista came out and this thing was so damn toxic. Oh man. Batista constantly said he's walking away with the title at WrestleMania and told everyone to deal with it. Batista despised Orton for sucking up to the Authority, and he randomly said that Stephanie's been drooled on many times before. Randy Orton was laughing it up, but then he took a spear. Batista's delivery was hilarious here, and I was laughing the whole time. So this led to a no disqualification match. Both men wanted to destroy each other, and Triple H on the side was enjoying the battle. That is until Daniel Bryan showed up, but it ended up being a no contest. With that said, the WrestleMania main event was very memorable. This was Orton's second WrestleMania main event, and he came out to a live performance from Rev Theory. This match came after a stunning moment. It was very quiet in the arena, but they quickly remembered why they were in the stadium. I watched this for the WrestleMania 30 video here. I remember I forgot the hype from it and thought it was one of those matches left alone in their time period, but they really got me into it once the Authority came out and tried preventing Daniel Bryan from winning. Bryan ran out in the beginning with all the intensity. He was a huge problem despite the injured shoulder from his match with the Game. Orton and Batista didn't realize they needed to become a duo to take him out, and it took a long time for them to understand that. The near falls were convincing since WWE themselves always stunned the audience when it came to Bryan's story. The best part of the match for me was later on when Orton and Batista teamed up. It felt like there was no hope for the underdog. Great back and forth, finisher spot, near falls, then Bryan pops up, and even then, there was still that moment where Batista had it. Randy Orton actually enjoying the boost from the fans for the first time in his hero run was something to mention, and Daniel Bryan ended up winning, as he actually made Batista tap out. Batista tapping was huge because he was positioned to win the title originally here. Tremendous match, but the heat between the three villains was intensifying. Both Orton and Batista wanted their rematches, but Triple H wanted to finish the job himself. They got a tag title match, and Triple H had to assure them that when they're on the same page, nobody could stop them. They had issues, but since they were getting their title shots later on, both men were on the same page. Batista and Orton used this match to last shout on the champions. It wasn't about winning. Meanwhile, Triple H was setting up the pieces for a potential 14th title run. Raw after WrestleMania had a crazy vibe back in the mid-10s. The Shield, Batista, Randy Orton, they were all out there to ensure the Game wins back the title. Light work for the challenger. The Shield were seen as a death knell, but that was far from their intentions on this night. The Shield were rebelling, and Triple H knew that this situation was going to go awry. The Shield completed their face turn, and this was chaotic. Everything was going terribly for Triple H, and if WWE's 2014 needed one image to describe it, I'd say it's this one. Orton and Batista were roped into this Shield thing, and it got so bad that the Game had an idea. Now, they weren't really cool with the idea initially, but that idea was accepted once the Shield overwhelmed them. The Shield, meanwhile, had to face the gatekeepers of the 2014 mid-card division. Look at this lineup. I could smell the food and catering just by looking at them. What is this? The numbers got to them, and Evolution for the first time in 9 years reformed. The fans didn't react much to the return of Evolution, which is upsetting because you have to think. You hear that watch in the beginning of the song and you feel no emotion. They victimized the Shield, and this was an exciting program. You had the three most interesting new talent around going up against a faction that has deep-rooted history in WWE. Triple H was feeling like he was back in 2004, and all that was missing was Ric Flair and the world title. I think if Vince joked about a year-long title reign offer here, Triple H would have taken it in that moment. To Triple H, he felt like the Shield needed a humble reminder of what their position was in the world. We're the real big bad guys. Well, the Shield wanted to put that to the test. Ambrose told them that there's a reason why they were chosen to serve and protect the authority. Rollins promised that the Shield was going to be the hammer that drives the nail in. But Evolution had protection here. They had so much protection, so the Shield did their homework. 3MB thought they had a chance to get Seth Rollins alone when they looking at the lights for the last 2 years at this point. Like, just Seth Rollins alone would beat them. This SmackDown episode felt like an Attitude Era one, with the Shield playing main characters here trying to take out their competition throughout the show. All that time, he could have ran. The Shield wasn't even doing stuff like this when they were heels. They overcame the competition, which served very well for their chances at Extreme Rules. At the same time, the Shield were a much bigger problem than what Evolution thought. Okay, the tag team match was great. I think this was a point where if the Shield had competition in these matches, they would make sure that match would be the best on the show. Very well worked tag team match with the Shield showing a very different side to them here as underdogs. This was their match specialty, but they found themselves overwhelmed. This spot was the roughest in the entire match, and it was great also because it wasn't obvious that the Shield would win, because there was a possibility that Evolution would win. They had their moments, but there was this one part where they exploded like crazy. It was amazing. The best kind of chaotic match. The Shield scored the victory here, but it was far from over. Evolution quickly retaliated by taking Dean Ambrose's non-existent title away from him and attacking the Shield again at the end of the night. There was a collective thought with the trio that would soon learn applies to them. Adapt or perish. The feud was reaching a boiling point, and it was clear that a resolution needed to be made, because the Shield were becoming OP. When it came time for the contract signing, the Shield threw out the table and chairs because all that mattered was the battle. Triple H said that this was the last time that the Shield would ever be on Raw. Huh? Evolution won this brawl, and it didn't bode well for the Shield. Blue Tista memes back in 2014 were so easy to make. I would even consider joking about this now because to me it's such a non-factor. It's like whatever. This was a solid follow-up to Extreme Rules. It was no DQ and elimination rules. One thing that makes Extreme Rules better is the length. Now, of course, length helps, but sometimes it's not needed. Extreme Rules was very compact and intense all through the way, and the match was 19 minutes. Here, it was a bit different, with Evolution almost having it figured out by jumping the Shield one by one and leaving Roman Reigns alone in the middle of the ring. Evolution severely underestimated the Shield's resiliency as they got Batista. Orton almost had Rollins here, but instead Ambrose eliminated Orton, leaving Triple H. They overpowered him and scored the victory. The Shield was at a career high and emphatically proved that they were better than Evolution. Triple H still thought they had a chance, but then Batista demanded his title shot. He didn't get it, so he quit and did a funny wave goodbye to the fans. Alright, side note. Personally, I think in some ways that SummerSlam should have been an Evolution triple threat. I would have liked that just for the vibes and the fact that their story has a conclusion. Randy Orton took this moment to remember that he's still the face of the WWE, and he was set to face Roman Reigns in the main event. Triple H came out the sledgehammer and said there's always a plan B, and you guys know what happened. The heartbreak of the summer of 2014. Triple H was standing there like he found the next big treasure, and it was a stunning moment. Just when you think the Shield was going to reach even greater heights, they were cut loose at probably the most important time in their career. It was such a big moment because you thought to yourself, they had a win over Evolution. Surely like this thing's gonna continue. But no, they ended it from out of nowhere. Okay, Randy Orton was added to the Money in the Bank match for the vacant WWE World Heavyweight Championship. This ended up being a good ladder match, but the fans had saw the best earlier that night. Orton's performance though was pretty impressive here as he cut his head open at one point, but it didn't stop him. Look at this spot. Orton was selling like crazy and taking beatings. Smooth RKO here, but he didn't win the match. I remember everyone was so mad about Cena winning here. A lot of people were enraged, but little did they know their favorite would be considered buried if they booked them to win the title here and have that match at SummerSlam. John Cena was the right man in hindsight, even at the time. Next up, a fatal 4-way for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship at Battleground. This build wasn't much, but Roman Reigns looking like the strongest wrestler on the entire roster. I don't think I've seen someone so consistently dominant in a build for a match from this run like Roman was. The Authority were looking to take the title off John Cena, keep it as far away from the likes of Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns. Two of those guys sound funny in this conversation. Yeah, they don't want John Cena and Roman Reigns as champions. Oh, the Authority doesn't want as champions? The Fatal 4-Way wasn't that good. Kane and Orton teamed up throughout it, but their alliance didn't last though. Cena retained the title here, which wasn't surprising, and tensions arose between Kane and Orton over Randy refusing to tag in a damn handicap match. But judging by Reigns being a Superman in July 2014, maybe he was right. The Authority retaliated the following week with Orton invoking a brutal attack on the big dog. This was the first time since his singles run that Reigns took an actual beating. He DDT'd him off the barricade, all because of the WWE Championship. Then to top it all off, an RKO on the announce table, but since it didn't go through, he did it again and it was great. This feud was a way to get Roman Reigns to a higher level. The guy was booked super strong only 2 months into a singles run, and they were going all out with him. Now, if I remember correctly, this was good, but I don't hear much about it. Let's talk. Reigns was by far the aggressor early on. He showed dominance against the Viper in the beginning. Orton's best bet was slowing down the pace and letting his experience shine. It was pretty cold in the first half. Great counter from Reigns for the Samoan drop, and that was by far the best thing he did in the match up to this point. Reigns kicks up the tempo, and damn, this guy was super quick off the ropes. I forgot Roman was this fast. Great counter from Orton on the spear. It had so much venom in it that Reigns might have suffered whiplash. This RKO though is top 5. It made me go crazy in 2025, like damn. I feel like time stood still and Roman knew he messed up big time. It was incredible watching it here during the match. Orton though took too long on the punt leading to the spear and the win. This match had a lot of good elements, but it was missing stuff. For one, Reigns wasn't his 2016 nor 2015 self here. It was super green at this point, very inexperienced, yet he was pushed super hard. So like a lot of people were starting to notice, hey, this guy's pushed like crazy, because he was, bro. You'd hear it, you'd see it, the commentary every week would be like, Roman Reigns did this, Roman Reigns did that, and it was like, oh my god, we've had enough. This wasn't even the WrestleMania 31 build as well. Randy Orton was still looking for the title shot, but Chris Jericho made fun of him for losing all of his rematches, then made mention of his SummerSlam loss, and so Orton responded. He called Roman Reigns a piece of crap and said if he was here, he'd drop him. Reigns came out and asked him to do it, but he didn't then. Orton's focus was on somebody else. Chris Jericho. He assaulted him after his cage match and inflicted additional damage to his knee. Orton took offense to Jericho saying he was handed everything in his career, and he said that it wasn't his fault that he, Jericho, had to work twice as hard to get what was easy for him. Not of champions between these two is often a match that nobody talks about. Orton's aggression in the beginning allowed for him to take a strong hold in this match. Jericho was working from under as usual in the feud with these two. They probably only had one singles match where Orton was a face and Jericho was a heel. For the most of them, it was the opposite. Randy Orton was very strong with Chris Jericho offering nothing for the entire first part of the match. I thought Orton was facing a jobber during this one. He was doing nothing and getting punished for several minutes. Y2J didn't do much, but once he got going, it was quickly undone with a great power slam. Now, I don't know what was with Randy Orton, but his power slams during this time were insane. This is when they kicked it up a notch. Orton was starting to take risks, but they weren't paying off. The issue with Orton was that his big moves weren't working. Jericho put him through hell with the walls here, but it wasn't enough for the win. Great code breaker from out of nowhere, but what about this RKO from out of nowhere? Upon further inspection of this match, why the hell is Chris Jericho just accepting his fate and just doing nothing about it? Randy Orton scored the victory in style, and it was a good match. I think this would be loved more if you watched it in real time because it wasn't that good to me watching it here. Randy Orton began to develop some tension with the Authority's golden boy Seth Rollins. Both him and Kane were annoyed with backing Rollins and saving him in the Money in the Bank briefcase. Stephanie put out a rumor that Orton's gone soft, but it was all for the benefit of the Authority, and he knew it deep down inside. Rollins made himself an even bigger enemy of John Cena and Dean Ambrose, so of course Kane and Orton had to come to his rescue, while he's at the center of all of this with the briefcase. Oh yeah, this moment, it's so silly, but I liked it, I'm not gonna lie. John Cena ate Orton, who was doused in mustard, and at this point John Cena and Dean Ambrose really wanted that match with Seth Rollins, but Triple H told them that there could be only one opponent inside Hell in a Cell. Ambrose ended up getting in the match, so Cena had the secondary option, which was much better, because in storyline, his match was for a title shot at the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. So did he really lose? No, because at the end of the day, he's John Cena and he's always going to get a title shot. Maybe the fans were losing because it was Orton and Cena again, and the last time they were inside Hell in a Cell, it wasn't exactly a good match. The issues continued to grow between Rollins and Orton. The Viper called this match with John Cena the real main event because of all this talk from Seth Rollins, and Triple H had to reveal that Seth Rollins was the one who suggested the title opportunity. It went from bad to worse as Rollins called the Orton title win a miracle before teasing a cash-in. The Apex Predator went out to the ring for a confrontation with John Cena. Now again, these two faced off far too much. We know that, but surprisingly, this wasn't the main event. It felt like these two were slowly becoming a thing of the past before our eyes. Orton went back to 2002 talking about how he had way more hype around him than John Cena, but with time, things change. Orton had a strong focus, almost an unhealthy obsession with winning this match. The WWE also made it seem like an end of an era of sorts with these two. Funny enough, this actually was, but we didn't know it at the time. John Cena came out and said that everyone knows Orton is gifted, that he's a future Hall of Famer, all of that, but the moment he speaks, he proves he's a dumbass. His issue was talking about the old days like a moron. 2002 was 12 years ago. Orton was made fun of like crazy here, and Cena said that Kansas City, the baseball team, the MLB team, the Kansas City Royals, had 100 losses that year, but it was also the last time Orton was relevant.
Okay, John, we're gonna act like you weren't held hostage against your will in 2009?
Or is that a year we don't talk about? Cena told Orton he had no chance to win this match and all he wanted was a match with the Beast. Great promo from John Cena where he called himself the man that runs the place. What makes this a good promo is you could feel his emotion and aggression wasn't fully tied to Randy Orton. It was with Brock Lesnar, so by proxy, Randy Orton was in the way and he was gonna plow through him. Paul Heyman came out and talked about how WWE retconned the 2002 OVW4. They tend to forget about Brock Lesnar. Cena had enough of the talking and nearly AA'd Heyman. Orton took advantage and boom, RKO. But it was a buy one get one free promotion and Orton handed one to Paul Heyman as well. You could feel a lot of emotion with Randy Orton. It felt like this was the most he was invested in something since the Dan O'Brien story. In the back, Rollins and Orton argued for a while about their tag team match main event. Randy Orton scored the victory here, but from out of nowhere, Rollins thought the future was here, and his statement would be very emphatic at the end of the night as Seth dropped his Authority brother with a curb stomp. Randy Orton was incensed with the situation, but the Authority wanted to make sure that he let that anger out on John Cena. Triple H played devil's advocate seeing as Orton was acting like a lunatic last week, and it might have been a him or me situation for Seth Rollins. Okay, while not an era-defining rivalry, John Cena was still a very major part of Randy Orton's career and vice versa. At the end of the day, these two were closely tied together and throughout the years had some memorable battles. SummerSlam 2007, Bragging Rights 2009, TLC 2013, and I'm sure that both men wouldn't feel the same about the other. Hell in a Cell 2014 was in some ways the grand finale between these two. They were finding their way in this new era and it was becoming increasingly likelier by the day that this feud was coming to an end. I don't think I've watched this since it happened, but I love this battle. And I'm not exactly a big fan of this feud. Randy Orton benefited a lot from this Hell in a Cell structure as he slowed down the pace and brought a lot of aggression and intensity which John Cena wasn't able to match. The crowd was invested in the match and of course when Cena built momentum, fans booed. Great power slam here. Randy Orton was 2 steps ahead here because John Cena wasn't able to properly integrate here. Cena's trying to build momentum and boom! RKO. It was such a shocker. And this is what matches need to them. That element of surprise where you believe it could end. He threw him through a table, tried using the steps, but Cena ended up using this to his advantage. Orton still had the mental game here over Cena and he attempted the punt. Punt, nope, STF. Back in the ring, Cena hits the AA for a near fall. He went for another, but Orton countered into another RKO. Randy Orton was on crack here. It was one of his best performances in a long time, and one that I personally think stands out from his last 2 years. Cena caught him again with the AA, but it only got him a 2. He set up a table, but almost got the RKO, but instead, Cena hit a super AA through the table for the win. Great match. I thought Orton was by far the better performer here. My issue with this match is singular. It's the fact that John Cena didn't offer much here beyond doing his moves. We didn't see Cena work a lot here because if he did, this match would be talked about a lot more. Other than that, Randy Orton was insane here. He was much tighter and on point than he usually is, which is already great, but I liked them a lot here. The Cena and Orton feud lacked more creativity. Their matches followed a certain formula for the most part, and it's hard to think that this feud had amazing matches. The next night on Raw, Randy Orton stormed to the ring, and this man was off his meds. He went deep into Seth Rollins. He was enraged and said that if the Authority didn't handle it, he will. Triple H knew that Randy Orton was becoming a bigger problem, but it would go from bad to worse after he RKO'd Seth Rollins. With that action, he was going against the Authority. He fouled with another RKO the following week, which was an even bigger problem, seeing as Orton was supposed to be Rollins' teammate at Survivor Series. He demanded the match against Seth Rollins for tonight, and Orton threatened to fight for Team Cena if it came down to it. Triple H didn't want it to get to this point, but because he needed Randy Orton, not just for the Authority, but for their livelihood. The match was made, but Triple H wanted them to settle their issues tonight because these problems aren't going to Survivor Series with them. This match saw Seth Rollins steal the win and Orton had to swallow his pride. The game was still uncomfortable here because he knew how Randy Orton operated and it seemed like Orton humbled himself, but nope. RKO. Triple H still wanted him on their side, but Orton was far too gone at this point. He dropped the game, but then the numbers got to him. He almost overcame them. The fans were going crazy, but then against his will, he took a brutal curb stomp. To Triple H, it almost felt like taking the horse behind the shed. Stephanie was merciless. She demanded they do their job. Through all these years, Randy Orton was right under him, but for what's best for their positions, they finished the job and took out Orton with a curb stomp on the steel steps. A mockery out of Orton, the legend killer. Rollins was determined to make a legend out of himself, and the first icon he took out was Randy Orton. This was a great segment all around. One thing I really liked is how Triple H didn't just turn on Orton. It was a matter of him doing what he needed to do for himself and his position. For Triple H, it wasn't personal. It was business, but he knew how Orton would take it, seeing as he was sidelined for months because of this. So it was personal. Also, Seth Rollins was the guy who Triple H had been looking for the entire time in his authority run. Someone who didn't lack the killer instinct and could switch his morals in an instant, all because the game told him. And that's something small I noticed about Randy Orton's heel run. For as vicious as he was at times, it always came when he was desperate and needed to impress Triple H. It wasn't a matter of him just doing it. The only times we seen a demonic Randy Orton was when he provoked Brie Bella, when he assaulted John Cena's father, and the time he went after Roman Reigns for ruining his title shot. So there it is. That's Randy Orton's heel run, the face of the WWE run. Honestly, this was good. It was much fresher and much more different to what he was in 2012. He was a cliche in some ways, you know, like Randy Orton, he wasn't offering much in 2012, especially after he came back from suspension. So this was a nice change. It was a bit different to his 09 push, obviously, where he was a demon, he's crazy and all that. Those moments are few and far between here, but his in-ring performances, his character work, were good. Is it his best heel run? No, obviously, but it's still a good run in his career as he got to main event WrestleMania, unified both the titles, had some good stories and matches with the likes of Daniel Bryan. So it's a time in Orton's career that I'm sure he probably looks at positively. So yeah.
In the midst of a walkout from one of the 3 top talents in WWE, a returning animal, and the launching of a streaming service called the WWE Network, Daniel Bryan through all of this was the most talked about person in the wrestling world. Bryan's abilities and talent resonated with the crowd around WrestleMania 28. His rise to the top of the WWE was pretty unexpected. Personally, around the end of 2012, he was my favorite wrestler, ahead of CM Punk and John Cena, but I thought that he had already reached his ceiling. The potential was there, and it was possible for him to win the title, but nobody expected him to be as over as he was in 2014. His story of reaching the top was blurred with reality, and we've often heard, oh, WWE doesn't like smaller guys, who compared to somebody like John Cena were plain. You know, Daniel Bryan next to John Cena looks plain. He was literally an everyday man. There was nothing larger than life about his character, his persona, his size, nothing. So why would somebody like me or you like Daniel Bryan? For me, it comes down simply to his underdog nature. I've seen this guy come in, win the US title, even Money in the Bank in the world title, but he was never seen as a main eventer, and when he gets shoved off the top of the mountain, he climbs back harder and faster. Plus, this man worked on his character, promo ability, and charisma. 2010, Daniel Bryan showed some charisma, but it was his partnership with Kane that unlocked his true capabilities, at least to the WWE audience. Then to top it all off, he has the in-ring ability and catchphrase on top of that. So by the time 2013 came around, the fans were interested in Bryan. He used to come out to a mild reaction, and now they react to him. It was slowly getting louder, he's facing more notable talent on a weekly basis, and SummerSlam was his time. That summer wasn't the summer of Cena nor Punk, it was the summer of Bryan. He finally wins the title, but it's taken away from him, and at this point, it was clear what's up. And after he loses to Orton again, it was obvious that they were trying to undermine him, keep him a bit down below. Because let's be honest, they value him. You wouldn't have no random guy beat John Cena clean in the main event of SummerSlam. But they didn't value him to the point where everyone wanted him to be, and that was in the main event scene. But it was still an upper mid-carder, you know, sometimes in the main event, this and that. Royal Rumble comes around, he doesn't show up. Rey Mysterio gets the loudest boos in his career, which is pretty damn sad. The shows start getting hijacked with Daniel Bryan chants, and they force their hand. Originally, he was set to face Sheamus at WrestleMania, which is funny, but the shows being hijacked were far too much, and Batista's crowning moment, a moment he had in 2005, was not going to happen again. Bryan's storyline in the lead up to WrestleMania was superb. An underdog who the upper brass didn't see much in, having the entire crowd by his side, going through the evil COO before capturing the world title in a match with 2 men who had WrestleMania main event experience. The moment Bryan won the title was magical and really showed, as corny as it sounds, that anything's possible. Man beat the entire Evolution barring Ric Flair in one night. You can't look better than that. And at face value, you'd think this was a sign of a special title reign. On the April 7, 2014 episode of Raw, Daniel Bryan kicked off the show as the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. The fans were going crazy, chanting yes almost non-stop. They chanted his name for a minute, and I just gotta say, it's like, how in the hell does nobody mention this moment in itself? Because these fans were chanting yes non-stop, going absolutely insane, and he's standing there in the middle of the ring doing nothing. Man was about to catch an injury doing this. Bryan was proud that the fans were united with one word. They chanted, "You deserve it." He's taking it all in, and he gave the fans credit for their power in helping him become the world champion. The moment Triple H interrupted, they booed like hell, and the game said that he's not entering the ring. So Bryan provoked him with the entire crowd on his side. Triple H told him to enjoy the moment because it can't and won't last. Hell, it won't last through the night, and he was going to ensure it. Why? Because Daniel Bryan was going to put his title on the line against him. He went on a tirade about how this was his show and left in anger. So Bryan did the yes thing again. The problem with this match and storyline was that Batista and Randy Orton felt more deserving. Batista complained about how he came back to win the title. Orton had his rematch clause, but Triple H, though, assured them that they have their title shots. But he's going to end this tonight. They booked the duo in a tag team title match, but that wasn't their intention. They won the world title. The game calmed them down and said that when the three of them are on the same page, nobody could stop them. Triple H realized what was in front of him, so he wanted to enlist the help of the Shield, who had their issues with authority figures. At face value, the odds were in the game's favor. He's got the Shield and an arm that's 100%. Add to that Batista and Randy Orton. They attacked him before the match even began. Batista dropped him with a Batista bomb, and now Kane was here. He hit the choke slam, and the chances of a Triple H win are about as likely as Deji beating Mayweather. The referee rings the bell, the fans chant no, and the Shield decided to come out. This was when they were in their Ghost era with those cool ass masks. Triple H knew where this was heading, and because the other three had issues, it was gonna spill into the match. The Shield initiated the attack, and it was something else. The authority was falling apart. The Shield had all the momentum, and to top it all off, they surrounded him. Bryan drops him with a knee, and it really felt like the beginning of a new chapter in WWE. It was one hell of an ending. For the first night, it was electric. Bryan, the Shield looked good. What more could you want? As a result of this, Stephanie McMahon lashed out on Kane, telling him he used to be a monster, but now he's a joke. This was more than enough to awaken the devil's favorite demon. The leader of the S movement wasn't on Raw that night because he was getting married to Brie Bella. He did, however, return the following week, but before he could speak, Stephanie interrupted to congratulate them. Her present, though, was interesting. What was this present? It was a match against Kane at Extreme Rules for the titles. Then she suggested he get his wife out of harm's way. Why? Because Kane was here. He came in from the crowd, and Bryan did put up a fight, but he was no match on this night for the Big Red Machine. And to top it all off, he hit 2 tombstone pile drivers on the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. This left Bryan with essentially an injured neck, and this was done in reality to give Bryan some time away because his father passed away. That said, they still continue with the build. Stephanie the following week wanted him to come out so she could apologize to him. He did come out, but the reason why he came out was to basically berate her. He told her that she was full of it, and the fans were still going crazy for him. Stephanie admitted that they didn't want him to become champion and said that their emotions ran a little high. He didn't want to hear it, and her reasoning for having Kane was to give Bryan a credible opponent, and she didn't expect him to go that far. She apologized, but it did nothing. He said that he'll always see her as a liar, and he knew that Kane was going to come out. He said that he couldn't move his neck, and even though he's barely cleared, he refuses to give up. The champion promised that if Kane tried taking him down, they'll go down together. In order to get on their good side, Stephanie gave Brie Bella a title shot. It was clear that Kane was somewhere at this point because his mask was missing, some horror movie stuff. Suspicions were raised when Michael Cole asked, what did Brie Bella do to get a title shot? And there he was. Bryan was on standby. He's standing his ground, waiting for a fight when Kane emerged from under the ring. He was dragging Brie to Hornswoggle's house. Bryan's neck was hurting, and he was trying, but nothing was working until he brought out a wrench. This did nothing, and Kane sat up. He dropped the champion with a chokeslam, and Brie managed to run away. At this point, Stephanie started crying her eyes out, and he told her that he's going to be at Extreme Rules despite this, and that she'll regret dragging his wife into this. Brie then called her a bitch. On the final SmackDown before Extreme Rules, Daniel Bryan had one last confrontation with Kane. He said that he didn't have to worry about the titles, and if anything, it's about what it'll do to Kane. He said that this match was a war to him, and he promised to send him straight to hell. Kane, though, didn't see this as a bad thing. He said that when they arrived there together, he'll give him a tour. Kane said that this was only the beginning, and Bryan, in anger, removed his neck brace before Kane lit up the ring. So that's the build. Not the best, and in terms of opponents, he's not really dangerous. Daniel Bryan was away for half the build. He got married, his dad passed away, and it was just there. Kane as an opponent wasn't really threatening, but that's what they had at the time, and turning him into Super Kane, I guess, was enough. John Cena was busy with Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt was busy with John Cena. Triple H, Batista, who I personally feel should have had a match with Bryan, was busy, so that's all they had. Now, Bryan assured everyone he was going to face Kane. Stephanie, though, said that he doesn't have to compete and he should just surrender the title, so he told her to leave. He said that he's going to walk in as champion and leave as a champion. She didn't agree and said that he'll be Kane's. The champion wasted no time in going after Kane. This didn't work out, and in the beginning it seemed like Kane had the champion down. That wasn't true, and instead the American Dragon fought like hell. At times, it really felt like he was fighting a monster, and they made their way to the back, where Kane threw a propane tank into the car window. Hell, Bryan even lifted Kane on a forklift and brought him back to the arena. At this point, the champion had the entire crowd by his side, but even with all of this, at times it was like fighting a wall because Kane dropped him with a chokeslam. He was about to hit a tombstone, but Bryan fought his way out, and all that momentum he was gaining was gone when Kane dropped him through the announce table. To top it all off, he brought out a table and gasoline. This was done all for Kane to land on the table and take a knee to retain that title. Not bad. They even teased that this wasn't finished afterwards with Kane. They had to do what they had to do, I guess. For Bryan, he looked really good coming out of it as he was up against a horror movie character who would stop at nothing to end his momentum. The next night on Raw, Stephanie suggested the champion stay in his locker room and they showed a mask. It got goofier as time went on because the room went dark and they left. Stephanie once again reminded them that Kane's around. She's like, oh, you should stay in your room, this and that. But they didn't. Rhea was a bit scared. She was a bit worried. So she wanted to accommodate the two and told them that she's going to bring their car up front. Once the car arrived, she took it a step further and decided, hey, Daniel Bryan, you have a match tonight. If you don't wrestle, you're stripped of the titles. He faced Alberto Del Rio in a hard-fought battle to win the match. Right afterwards, Kane's music played. They made a run for it. The car doesn't work, and of course, there's a problem. Kane respawns, he has a little fight with the champ and some dumb stuff, and even though Kane seemed down, he sat up and they made a run for it. For Bryan, he was thankful of this opportunity. The Authority were throwing everything at his way, but with the fans' help, he beat the odds. But right after he came back from his honeymoon, he took the worst beating of his career. The champion admitted that he's going to have to get neck surgery, and he was very sad about it because he didn't want to go away. Bryan said that there's a chance that it could be the end of his career, but he assured everyone that it won't be. Now, the reasoning for Bryan's hiatus was because he had a little nerve issue in his neck. He needed surgery, and initially he was set to be away for 8 weeks. I'll get into that soon. The Authority were pressing him to drop the title because he would be unable to face Kane, and Stephanie later that night wanted him to come out and talk, but it turns out Kane attacked him and left him a beaten man. To top it all off, Bryan had to be loaded on an ambulance, all while Stephanie was trying to explain things to Brie, who decided to shove her. Now, before the injury, Bryan was initially planning to face Kane in a Buried Alive match, but with that said, the leader of the Yes Movement came out on the May 26, 2014 episode of Raw. He admitted that there was no shame in relinquishing the title because the fans deserve a champion, but he felt that Stephanie wanted to do it for herself. He said that it would negate everything he fought for. Every time the fans chanted yes in defiance of the Authority, it would be throwing it all back in their face. And he began shouting no. She knew that this was going to happen, so Stephanie made mention of when Brie shoved her 2 weeks ago. She gave him one more chance to do the right thing and said that if Bryan doesn't surrender the title at Payback, then Brie's fired. At Payback, CM Punk chants were loud and clear. Bryan was lenient and Stephanie took a jab at the Second City Saint. It was obvious that he was going to let go of the title, but he was going to give her the talk, He wasn't like, oh, I don't want to lose my title, this and that. It was just, he was dragging it out. Brie called her a bitch again. Yes chants intensified after that, and the segment was more about Brie and Stephanie rather than the title. But the decision Bryan was going to make did not happen because Brie quit and proceeded to slap Stephanie, and the crowd went crazy. Why? Because she got her comeuppance. Unfortunately, Bryan was stripped of the title, and Stephanie booked a Money in the Bank ladder match with the winner capturing the gold. This run was very disappointing. The thing is, when you see Bryan go through evolution, this and that, you're like, this guy's going to have one hell of a title run. He's going to go all the way through SummerSlam, beating everybody in sight, but it just wasn't that. Another thing to mention is the timing. When Bryan won the title, the Shield were busy with Triple H, Randy Orton, and Batista. And in addition, even if Orton wasn't busy, we see that match a little too much around here. So the only choice I feel would have been best for Bryan was Batista, but he was busy with the Shield. Other than that, you don't really got much. You're not going to have somebody like Cesaro as his first challenger. I don't think they would do that. Alberto Del Rio or Christian, these guys were a bit down below. You couldn't really have them challenge for the gold. These type of guys that I'm talking about. Maybe if Sheamus turned heel, that could have been something, but nah. I don't think they really thought about it. The Kane feud happens. There's some bad horror movie stuff. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of entertaining. I'm not going to be like, oh, this sucked, this and that. It was pretty entertaining to me. But after that, it was all about timing, and Bryan suffered an injury at the worst possible time. As I said earlier, it was going to be out for 8 weeks, which was 2 months. But then it turned out to be 8 months. And by the time he returned, a lot changed. But this run was not good at all. And even if Bryan did retain against Kane, I don't think it was going to get that much better. Because he didn't have many guys to face off against at that time. Brock Lesnar, he was going to face him at SummerSlam. So other than that, you don't really got much. Fast forward to June 2014, fresh off his feud with Bray Wyatt, Cena was once again in pursuit of championship gold. Daniel Bryan's untimely injury brought his title reign to an end. This led to the Money in the Bank ladder match for the vacant WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Sheamus, Bray Wyatt, Alberto Del Rio, Cesaro, Randy Orton, Roman Reigns, and Kane were the opponents. I don't know what it is about Orton and ladder matches, but once again he bled profusely here. Great match though. Multi-man ladder matches are never disappointing, and Cena here won his 15th World Championship, much to the dismay of the Authority. This was one of John Cena's weakest title reigns. He got a good match to start it off though. It's just this ladder match comes between 2013 and the following year, so it doesn't stand out much. Were people happy Cena won? Hell no. But everyone had an idea of where this was going because the SummerSlam poster leaked. Brock Lesnar was coming off one of the most shocking victories, and with all this momentum, he was bound to challenge for the title, a title he hadn't challenged for in about 10 years. The next night on Raw, the Authority were looking to get on John Cena's good side. The champ was very hostile towards them and was ready to give Daniel Bryan a rematch since the Authority wouldn't. This didn't mean they weren't in the business of giving. They gave Cena the cover of 2K15. That game sucked. And Stephanie's dancing was, I don't even know. Getting on Cena's good graces caught on, and he brought out an image from the previous night. The game assured him that they never had a problem with John Cena. That was no issue, as long as he does it with respect, and reminded him that all of this could go away. Now this story doesn't really work, because no matter what WWE portrayed John Cena as, he was the face of the company. And you and I were never going to see it differently. Triple H booked a fatal 4-way match for Battleground. Randy Orton, Kane, and Roman Reigns were the opponents. It was a tough pill to swallow for Cena, but he was up for the challenge. Later that night, he teamed up with a big dog to face Randy Orton and Kane. High drama with Cena dealing with multiple problems. Kane, Randy Orton, Triple H watching on, and an attempted cash-in that never officially began. The game was insistent on the match beginning when Dean Ambrose ran in and prevented the match from going down. Roman returned and dropped Kane with a spear. Cena was the man to target at this point, and he knew very well that it comes with being champion. Seth Rollins had made his intentions clear. Kane, Orton, Roman Reigns, everyone wanted that title. Yeah, another cash-in attempt thwarted by Dean Ambrose. Roman was a slight ally in the build to the match at Battleground, but that ended up changing. On the final Raw before Battleground, John Cena came out to speak about his fatal 4-way match. He expressed doubts over the result of the match and said he doesn't need to be pinned to lose the title. All of a sudden, Roman Reigns came out. Cena thanked the big dog and said they should try to make it until Sunday. Roman wanted him to get to the point, and the point was Cena wanted to handle the Authority ahead of Battleground. Then we'll see if Roman's as good as he thinks he is. He agreed, but did it in a generic way because this was babyface Roman, very green. He didn't get that confidence about him until like a year later. Ambrose and the Beck calmed things down but got attacked by the Authority. They left him laying, and his status in the main event was doubtful. Ambrose did return during the match, but Cena's biggest worry was Roman, who accidentally speared him. Orton dropped his own partner with an RKO and ended up taking his spear as well. Roman ended the show on top, teasing what was to come at Battleground. Very average build, but the match was bound to be good. It was a fatal 4-way match. These kind of matches rarely disappoint towards more work rate and in-ring stuff. One notable thing about the build is the fact that Roman Reigns was treated like a big deal. They wanted you to know that this man was going to be big in the future, and not just a star, but the star. With that said, let's talk about the match. Orton and Kane worked as a duo to neutralize Roman and Cena, and the pace was slow, but the damage was felt. WWE was constantly dragging the Roman and Cena battle with Kane and Orton constantly thwarting their attacks. That didn't last for long though, and the partnership was over. Cena had plenty of battle in him and pushed Orton to the limit with the SCF, but then Roman prevented Orton from tapping. This led to the hyped one-on-one match, and it was intense. They made you believe Roman was their guy. The seeds were planted for a match between Roman and Orton at SummerSlam, and it was a finisher fest from here on. Near falls, false finishes, and it was kinda good. Cena just so happened to be at the right place at the right time, and he made the most out of that opportunity. He hit the AA on Orton, dropping him on Kane to retain the title. It was a similar finish to his match at Survivor Series 2009. Roman looked extremely strong despite the loss, as he didn't take the pin, not to mention did most of the work. Almost won the match on multiple occasions, but now Cena was off to SummerSlam. The next night on Raw, it seemed like Randy Orton was the #1 contender for the title, but all of a sudden, Roman Reigns came out and attacked him. Plan A didn't work. Plan B, Seth Rollins was cursed at the moment because Dean Ambrose was constantly stopping Rollins from cashing in. So Paul Heyman brought out Plan C, Brock Lesnar. The Beast hadn't appeared on Raw since he broke the streak at WrestleMania 30, and he was the one despite the tension between himself and the game. Triple H made it official and Paul Heyman got on the mic. He introduced himself and his client, made their intentions known, and Heyman also acknowledged that there was a divide, those that love Cena and those that hate him. He also assured everyone that he wasn't talking nonsense, he was giving lessons of history, and of course, he mentioned WrestleMania 30. Heyman said that Lesnar will give Cena the same beating and promised that there won't be no offer for mercy from the Beast. They took great offense at Cena being called the greatest world champion of all time and called it a challenge worth conquering. It felt like hell was about to rain down upon John Cena. WWE had made great strides in re-establishing Brock Lesnar as the Beast. This included ending the streak, so anything except a win wasn't acceptable. It didn't take long for Cena to respond. He kicked off Raw the following week to talk about SummerSlam and Brock Lesnar. It wasn't all joyous happy for John Cena as he realized that the Authority want the title off of him, that they hired a mercenary. It wasn't a shocker for Cena to know that some fans wanted Brock Lesnar to destroy him, and they made their intentions known. Even though Lesnar ended the streak and left this path of destruction, Cena still had confidence that he could beat Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam, and if he didn't, then he'll wrestle whenever he wants, and nobody could stop him. And there's Paul Heyman. He gave Cena a daunting preview of what's to come, but also told him that he's never been victimized like he was against Brock Lesnar. It went beyond a wrestling match. It was about embarrassing John Cena. He's gonna be beaten, victimized, and conquered. The champ finally spoke and made mention of the word passion, and this brought out the three most important letters in Heyman's career: ECW. He may have a black heart, but when he sees that passion, it sparks something in him. And basically, Cena wanted him to know that he has passion, something Heyman could respect. Lesnar, on the other hand, has no passion. He's just a beast. And Cena said, quote, "He may beat the hell out of me, but he's gonna have to beat every last breath out of this body because I'm heading SummerSlam as champion, and I walk out with this son of a bitch." Great promo. Cena showed that fighting spirit that hadn't been shown in a while, and the match was more than just Brock Lesnar versus John Cena. It was passion versus destruction. Everyone Cena faces has some semblance of passion and interest in being the best. For Brock, while he does want to be the best, it comes naturally to him. Not to mention, he doesn't seem interested in putting on a show for the fans. All of a sudden, Cesaro came out and trashed Cena's look. So the champ was like, this jacked up walking billboard is going to wrestle circles around you, and they have a match. The match was solid, but as expected, Cena came out on top. They had better matches later on. With that said, Lesnar reiterated what Cena said. He didn't care about anything except causing destruction and becoming champion. There's no passion involved. He found it strange that people were doubting him when he beat The Undertaker, so why can't he beat John Cena? It was much different on Cena's side. He was more humble and also well aware of what and who he was dealing with. He also called this the toughest match of his career. It's common knowledge. Lesnar also took a shot at Cena, saying if he stayed in WWE, Cena would be away eating Fruity Pebbles. The champ saw this as him being the only one that could stop Brock Lesnar. Lesnar as champion moves away from passion and turns into something entirely different. Brock Lesnar even said he'll leave him in a pile of blood, urine, and vomit. I love the presentation here. It really felt like one of the biggest SummerSlam matches of all time because it was just that. And they did very well with the build to make it seem like John Cena was going through hell because Brock Lesnar broke the streak. This guy was number one in the company, and it was going to be a tough task for him to overcome. There was only one way the match should have gone, and everyone knows how it did, obviously. It was basically a foregone conclusion that Brock Lesnar was going to win the title here because that's what made most sense. Plus, Brock Lesnar had never challenged for the title since he returned, so it made sense for him to go after it. On the final Raw before SummerSlam, John Cena gave his final thoughts regarding his match with the Beast. He did expect Lesnar to destroy him, but the one thing he won't do is win. Why? Because for him, he has to make him lose, and he refuses to lay down for him. Once again, Cena called him a bully and the most difficult wrestler. At the end of the day, it's business, but he doesn't deserve this. The criticism wasn't just about Brock. He asked himself when was he gonna stop wearing the hats and the Kmart shoes, and Sunday, he has to become a beast to beat the Beast. This is what's necessary to beat Brock Lesnar. He also provoked the challenger, telling him if it's his house, there's a stranger standing in his living room. When Brock didn't show up, Cena called him a punk bitch. Since he didn't show up, Cena said he's the one that beats the one. Okay, great promo. Cena showed a lot of great energy here. A lot of passion, which is something he once criticized Lesnar for during the promo. It was very nice stuff. Later that night, Hulk Hogan had a birthday celebration. Brock Lesnar crashed the party and told Hogan, quote, "Party's over, Grandpa." I love that moment. It was just funny and very simple. John Cena quickly ran into the ring and wanted a fight. Lesnar, though, backed off. Strong build. Cena put on a strong front in the face of adversity, and he showed doubts, but as time went on, was more determined and confident about his chances. It was obvious where this was going, but we didn't really understand what was going to happen. Like, if you had to guess at this point, Brock Lesnar was going to beat John Cena for that title. They built him up. He was built up as this big bad champion, and John Cena's reign was going to end. Full-on fight in Los Angeles. Lesnar quickly went on the attack and delivered an onslaught before hitting an F5. And from here, Brock was dishing out a slow but painful beating. Did Cena show heart? Yeah, he showed heart, but heart will get you nowhere with Brock Lesnar. This was a mauling with the crowd and commentary silenced. Lesnar with several German suplexes, and just when you think Cena's out, he hits the AA, but it still wasn't enough, and Lesnar sat up. John Cena had this look of despair on his face and knew that his promise wasn't going to come to fruition, because he was dealing with the Beast, the 1-21-1, the guy that ended the streak, the guy who was practically 99 overall at this point. Brock hit almost 20 German suplexes, I believe it was 16. Cena was demoralized and obliterated like never before, and in the end, after this brutal beating, An STF attempt that went south, didn't work out well. Lesnar hit the F5 to become the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. This match was like the death of John Cena's Super Cena character. It was slowly being destroyed before our very eyes, and after this match, his stats were nerfed. The Super Cena we knew was gone after this. Sure, he showed up from time to time, but it wasn't the same. It just wasn't. With regards to this title reign, it was transitional. It was like the last one, except this one I thought was a bit better. Some nice matches on Raw with Seth Rollins, the Fatal 4-Way at Battleground, and of course the ending. The Brock Lesnar and John Cena match was absolutely tremendous. It was masterfully done and showed that WWE wasn't really scared to do something entirely different with John Cena, because some wrestlers, this would have been character assassination, but John Cena didn't have much to lose at this point and already had a great career. With somebody else, you can't really do that. Nice match, great storyline. It really added to the Brock Lesnar story that they had been building for the last couple of months. It was nice. After going through the roster and leaving a path of destruction, Brock Lesnar finally set his sights on the WWE Championship once again. His whole career in kayfabe and outside is about wanting to prove he's the best. In the early 2000s, he was the fastest rising star, beating Hulk Hogan, The Rock, The Undertaker, and Kurt Angle within 7 months. Add to that, he main evented SummerSlam, won the Royal Rumble, and of course main evented WrestleMania. A few years later, he's in UFC, and sure, his title shot was questionable to some, but he ended up being a beast, ending streaks, unifying titles until his own body gave out. Lesnar's diverticulitis problem may have forced him to retire in December 2011 from MMA competition, but it allowed him to enter the world of WWE once again. Unlike his previous run in the early 2000s, Lesnar seemed more dangerous and vicious. His MMA and UFC background was heavily mentioned and gave him the sense, well, not sense because we know who the hell Brock Lesnar is, but this aura of legitimacy that almost no wrestler on the roster had. Like if WWE was a shoot, if it was real, Brock Lesnar would probably be the world champion. Sure, he lost to John Cena and Triple H, but they quickly went to the correct route with the former champion and had him look almost untouchable. CM Punk, Big Show, and of course The Undertaker, and his streak fell victim to the Beast. With all of this, Lesnar finally thought, why not the title? And at the time, it was very interesting because ever since he returned, there was very little mention of title shots or anything like that. SummerSlam comes around and a huge main event between John Cena and Brock Lesnar turned out to be the most shocking of the past decade. Cena, the 15-time champion, the almost unstoppable face of the company, was portrayed to look like nothing more than a mere jobber, and it's for me the final episode of Super Cena. He basically died in front of our eyes. You guys know how everyone hated Cena, how he's winning a lot, but here it's about the beast Brock Lesnar and the title reign away from the squared circle. Now before this video starts, I'd like to apologize for not uploading. I was traveling, I'm not with my normal setup. I was somewhat allowed to make the Money in the Bank video because that was very simple, you know, straight up. With this is different, and I've had some issues in recent weeks. Some stuff I can't really do much about, you know, some stuff it's related to my channel and some other equipment things. It's annoying, but it is what it is, you know. Sometimes I have to alter the videos in order to upload them, and it's a problem, but it is what it is. Alright, with that said, let's get into it. On the August 18, 2014 episode of Raw, the Authority was set to unveil the new WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The logo was changing. They saw that the two titles were a hassle, which I disagree with. I mean, it made everyone who held them look like a final boss, so they altered the design. Brock Lesnar came out, and already he's rubbing salt in the wound with his new t-shirt design. Brock took his time in celebrating with the new title belt and was more than excited to hear Paul Heyman give his thoughts. He confirmed that John Cena wasn't here because of Brock Lesnar. The man was loving what he was hearing and said that he's never seen somebody take an ass kicking like John Cena did the previous night. Heyman spoke about Cena's elevated status, and when compared to others, almost nobody comes close. And unlike others, Cena refused to give up, and it was then he understood why everyone liked him. This is when Paul Heyman began to appreciate John Cena, despite his kids liking him and whatnot, you know. He already hated him, but here he saw him in a different light. He means it when he says he never gives up, and so respect was earned, and if it came down to it, he would want to make him a Paul Heyman guy. Unfortunately though, Brock Lesnar does not share these opinions, and to him, he who dies with the most street cred simply dies. There's no street cred, none of that. He basically made Lesnar look untouchable and threatened anybody who tried coming near. For Heyman, it's for their benefit to avoid him basically. Then he described what happened last night in simple terms. Eat, sleep, suplex, repeat. Eat, sleep, suplex. You guys get it. And they're gone. That's it. That's the promo. Lesnar was now champion, and Cena was not seen as a viable challenger. But despite this, the match was confirmed for Night of Champions. These legends showed doubts in this being a competitive match, and for HBK, it came down to Cena simply being not good enough. Everyone comes to that point, and it's probably time for him. Ric Flair showed great respect to Cena in his career, however, he didn't want to see this match. Hogan, though, chose him. This caused HBK and Flair to look at their perspective and tell Hogan that it's not going to happen. John Cena ain't going to win, and basically he's a jobber now. That's putting it simply. And man, did they make him look like a joke with these images. Hogan was the only one who believed him. Before you knew it, there he was, the beaten ex-champion. Those comments that HBK and Flair gave him seemed to have hurt him, and Cena knew that he was the talk of the show and admitted that he took a beating. He couldn't do one of those basic, oh, we'll try again next time things that you see in basketball, football, whatever. You can't do those, oh, we're nice, da, 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 da. You can't do that. Why? Because he took a beating. Night of Champions, he's gonna beat Brock Lesnar's ass, and he didn't really say much. At this point, it seemed like Cena was determined. He was gaining form, but there was doubts over whether or not he could actually do it. On the highlight reel, Triple H told Chris Jericho that he rewatched that match at SummerSlam, but what he got out of it was that Cena getting a rematch might not be best for business. Chris Jericho got mad like his title shot was being taken away. Randy Orton felt that he was the right person to beat Lesnar. Kane follows up, and then Seth Rollins. His reasoning is because he's the future and his resume speaks for itself, or maybe it should be Y2J Chris Jericho. However, John Cena put a stop to all of this and didn't waste time in entering the ring. This man was more than pissed at Triple H than the others, as his words were influencing everyone else. And about the title shot, if Triple H even thinks of taking it away, he'll get sued. Triple H was greatly offended by this and saw this as an example of doing something that's best for business. Best for business might not be John Cena as WWE champion, but John Cena's career ending at Night of Champions will not be good at all. Seth Rollins, though, asked to let him take the title shot because there's always plan B, and Randy Orton wanted to face the winner of that match. Chris Jericho made a joke out of Orton's title shots, but despite all this, Triple H wanted to see everyone in the ring prove themselves. He still doubted Cena and doubted Cena's claims, but allowed him to show otherwise. Meanwhile, Paul Heyman once again trashed John Cena and said that Lesnar emasculated him. His manhood was stripped, and found this similar to others. He refuses to listen to reason, and that's what happened. Man was working overtime to remind everyone of what's to come at Night of Champions. Once again, Heyman was there to give a warning, but before he could probably speak, John Cena interrupted. Man was talking trash, and he's finally confronted. Since Cena came out, Lesnar told him to give some inside information. What's that? Well, inside information on how to beat him. Cena felt that he didn't need advice to beat Lesnar and said that it came down to 3 words. Never give up. He wanted Heyman to give this to Brock to let him know what's up at Night of Champions, and once again, Heyman laughed it off and told him that this is his biggest problem, being John Cena, the guy that inspires kids. Brock Lesnar, on the other hand, doesn't need the fans. He hears the referee, Paul Heyman, and the suffering of his victims. Victims such as John Cena at SummerSlam. Heyman told Cena to give in. These fans will chant Cena sucks despite his success. He wanted him to shut the fans up, and hell, Heyman wanted to give a rap to inspire Cena to give in. Man took a shot at the Baltimore Ravens and was going all out, just for Cena to embrace the hate. He didn't need to sell his soul to the devil sold his soul to Heyman, and then and only then will he be the one who will beat the one in 21-1, or he'll be conquered. Great ass promo. Cena was very close. Heyman was praying to God for a moment there, but Cena didn't give in. Instead, he shut Paul Heyman up. He told him that it's easy for him, and he said that Heyman was evil, and if it came down to it, he would stab Brock Lesnar in the back. Unlike him, he lives by the motto, be John Cena, repeat, be John Cena, repeat. Why? Because that's who he is. That's who he was. Others, such as Heyman, don't understand. He likes being the one who helps that kid do his homework before Raw, and on the other side, he didn't mind the father that chanted Cena sucks. His heroes, those that take inspiration from him. And that's why he eats, sleeps, beats John Cena. And he was very close to giving in a beat him, but told Heyman, hey, the headlines are going to read John Cena beats defenseless man, so he gave him 7 days to bring his beast, and if that doesn't happen, he's going to fight him. Heyman was starting to get fed up with this. He was giving out warnings, yet Cena was fearless. He asked Heyman, hey, where's the beast? All this talk, yet he's nowhere to be found, and he started going off on definitions, but Cena was simple. Either I fight him, or you. Brock Lesnar was going to be here, but his flight had been delayed. He claimed that Cena knew and just wanted to play up his good guy character, and so he grabbed him and threatened him once again. He told him, hey, you have until halftime. If you don't bring Brock Lesnar, you take a beating. Simple as that. Cena was haunting the man. He knew Heyman was smart and ensured he remained in the arena. And how was he going to do that? Well, by trapping Paul Heyman. Fast forward to halftime. At this point, Cena basically wants some GTA R1 L1 cheat code from Paul Heyman to bring Brock Lesnar. Otherwise, it spelled disaster for the Advocate. Of course, the mental games are here as Heyman claimed that this is the true John Cena, the John Cena that he wanted to come out, and he has. But the aggression should be towards the fans, and the trigger won't be the Cena Nation. Heyman was pushing his buttons, saying that Cena won't beat him up once again, as that would make him a bully. He'd be like, why are you going to beat up a father? Brock Lesnar's the bully, not me. Basically, he can't unlock his true self, so he can't beat Brock Lesnar. Once again, Heyman asked him to bring out that aggression and talking about how this is going to get you the title. He's telling Cena to say the champ is here, but then he says he can't because Lesnar took it away. And then he said that he knew that he deserved a beating, but because he's too good of a man, that ain't happening. Cena was near the breaking point, but assaulting Heyman realizes the Advocate's vision of a Paul Heyman guy. You know how he's talking about earlier on, oh, you could be a Paul Heyman guy. All you got to do is give in. He couldn't, though. It was all about having Lesnar come out and to establish that he was ready for Night of Champions. Cena's leaving when Heyman said that if he was his mother, he would be proud. if his son was born with a set of testicles. And he's unlocked. Brock Lesnar's music plays, and yes, he was here. The crowd goes crazy. Lesnar took his time but felt that Cena wasn't worth it. Now it lasts for only a few seconds before you knew it, he's in the ring. Cena takes the trip to Germany, specifically Suplex City, and already he's out-wrestled John Cena. Cena, though, didn't want anyone to get the wrong impression and brought the fight. The challenger was far too intense and far too desperate to let go just a little here. So it's all come down to this. John Cena's done a damn good job of proving that maybe, just maybe, SummerSlam was a one-time thing. He refused to let it get to his head, but at the same time, he's never suffered a beating like that, and everyone around him have doubts. Here we go. Similar to the previous match, Lesnar's intensity and pressing easily got to John Cena, who was fully phased, and instead of focusing on doing something quick, this thing was on crack. Everything was just all out. The crowd was going insane from out of nowhere. Cena hits the AA. Lesnar goes for the Kimura lock, and Cena reaches a rope. That guy's probably going to sell us a mortgage in the future, and Lesnar's fierce aggression allowed him to integrate well into the match. Cena was not in the same predicament as SummerSlam, but that's not saying much. That would slowly change, but now's not the time. Cena's offense was few and far between, but when he went for it, he made sure Lesnar felt it. As time went on, Lesnar was taking noticeable damage, and at this point, it was anybody's match. Both men were hell-bent on wrapping it up, especially Lesnar. John Cena showed heart and determination, and with the Kimura locked in, he forced Lesnar in a break and hit the third AA. Even then, he locked in the STF, and at this point, it was no SummerSlam. Cena was closer to victory than he previously was. He hit a fourth just when Seth Rollins caused the DQ. Man thought it was Monday. Rollins saw this as a huge opportunity to take advantage of a wounded beast. John Cena, though, was like, not tonight, and forced Rollins to run away. Lesnar capitalizes and realizes it's time to disappear. The match itself was very interesting. Lesnar just won the title, but they made you believe there was a chance. It sold just how determined Cena was to right SummerSlam's wrong, and also established Lesnar as an almost untouchable champion, as long as he doesn't take 4 AAs and an STFU, which even then he didn't even tap out of because of the DQ. The ending is dumb as is the usual, and it's probably why this match isn't talked about. SummerSlam in general was going to be hard to top, but they went in a different direction with this one, and if you ever feel like watching something from 2014 WWE, this is slightly recommended. Now, Lesnar disappearing with the title isn't good, but you have to remember, this was the first time it ever happened. Some believed it would make the title matches feel more special, and from that perspective it's true, and also unlike Roman now, there's not a huge story going on like the Authority and John Cena was at that time, something they could use to attract attention. There's not that storyline right now whenever Roman Reigns goes away. At this point, Paul Heyman was speaking on behalf of Lesnar occasionally, and John Cena was the #1 contender after beating Randy Orton inside Hell in a Cell. Almost an underrated match. On the December 15, 2014 episode of Raw, Chris Jericho was set to face Paul Heyman. He had some previous issues with him and was ready to give him a beating over it, and this stuff is from the ECW days when checks were bouncing quicker than James Harden did from Brooklyn. Now, Heyman wasn't going to pay no check. He didn't understand why Jericho would want to get into a fight with Brock Lesnar. See, he was lying, and there he is. This was his first appearance since Night of Champions, and since then, a lot's changed. Now, Jericho was a 6-time champion. Not only was he facing Brock Lesnar, but he was facing a man with a part-time boost, which meant he had no chance. Seeing that chance intensify, Brock's expecting him, but that's a different story, a story for later that night, because Lesnar decided to attack Cena and leave him laying for Seth Rollins. No beating for the Architect. Turns out, this was a partnership, as Cena was the #1 contender, and taking a beating ahead of the Rumble means he's damaged goods. But the partnership was only exclusive to Lesnar's benefits, as a few weeks later, Seth Rollins was added to the match. With Raw in New Orleans, Paul Heyman took the opportunity to sell Brock Lesnar once again. In the same city, he ended the streak, talking about how Lesnar's the beast, and in particular, the streak was such a strong topic. It was a way to understand just how good Brock Lesnar was. The partnership Rollins and Lesnar had was no more. Brock was pissed at Seth being included and told him that the future starts when he says so. Okay, it's time for the contract signing. Heyman went on this long-ass chain about what's bad for Cena is good for Lesnar, which in turn is best for business, and Heyman expressed dissatisfaction with this partnership. He said that they're in a triple threat match, which means there's a chance for a double cross. And damn does Seth Rollins talk differently here. His voice, his choice of words, everything. He asked Heyman, does Brock Lesnar feel he's unable to handle a triple threat match? Rollins felt that the title is his because if plan A doesn't work, there's always plan B. Lesnar spoke and showed no fear. He's talking about how he conquered the Undertaker, John Cena, and he's gonna conquer Rollins. John Cena came in and said that Rollins' inclusion is terrible for him because he's pissed off himself and Lesnar, and after that, he's gonna kick Lesnar's ass. But this is when the Architect told Cena whatever he's tried has not come to fruition. Rollins wanted an advantage, and this leads to a brawl. Lesnar gets an AA through the table, and Seth Rollins connects with a curb stomp to stand tall as potentially the future champion. Lesnar was clearly upset by this, and didn't waste time by calling out the Architect on the final Raw before the pay-per-view. Triple H though came out and tried to cool down the situation, and even mentioned that Lesnar would do it himself, and plus, he was the one who suplexed Seth Rollins in the first place. Lesnar though was a very simple man. He asked Triple H, "Are you here to fix this or fight?" It was a very intense situation that Stephanie was desperate to cool down. Seth Rollins though wasn't doing them any favors. Paul Heyman treated him like a child and asked the Authority to put a leash on him, otherwise Brock Lesnar will fix this. Then John Cena came on and he started going off on them on the mic, and he was still pissed over the Authority firing Ryback, Rowan, and Ziggler, so they told him to put his title spot on the line if he wanted to save their jobs. Cena managed to pull it, and to top it all off, Brock Lesnar was here to give Seth Rollins a beating. Kane and Big Show tried doing something about it, but Lesnar was immune to a beatdown on this night. So that's the build. Lesnar was always perceived to be the untouchable champion. Cena wants title number 16 in Redemption. Seth Rollins was the wild card. Heading into I think everyone knew it was going to be good, but nobody expected it to be the classic that it was. The match was non-stop intense and exciting. Lesnar in the first part was once again the same Brock Lesnar everyone knew. Suplex City was almost overpopulated, and sure he was pushed away, but it got to the point where Cena and Rollins had to team up. 3 AAs, a spear through the barricade, and to top it all off, Seth Rollins dove right onto Lesnar and through the table. This leads to a nice match between Cena and Rollins, and these two had such great chemistry. Each match was better than the last, and up to this point, this was their best. Rollins delivered this superb Phoenix Splash before Lesnar's like, "What about me?" There's a wide range of emotions, like, is it going to be Rollins? How's Lesnar still up? F5, oh, he retained. One of the best triple threat matches you will ever see. This thing was ridiculous, although the next match really put that word to the test. Each man played their role well. Cena was a veteran trying to capture the title he once held. Rollins was a young upstart who shined bright and took high risks. And Lesnar, he was Brock Lesnar. In storyline, he suffered a broken rib, but it didn't matter to him. As long as he got the win, all's good. Meanwhile, Roman Reigns won the Royal Rumble, and as you know, half the audience, well, most of the audience was more than pissed. He's inexperienced, he's green, all that, and at the time it was crazy. Man was the most hated. That's another story, but for now, it's about Lesnar and Roman. These two were set to go face to face in an interview with Michael Cole. Paul Heyman though wanted to ask the questions, and he went on about how he's known Roman's family for a long time. Heyman praised the family for being natural athletes, and then he mentioned The Rock as another person he had so much respect for. But guess what? He knows Brock Lesnar. And the topic turned into SummerSlam 2002, but long story short, Heyman likened Roman's rise to Brock Lesnar's in 2002, but back to The Rock. He mentioned how he's never gotten a rematch because one match is enough with Brock Lesnar, yet The Rock failed to mention this to Roman Reigns. Similar to The Rock, he's gonna fall, and Heyman wanted to know how he's gonna handle that disappointment. Roman preferred to answer this to Brock, and he told him that he's winning at WrestleMania, but if he doesn't, he's gonna take a piece of him. Brock told him straight up that he doesn't respect him, and Roman's like, "You will." He forgot to add the acknowledge me thing, but that's a whole other time period. This segment, from my memory, had more intensity than their go home show. It was a very unique situation, and I look at that show itself positively. It was very creative. After Roman Reigns retained his spot against Daniel Bryan at Fastlane, and this was an excellent match. Bryan and Roman could do no wrong together, but despite this, fans still hated Roman. He was seen as an industry plant. He had those blue eye contacts, the whole suffering succotash thing. To top it all off, Daniel Bryan basically endorsed Roman Reigns here. With that behind, it was time for the build up to WrestleMania in Santa Monica. Paul Heyman ended up praising Roman Reigns greatly and talked about how if Roman faced Bruno, Hogan, Austin, Rock, you get it, he'd win. But with Brock Lesnar, it's a different story. He can't be the one who beats the 1 in 21-1. Heyman's money was on his client, talking about how he couldn't beat the Beast, and Roman took this as motivation. He almost couldn't understand how Heyman didn't see him the night after the Rumble, charging at Lesnar and telling him to show respect. Reigns told Heyman that it's not just about the win, but how he wins it, and told him to believe that. Now at the time, rumors circulated that Lesnar was gone. His contract was set to expire shortly after WrestleMania 31, and this also meant the new face of the WWE was the uncrowned champion. Now Lesnar had his options, either stay in the company or pursue a return to the Octagon. Man was a draw in both areas. He had the leverage. At the same time, Heyman knew Lesnar leaving would hurt the company. He felt a Montreal screwjob situation could come to play, and he was talking about the effects of Lesnar getting screwed over. All was talk, and they were trying to cut his mic, and then he started going a bit further, saying that Lesnar, if he feels like it, he could unify the WWE and UFC title. If he wants to smack Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao, he'd do it. And that reference in itself, along with blue eye contacts Roman, assures me that this is 2015. They're ready for any and all situations. Paul Heyman, meanwhile, was talking about Roman's family, and he portrayed them as savage beasts, which Reigns seemed to appreciate. Roman knew what he was getting into, and he knew that it was going to be a brutal battle that will leave him a battered man, but even after that, he'll be hoisting the title. On the final Raw before WrestleMania, Paul Heyman gave Roman Reigns and the fans a final preview ahead of the pay-per-view. For Heyman, somebody's got to be proven right and somebody's got to be proven wrong. There'll be a winner, a loser, a success, and of course a failure. Heyman assured everyone that it's Lesnar who's going to make a failure out of Roman Reigns, and he mentioned how taking the title away from Lesnar is a task of its own. He obliterated Roman, saying Lesnar will take his wife, take his kids, food off their plates, and rename them Lesnar. Roman said he can and will, but Brock Lesnar says he can't and he won't. Roman interrupts, and they stare at each other. Lesnar hoists the title, and Roman snatches it. The fans boo. Brock tries taking it back, and that's how the show ends. Damn, out of everything they did, they chose this. On the final Raw before WrestleMania 17, Austin and Rock had this violent brawl that fit the rivalry. And here, they're talking about how Lesnar's a beast, Roman's fully focused and expecting a fight, yet they're too busy playing a game of tug-of-war. The hell? You see Roman take away the title, you're expecting Brock to drop him or something. That didn't happen. The build was very dry. Fans, though, got a little excited after Brock renewed his contract the next night. He was officially with the WWE until 2018. This was something that opened up the possibility of Reigns losing, which in itself was bigger than, at this point, it was bigger than life, you know. People hated Roman Reigns. They couldn't bear to see him hold the title because of his promos, the way he was pushed, all that. And so if Lesnar held the title for 2 more years, I don't think they would have had a problem if it meant Roman doesn't even touch it. The match itself had this grand spectacle to it. The sun had just set. Lesnar in the ring means it's big time, and the bell rang. Brock Lesnar absolutely dominated Roman, told him that this is Suplex City, and whatever Roman was dishing did nothing but anger the beast. It was so damn compelling. The way Roman sold, coupled with Lesnar's intensity and aggression, makes this a classic. It felt like a pure fight, and I'll never forget watching it for the first time. It was something special. Brock was giving him hell, Roman was taking it, and after a while, it's Lesnar who's wobbly. The crowd was all in, Roman's got the advantage, but then he ran into the F5. All of a sudden, Seth Rollins runs in with all the adrenaline to cash in Money in the Bank. He's going all out to achieve the almost impossible, but even then, Lesnar was still up. Roman hits the spear, and Rollins capitalizes with a curb stomp. 1, 2, 3, new champion. Damn! It's one of my favorite WrestleMania main events of all time. That's saying something. There's just something special. The atmosphere, the action, everything about it just clicked. Add to that, you had that amazing cash in at the end with Seth Rollins with the heist of the century, which was an iconic Michael Cole line. He went 2 for 2 WrestleMania 30, and here with the heist of the century thing, he really did a great job with those 2 things. I thought it was something special, and it's unfortunate that they haven't reached even half of the level of this match, you know, like they be doing this match every couple of months, yet they failed to replicate the match from 2015. But yeah, Rollins is champion now, and we made a video on that. That's a video I already made on the channel a few years back. Alright, so that's Brock Lesnar's title reign. The whole part-timer thing is hit and miss. This was when it was fresh. You know, like Lesnar leaving, they were actually doing more with the talent. John Cena, Seth Rollins had this big feud, the authority thing, all of that. When he was away, there was something going on. Later, though, it got worse. You see Lesnar taking the title. He's gone for so damn long. No one's gonna beat him. It was frustrating. But here, it's kind of different. He had some good matches. I'm not gonna say he had some good promos. That's for Paul Heyman. It's not good outright because the champion had to appear a bit more. In this era, I don't think anyone's accustomed to that champion leaving for such a long period of time, especially when the mid-card is not booked well. My favorite match from here is probably WrestleMania 31, which might be a hot take. It's my favorite easily because of everything. It just clicked, the atmosphere, vibe, everything like that. Royal Rumble is a close second easily. I mean, he literally had 3 matches, and that's going to be number 2 for me. One of the greatest triple threat matches of all time. But yeah, one of the reasons why I like this title reign a bit is because of the matches. Everything he did felt big time, and that's everything Brock Lesnar does in general. He wasn't overexposed or anything like that here. Some of it was nice. So yeah. Prince Devitt was a very hot commodity in the early 10s. He had a tremendous upside at such a young age. WWE did see enough in him to warrant a signing, however it didn't materialize and the Prince continued developing himself all around the world. He was a great junior heavyweight champion in New Japan, and already he had the big guys coming after him, but after his next run, they were lunging at the chance to sign him. Prince Devitt turned heel and formed a great group by the name of Bullet Club. He worked very hard on improving his personality, added face paint to his look, and overall he was a complete package. The face paint in particular made it seem like he was going to war and unlocked another financial incentive for WWE to sign him, because the kids love face paint. Prince Devitt's Bullet Club was entirely different to the later version. It felt cool and untouchable. He laid the groundwork for the group to take over the world, and I always say that I wish to make an entire video on the beginning, but TV Asahi wouldn't like it. It kinda irritates me because New Japan is a promotion with a rich history behind it. It's unfortunate, but as we say, it is what it is. Devitt's time in New Japan was a time of self-reflection, especially the last year, because he really invested in himself and in turn made his chances at being a success in WWE much higher. WWE was focusing hard on NXT at the time, and in turn, it led to their philosophy undergoing a major change. They were looking into him as far back as 2009, but rumors were being heard in August of 2013 about Prince Devitt signing with WWE. William Regal was a strong supporter of the Irishman, was vouching for him every chance he got. This story would intensify over the next couple of months, and after Devitt's final match on April 6, 2014, New Japan announced his departure. It was a slow process for him to sign due to the visa situation, but he finally did on July 28th and was set to report to NXT. He was a part of that core group of the new era: Kenta, Kevin Owens, Pac, and Sami Zayn. Their potential was great, and I remember thinking Kenta, Hideo Itami, would be the guy due to his international reputation. With that said, Hideo Itami was being attacked and stalked by the Ascension for multiple weeks on NXT. He had no help for a while, but was still fighting back. When these two were too much to handle, he brought in a friend, Prince Devitt. The name popped up on the screen before transitioning into Finn Balor. The commentary team did a good job in hyping up the Prince, and in the ring, the duo overpowered the former tag team champions and sent them running. Good first impression. His in-ring debut, came the following week, and he introduced himself to the crowd. He said that he was in NXT because he was a future before Tyson Kidd interrupted. This is when he developed a catchphrase and wore those headphones. It doesn't feel so long ago, but the time doesn't lie. This was actually 8 or 9 years ago, which is strange. He claimed Balor lacked heart, and Justin Gabriel followed up trashing him. This is some stuff from my career, I swear. He's out here saying we're gonna show how far from the top you are, and the crowd's chanting, "Who are you?" at him. This is a my career moment right down to the interruption from Hideo Itami. Only thing missing is a heel turn. He had a tag team match, which was just Finn Balor wrestling on rookie mode. Yeah, sure, they gave him a bit of a tough time. We all knew how this was gonna end. The Ascension, meanwhile, sent them a message acting all serious and angry, and the reason why I'm not taking it as a big deal was because after this, they became jobbers. The duo went after Balor in his singles match debut, and it led to the locker room clearing out, trying to separate them. All Balor had to say about this was that he was gonna bring something that Connor and Victor never saw. He summoned a demon. This was insane at the time because number one, that face paint was ridiculous. But on the other hand, it also unlocked another dimension to this Finn Balor persona. What I mean is, Prince Devitt was already hyped up for simply being his plain self. I came to NXT to wrestle. That alone was going to take him far in the year of 2014, yet they followed up on his New Japan Pro Wrestling face paint and gave it an entire character that's hidden within him. It wasn't an entirely supernatural character, but something that even Balor himself feels terrified to channel. That's what it was. And this would continue to develop over the next couple of months. Hell, I wouldn't even say the demon that you guys know was there until his feud with Samoa Joe, if I had to say. So there was a lot of potential. The match saw the heels dominate Itami, but the moment Balor went in, it was GG's, game over. They won the match. Storyline-wise, he didn't even need the demon because these two were 67 overalls cosplaying as 84 overalls, but he just wanted to flex on him with the face paint. Simple match, it was nothing special. They beat him in the rematch as well to move on. For Balor, his goal was to become the NXT champion. He was inserted into a tournament for the chance to face the champion Kevin Owens. He faced Hideo Itami in the semifinal. Was this a shock to the Prince? No, he knew that it was going to come down to this. Itami told him that if he had to take him out to win the title, he'll do it. It's strange how this match wasn't on TakeOver because it was huge. Both men wrestled very rough and rigged. I mean in aggression, of course. It was a style of Japanese. Balor won it here by force, and he barely scored the victory to face Adrian Neville in the finals. The demon was brought back, and this is the thing. The commentary didn't really see it as a change of character. It felt like Balor was wearing it as war paint. They wouldn't acknowledge it as a different entity until, as I said, I believe the Kevin Owens or Samoa Joe feud. This match at TakeOver Rival was awesome. NXT was on a roll at this point. It was like they could do no wrong. Balor and Neville had a point to prove, especially Neville, who was on his way out. This gave Balor a title shot against Kevin Owens. The champion was ready for just about any challenger and told Balor to prepare for the challenge ahead. One thing both men had in common was that they fight for prizes. Of course, Owens, it's a bit different with him. You know, he claims he fights for prizes. He's a prize fighter, but destroys everybody in sight. This was a very tough challenge for Finn and Balor. It was a good match. Owens targeted his knee, slowed down the pace, and basically, once he targeted the knee, he couldn't really do much about it. He did hit the coup de grace eventually, but it wasn't to the fullest, which basically cost him the match. Good stuff, but we all know that the best work was ahead. Following this, the Prince had a great rematch with Hideo Itami for a spot in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. The time was limited, but both men really made the most out of it with some chain wrestling, fast-paced and intense action, but in the end, the knee, at least that's what it looks like, was enough to seal the deal with Hideo Itami scoring the victory. Really some great stuff. This type of action wasn't entirely foreign to the main roster, especially in the year of 2015, but you can see that they had a very long leash on them here compared to the main roster. You know, they were free to do just about whatever they wanted. From here, Finn Balor developed a feud with Tyler Breeze. He expressed jealousy Chelsea over Finn Balor's status and held him as a flavor of the month type. This soon involved Hideo Itami because the NXT Championship match was up for grabs, and drama would unfold between the two friends after Itami accidentally struck the Prince. Tyler Breeze took advantage of this ongoing drama on 2 occasions. The 3 men were set to face off at TakeOver Unstoppable, and there was high hopes for this match. However, Itami suffered a legitimate injury and was written out. I believe it was all set up for him to win the title at Beast in the East initially. It was also strongly alluded to Kevin Owens being the perpetrator. So this made the triple threat a singles match, and these two were hungry as hell. The Demon was back, and once again, it was good. Problem is, these matches always get overlooked because later that night, Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch had one of the greatest women's matches I've ever seen in WWE. It was that damn good. It's probably in my top 3 women's matches for WWE. With that said, Tyler Breeze in 2015 was a baller. The main roster really makes you forget the aura and confidence this man had. And I'm not saying he's a mega star or anything like that. It's just he was pretty damn good. And when the bell would ring, he always went hard. The Demon was in his element here and emerged victorious, all while Kevin Owens had a disappointed look on his face. It was going to be a homecoming for the Demon because Finn Balor's title match was set to go down in Tokyo, Japan on July 4th. He was more than excited about this, even knowing very well who Kevin Owens is, a dangerous individual. However, Finn Balor was confident with the Demon by his side. In the meantime, he had to deal with the man-beast Rhino. His intentions was to get down to the future Starks and take them out before they could even get started. Rhino more than held his own. He gave the #1 contender a tough time, and even when he managed to overcome this challenge by a roll-up, Balor ended up taking a gore on the stage. The feud continued, but on the side, WWE showed what the Demon King was truly about. A video package about Balor's friendship with Albert and his return to his stomping grounds. As for the Demon, he was the innate spirit of what Finn Balor was truly about. They were giving more context about this character, and it was more fleshed out than compared to the previous months where he just wore face paint as a way of mind games. Another thing to mention is that it wasn't a cartoony character like the main roster. It was just a different state of mind, and that would continue to be more of a focal point for his character in NXT as time went on. He beat Kevin Owens in tag team action, but the champion still had his doubts over a fairy tale ending. It sounded too unimaginable for it to actually happen in his eyes. Finn Balor brought out the Demon at Beast in the East. Balor was very intense and aggressive early on. Kevin Owens here was posing, showing off, and he wasn't taking the match as serious as he should have been early on, but of course that changed. The action here was much better, the atmosphere was great, and everyone wanted Finn Balor to win. Everyone. Both men stole the show and gave the best match of Beast in the East. The Demon's homecoming was a success, and he ended up becoming the NXT champion in the end. He even got an endorsement from John Cena afterwards. From here, it only got better for Finn Balor because WWE positioned him as the main guy, the face of NXT. He returned to Full Sail on the July 22nd, 2015 episode of NXT to discuss his victory. Balor was extremely joyous over this victory and expressed gratitude. He was very appreciative of the road to get to the title, and in particular was proud of making that decision to go to NXT. All of those decisions were worth it the moment he won this title. When asked about his rematch against Kevin Owens at TakeOver Brooklyn, he had plenty of praises for Kevin Owens and also acknowledged his mean streak. It was a tough challenge ahead, but he was confident of his chances. KO at this point was on his way out. It was well known because somebody who beats John Cena clean wasn't going to stick around in NXT. They had the contract signing later that night, and with a sound of jealousy in his voice, Kevin Owens asked him, how does it feel to defend the title in the biggest main event in NXT history? The fans were pissed that the show was in Brooklyn, and he laid out the match and asked Balor about being the underdog despite being champion. He was ready to take out Finn Balor and called Japan a fluke. The champion was eager to make all of those promises go down Owens' throat, and the match was official. KO took advantage of this, assaulted William Regal, and as he goes for the pop-up powerbomb, Balor retaliates and sends him running. Now, Kevin Owens always had the excuse of providing for his family as the reason why he does what he does. Balor didn't see it that way completely. As angry as he was at him, though, he was very careful to realize that Kevin Owens shouldn't be taken for granted. And about the ladder match, Balor was willing to do anything to prove that Tokyo wasn't a fluke. He also teased the appearance of the Demon. Owens tried to attack him the following week, and after a rough battle, actually succeeded. This set up an intense affair for the final episode of NXT before TakeOver Brooklyn. It was still unknown if Balor would bring out the Demon. Brooklyn sucks chant loud and clear in the arena. Kevin Owens decided to take advantage of this to trash the fans for being hypocritical. He hated these fans for being ungrateful and said that he was eager to beat their flavor of the month, Finn Balor, in front of a crowd that deserves to see NXT. And the Kevin Owens he's facing is an entirely different person, somebody he's never seen before. His ego is getting the best of him here. The NXT title was simply a way of showing he's better than Finn Balor and he could flex on the fans. That's all he wanted. He just wanted to make fun of the fans, show them what he's got in his hand, and do what he does. It wasn't really a big deal to him to win that title. It was more so about being petty and proving that he's better than Finn Balor. All this talk of sending Balor on a stretcher quickly went away after the champion came out in a brawl ensued. The champion sent him running and said that he's gonna shut his mouth. No mention of the Demon. Simple build, there's not more they could have done because Kevin Owens was leaving. There was no chance of him winning, and I'm assuming the only reason why he was here was because they needed a huge main event to sell out the arena. It was the first time NXT was going outside of Full Sail, and a main event with Finn Balor and Kevin Owens, a ladder match, was gonna sell. It just was. And yes, Finn Balor did bring the Demon. I think this was one of the times where the Demon felt like an external source. His entrance here was significantly different to his others in the past. Well, let's talk about the match. Kevin Owens wasn't really impressed with the entrance, and I remember enjoying this match. I was sick as hell and cold in the scorching summer, yet still found some joy in this match. The champion was taking more risks, jumping over the top rope, hitting drop kicks from the announce table, and even repeating the same moves, all to keep Kevin Owens down. These risks weren't really benefiting the champion much, and the way Balor was doing things, almost made him crash and burn hard, especially coupled with Owens' finisher being open at any type of moment, and he felt it. Owens even dropped Finn Balor on the apron with a powerbomb and had the title in sight. The champion showed great resiliency in the face of adversity, and Kevin Owens himself got so lost in the Destroy Owens Destroy motto that it cost himself badly, opening way for Finn Balor to retain the title. But he wanted to top the challenger and hit a coup de grace before climbing up and retrieving the belt. Great match. You can't really re-establish the ladder match. You just gotta do what you gotta do. What I mean is, the guys can choose their spots, take risks, but it's hard for this to stand out. I think that's why nobody talks about this ladder match, because if you've seen one, you basically seen all. Great match though. Balor returned to Full Sail on the September 2nd, 2015 episode of NXT, and he was inserted in the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic tournament with Samoa Joe. He knew how important the NXT title was, but in the meantime was eager to win the tournament with the Prince. Tough challenge facing the Lucha Dragons in the first match, but they got through them and faced Enzo and Cass in the quarterfinal. The duo didn't cause too much problems, and Finn and Joe were cruising to the semifinal to face the Revival. This was around the time where the Revival was getting established. Takeover Respect was where things were challenging, as the Revival was a tough challenge. First of all, I legitimately believed that Samoa Joe would turn heel here. It was way too obvious where they were going with this Balor and Joe story, because the biggest star in NXT other than Finn Balor was Samoa Joe. Hell, Samoa Joe was a bigger star than Finn Balor. Nobody else was close. It was only these two. Balor struggled in the match with the Revival. They were a pure tag team, the type of tag team you'd see in the 80s. Dawson and Wilder targeted Balor's leg and isolated him away from Samoa Joe, who was energetic and ready to run in there and change the complexion of the match. The challenge wasn't too overwhelming, but Balor took a lot of damage. This set up a final against Baron Corbin and Rhino. This time around, Joe was struggling. Both men had the size on him, not to mention weren't as damaged as Joe and Balor were from the Revival tag team match. So when the NXT champion came into the match, it went from bad to worse. They fought through though and won the Dusty Rhodes tournament. Good match. A match with the American Alpha would have hit harder though, because that team was really popping at the time. They were a bit hot, and I personally would have preferred to see that. No problem though, this was decent, it was good. The family came in afterwards to honor the American Dream, and this ended up being Cody Rhodes' final appearance in WWE for 6.5 years. Stardust was still around though, but as Cody, he was away. Meanwhile, Apollo Crews won a battle royal to earn a title shot against the Prince. He was happy to face him and acknowledge that he'll be champion, just not next week. Apollo Crews at the time was a huge commodity. There was a lot of high hopes for him, and the November 4th, 2015 episode of NXT was when the match took place. Title match, so let's talk about it. Usually Finn Balor is the underdog in his big matches, but here that's an entirely different story. The champion was the aggressor and showed more wisdom and intensity than Apollo Crews. The challenger mostly relied on resiliency. He pushed and abused that to the point where he was frustrating Finn Balor. All of a sudden, Baron Corbin ran in and caused the DQ. It's a shame because the match was going good. Samoa Joe had to run in and make the save, only to drop Finn Balor himself, turning heel. He decimated the champion and dropped him with a muscle buster. Was this much needed? Not really, but the money was in Samoa Joe being a heel. It opened up a lot of possibilities for him. One of those was becoming the NXT champion. Over the past few months, he was in these dead-end feuds where he wasn't doing much and just coasting by. When Joe gave an explanation, it related to this. He said that he became Finn Balor's partner, carried him through the best that NXT had to offer, and they won the tournament. Yet when he asked for a title shot, Balor didn't care to give him a match and let him compete in a battle royal. The champion interrupted and stormed down to the ring ready to fight. The officials separated them, and Joe found a way to deliver a cheap shot, unlocking the Coquina clutch. Balor was knocked down and was faced. A contract signing was held 2 weeks later, with Balor telling Joe that he's not entitled to this title. This is NXT. You gotta fight for things. Joe quickly came out and signed before walking away. He did this to catch the champion off guard and attack him. Balor had more fight in him this time, but he was no match for Samoa Joe. He had Balor's number, and there was no doubt, especially after he won by submission in tag team action 2 weeks later. Strong build. It was a situation where Finn Balor was vulnerable. He hadn't encountered somebody like Samoa Joe who was unforgiving and intense. Yeah, there was Kevin Owens, but Joe was making him pass out and catching him off guard at every moment. Throughout this build, there wasn't a single moment where Finn Balor had one over Samoa Joe. Great stuff. It's different to the regular heel turns, this and that, oh I hate you, blah, blah, blah. Joe here wasn't afraid of Balor. He was using the mind games and sneak attacks as a way to get into his head. But he wasn't afraid of him. Joe was well aware of Balor bringing the demon, a way of becoming superhuman, but straight up said that it's just a piece of him. Unlike Balor, he's a monster. It was basically a necessity for Finn to channel the demon here because his regular self was unable to combat, let alone stop Samoa Joe. They gave the demon the supernatural element here because, as I said earlier, it was more war paint than an entirely different entity early on. Here, they acknowledged this version of Finn Balor as a true alter ego, and the main roster would follow up with this over the next couple of years. I like this example of booking the demon where Balor has to bring him. They didn't do it that much on the main roster. It was like, oh, I'm the demon now. With that said, the champion was more confident and aggressive than usual. At some points, he made Samoa Joe look like the underdog, until he ran into the Uranagi, and it was just Finn Balor with face paint. Bro was showing who the true demon was with the suicide dive. The match was picking up here. Joe's big weapon, the Coquina Clutch, wasn't working on the demon, and on this night, the coup de grace was enough for the victory. It made Joe look good in the sense of he had the champion, and even with the demon, he barely won. Great match. The true potential, though, was most definitely more than this. Fans expected a bit more. They thought there was just a little bit more these two had to offer, and on paper, it seemed like that was what was gonna happen. On this match, Finn Balor said that it was mentally draining and admitted that Samoa Joe was a monster. It was one of the toughest matches in his career, but he's still here. Apollo Crews, meanwhile, wanted to test himself. He wanted Finn Balor and a non-title match. It was a much tougher challenge this time around, and Apollo pushed the champion to the limit, but ultimately, same old story. However, Balor's method of winning involved debuting the 1916, a brutal spike DDT to score the victory. When I say debut, I mean debut as a finisher, because Balor had used this early on. He used it in New Japan as Bloody Sunday, even used it before in NXT, but he kind of went away for it for a while before actually using it as a finisher. This was also enough to earn the respect of Apollo Crews. The Prince was getting everyone's attention. Joe, Corbin, Zayn, they all wanted the title, and even Neville made a return to NXT to face the #1 guy. Neville was the aggressor for the most part during this match. He had the main roster boost. It's expected he'd dominate. Neville was shown to be one step ahead of Finn Balor and forced him to bring out the very best, to the point where the champion wasn't convinced that the coup de grace would be enough. So he brought out the 1916 again. Hard fought battle, it was enjoyable, and every time a main roster wrestler visited NXT back then, it was always so cool, and I'm glad they started doing it again. Samoa Joe, meanwhile, beat Sami Zayn in an incredible 2 out of 3 falls match to earn the right to face Finn Balor at TakeOver Dallas for the NXT Championship. The build for their match was very, very light. When I mean light, I mean one segment in the lead-up type light. That was how NXT was doing things back then. Balor destroyed Rich Swann in a 4-minute match. He did get some offense in, but it was all the champion here. Samoa Joe, on the other hand, was causing chaos and sent Finn Balor a message. The champion saw very well how obsessed Samoa Joe is with winning the title, but also acknowledged that Balor's obsessions with being the very best will help him at TakeOver. Later that night, a brawl ensued between both men. They fought all over the arena. Balor was flying around. Sometimes Joe was throwing him around. Chaos all around, and this build desperately needed a moment like this. Balor had suffered an ankle injury right before these tapings, so I think that played a part in why the build was so light. About the match, let's talk about it. Now, at the time, I thought Samoa Joe was winning. He barely lost to the Demon. A rematch is happening, and the result has to be different, right? Especially because WrestleMania was in 2 nights, and after that, it's basically a new season for WWE, so perhaps Finn Balor would debut on the main roster. Oh, look, Bobby Roode. Great entrance by the Demon. Joe no-sells all of this and looks straight into the eyes of the champion. This match started off very hot with Joe being overwhelmed, but then he was busted open. And this changed the entire match. There was too much attention on his cut and it really hurt the match. Even then, the challenger was dominant. He seemed to once again overlook everything about the Demon and go back to work. As the match set in, Joe finally realized that he wasn't exactly dealing with Finn Balor, it was the Demon, but even then, still had enough in him to lock in the Coquina Clutch and trap him. This was the moment. Ever since he came to NXT, anyone that was locked in the hold was done, yet Balor still found a way to roll over and steal a win. And this didn't even piss off Joe. The man was more upset. Good match. It's just unfortunate that there was a lot of stoppages. I enjoyed the story of the Demon finding struggle despite being this super dominant entity. It goes to show how strong Samoa Joe was in storyline. You know, they booked him very well to be this dominant heel. I loved it. It was kind of shocking to see him win here because I really thought he would go to the main roster. I thought that Demon surely had to lose here. It just made too much sense. It felt like the right time. But he didn't. Balor retained and moved on. In a surprise turn of events, Samoa Joe beat Finn Balor for the NXT Championship at a live event 2 weeks later. Well, actually 3 weeks later, I think. It was one of the most random things I've ever seen. Balor's reign ended at 287 days, and this made him the longest reigning NXT champion at the time. He returned about a month later to talk about it. He said that any of their matches could have gone either way before Elias Sampson interrupted. He trashed Balor, saying he's nothing without that title, and took a Pele kick. Balor beat him later that night and grabbed the mic. He admitted that Samoa Joe beat him, there's no doubt about it, but he wanted a rematch. His obsession with NXT and the championship was great, but admitted that he was possessed like a demon. The champion came out shouting he deserves nothing, and William Regal had enough of this. So he booked a steel cage match for TakeOver. Samoa Joe faces Finn Balor for the title. He was whining about fighting so hard to get this belt, and he was shut up. As heated as things were between the two, they managed to have a sit-down interview ahead of TakeOver. Balor expressed disappointment over his title reign ending on such a flat night. Joe felt entitled. The title belonged to him, and still complained about how Balor was jumping around delaying title shots, and he was called out over this. The champion painted Balor as a selfish person, asking him to team up in the tournament, but afterwards starts stuttering when asked about a title shot. On the topic of friendship, Balor wanted to know what happened to that friend. He said that the title is the most important thing, and people talk about the future and how to risk to accept the challenge, but it's necessary. At the core of all of this, it comes down to friendship. Joe felt like he was wronged, he was petty here, was whining about how the title belonged to him, and I liked it. It was very different to their previous segments, you know? It just wasn't, oh, I'm gonna kick your ass, da 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 da. Joe was whiny here, it was a bit of a crybaby. I liked it. The steel cage match at TakeOver, the end was good. Let's talk about it. Joe was a dominant one. He slowed down the pace and was having his way with Finn Balor, who couldn't string together something due to shortcomings. It took way longer for him to integrate into the match and do some real damage. Joe hits the muscle buster, it's still not enough for the victory, and the challenger starts finding form. Hits the coup de grace, almost escapes the cage, but Joe catches him and hits a super muscle buster to beat the Demon and retain the title. The way they treated Samoa Joe here was out of this world. Demon Finn Balor was about 99 overall, and Joe won it fair and square. The match itself didn't hit as hard as TakeOver London and Dallas. It's the weakest match in the trilogy for sure, but it was good. Joe came out of it looking amazing, and it seemed like Balor was on his way out. He came out on the June 15, 2016 episode of NXT to give an update on his status and future. The fans showered him in praises, chanting "Thank you, Finn," and it really felt like a send-off. He said that NXT was in him. He lived and breathed NXT. Balor talked about his previous matches in the past and asked the question of what's next for Finn Balor. Balor Club chants intensified and lights went out. Shinsuke Nakamura was here. This guy was here for 2 minutes, yet everyone was dying for him, and just the thought of a potential match between the two sent these fans into a frenzy. Nakamura said that he wants him. He said that while Balor wasn't champion, he's still an icon, and said that if Nakamura wants to be champion, he has to beat an icon. He has to beat Finn Balor. The fans were dying at this point. The Prince's question was answered. Shinsuke Nakamura was what's next for Finn Balor. I remember this. I was hyped as hell to see these two face off, especially because of how hot Nakamura was back then. Now, I consider this a hidden gem. It really shouldn't be, but I never hear anybody talk about this match. I loved it back in 2016. It was exactly what I expected from these two, but what about now? They gave them a lot of time to do whatever they wanted, and one of the reasons why I think it's strange nobody talks about this match is because it's one of the biggest NXT matches in history. It's supposed to be more significant than it is. The match was even, not in the sense of back and forth, but when one guy dominated, the other would do the same a while later. Balor was shown to be more seasoned in this NXT main event situation though than Nakamura, and he targeted the knee and did a number on it. As time went on, Finn was the aggressor. They kicked into overdrive with Nakamura dropping the Prince with a Kinshasa, but he kicked out. Balor was hitting stuff as well and was starting to disbelieve what he was seeing, and this man was resilient, kicking out of everything, fighting back, and Nakamura managed to hit the Kinshasa to win the match. Amazing stuff. Nakamura used to wrestle with a little more intensity, especially in the final parts of the match back in NXT. He was younger back then, and he had a lot more to prove, which is not the same now, you know. We can't say the same right now about him. You know, things are different. But he was pretty damn exciting to watch, especially the final parts of the match. Great stuff. Balor hugged Nakamura, and he got the send-off that he wanted. From here, he went on to debut on the main roster as one of the first picks in the 2016 WWE Draft. He was drafted by Raw, and we all know the story. He became Universal Champion within a month. Of course, he got injured, which is unfortunate, but hey, that's impressive. It showed how much WWE was willing to invest in him in the beginning. But yeah, that's Finn Balor's NXT run. Overall, Finn Balor brought a high level of interest to NXT. Obviously, he wasn't the only one that played a part, but speaking for me personally, he really helped. Like, I was very interested in NXT the most when Finn Balor was at the helm, when he was on top. That was my favorite era, you know? I really liked this character and how he could switch between being this normal guy who was already a world-class wrestler to an alter ego of his who basically drives him to become the darkest version of himself. I really liked it. I thought it was cool, especially because nobody in the main roster had that. He had some great matches here, you know? Like, obviously the others would top his matches here, and he himself would have even better matches later on during his second NXT run. But here, when I look back on it from a 2015 perspective, he was incredible. 287 days on top, they booked him to be a great champion. He showed the leadership skills to lead NXT, which of course didn't really get a true chance to translate on the main roster because he was a bit watered down, and they also relied on the Demon a lot to help his stories, which I think is unfortunate. But yeah, that was great in NXT. My favorite match of his was probably his match with Shinsuke Nakamura. I remember enjoying it a lot back then, you know, like when I think about it, I had so much fun watching that match the day after. I remember I loved this, yeah.
Kevin Steen had built a very impressive resume for himself on the indies. He wrestled all around the world and his work was slowly paying off. By the end of the decade, he was the #1 guy in ROH, but despite all of this, he wasn't on WWE's radar. WWE didn't really value somebody with a different type of look, and Kevin Steen also had a violent element to him that would be hard to execute in this era of WWE. But he finally got a tryout in 2014, and this tryout helped Steen tremendously, because the guys that usually came up weren't very skilled talkers. Kevin Steen, though, told a great story about how he's jealous of his best friend Sami Zayn signing that contract and promised to make it his mission to go after him. And this was enough. Kevin Steen was officially a WWE wrestler and was set to report to NXT. Kevin Steen was renamed Kevin Owens in inspiration to Owen Hart and of course his own son. His son's name is Owen. Owens was a prize fighter, a man who valued his family and saw wrestling as the best way to provide for them. He made it a mission to prove the doubters wrong as he usually did in his career by succeeding in WWE. His debut came at TakeOver Our Evolution against CJ Parker, and this man was emotional coming down to the ring. 14 years to get to this very point, and it was finally going to happen. Owens wrestled a very aggressive style and showed a strange level of athleticism for somebody his size. He destroyed Parker, and what a visual. Great way to make his debut. Everyone thought he was going to be a babyface, a fighting babyface at that. That would all change. Later that night, his best friend Sami Zayn finally accomplished the one goal he set since the day he stepped into NXT. Win the title. The match is incredible. It was out of this world, and I personally think it's the very best NXT match of all time. And it was a proud moment for Sami Zayn. When you see this image, it's like, oh, the show's over. Turn off the TV, but then KO proceeds to drop his best friend and powerbomb him on the apron. It was the very best way to establish Kevin Owens because even though he turned on his best friend, it was on brand for his character because at the end of the day, he was a family man and would stop at nothing to make more money and in turn, give them a better life. So turning on Sami Zayn means he can wrestle for the belt and win it, meaning he becomes richer. It also gave the fans that didn't know KO, which was a very small amount, 2014 me was certainly that, a reason to follow him. Adrian Neville, damn, just saying that name takes me back, had a huge problem with Sami Zayn's night being spoiled. So he called out Kevin Owens, whose emotions took a 180. For somebody that cared a lot, he sure didn't show that. Neville told him that what he did was shameful. KO told him that his opinion is irrelevant, but what he cares about is being here, because being here gives him a chance to be at the very top. But if Neville wants a fight, he'll get one, and the match was made. As expected, this wasn't Adrian Neville's story. He was being rumored to debut on the main roster as a Mickey Mouse parody or something, but the match itself was a great display of what Owens was capable of. He ended up doing exactly what he did to Sami Zayn on Neville to end the show on top. One thing to mention is that back then, NXT wrestlers rarely appeared often. They were on the Roman Reigns schedule. So Owens disappeared for a bit, but Sami Zayn, on the other hand, finally returned after a month away to address the events of TakeOver Our Evolution. Zayn got deep in his feelings for a moment, saying he hurt him, but at the end of the day, he didn't take him out and implied he would challenge him for the belt. Neville instead came out and got his title shot. Right after the match, Kevin Owens runs in and hits the pop-up powerbomb. This was enough for Sami Zayn to finally show that mean side of his. Problem was, Kevin Owens wasn't around, and William Regal told him to get control of himself. He didn't think this through and said he won't wrestle a match until he gets Kevin Owens. Regal didn't want to give him a title shot like that because it would validate his behavior and actions recently. Zayn begged him to get the match, and that was enough for it to be made official for TakeOver Rival. A contract signing was set between the two, with the rule being if anyone touches the other, the match will be cancelled at NXT TakeOver. And Sami wanted answers. Why did you attack me? The champion almost blamed himself for not seeing this coming despite their friendship for 14 years, but then again, he thought them being friends, tearing each other apart was all to get here. Yet on the night when both of them arrived, Kevin Owens did that. That's all forgotten now because he was going to beat the hell out of him. Now, Owens saw the contract and read non-title. As for what he did at TakeOver, it was just business. He fights anyone, but he fights for the prize, and that's what the NXT Championship is. Until it says NXT Championship match. He won't do it. Zayn had no problem, but this was basically rewarding bad behavior. Sami knew that Owens wasn't going to budge from his position, but Regal obliged and Owens signed. He bent the rules, throwing the pen at him, but the match was on. Sami Zayn went on to talk about the match and said that this was personal. He refused to believe it was just about the title. Owens, on the other hand, was more simple. He said that 2 months to the day he debuted, he's gonna take the NXT Championship. Their match at the show was solid. I didn't like it as much as their other matches. What hurts it a bit is I'm assuming them getting used to wrestling together in WWE. By 2016, they had it all figured out. There's a great story though with Kevin Owens slowly taking the life out of his own friend and destroying him as the minutes go by. The challenger was poised and absolutely relentless in his pursuit of the NXT Championship.
Zayn did have his moments, but this match was all Kevin Owens. He sold his ass off for Sami Zayn and made him look as talented as the company had booked him over the last couple of months, and he was on fire at one point, but landing on his head changed everything, and Owens smelled blood. He pummeled the champion into oblivion and exploited the one problem to the very maximum to become the NXT champion. Zayn was very resilient, but the concussion was doing the talking. He didn't want to quit. The power bombs were taking their toll, and Owens, realizing the title was near, was continuing. Then the referee stopped the match and awarded the title to Kevin Owens. He won the title by very cruel circumstances and had zero regrets. Why? Because he was an honest man. Ever since he came to NXT, he said he'll fight anyone to make his family's life better. Who he beats and how he beats them is irrelevant, so he was looking forward. Finn Balor, the #1 contender. He told him to choose the date for the match, but warned him saying TakeOver is going to happen to him as well. The way they portrayed Kevin Owens stood out because what made him a different heel was his honesty. He wasn't claiming he could win matches the right way. He said he'll win matches for his family. That's what it was, and he was an honest man. There was nothing fraudulent about his character. His actions were terrible, of course, but his character was simple. He'll do anything to provide for his family. Neville put up a fight in the main event, but as expected, he came up short. At this point, KO was bored. He didn't really feel like waiting for the title match, so he attacked Alex Riley, who was on commentary. Riley didn't react well to this and was very interested in the match with Kevin Owens. Regal was seeing things from a logical point of view and refused to grant the match, but KO was still provoking A-Rai, who was on the edge. And after quitting his job as a commentator, William Regal made the match. KO's mission was to make him regret leaving his cushy job, and looking back, this was very strange. The fact that Alex Riley, of all people on the roster, is feuding with Kevin Owens seemed pretty random. But yes, the match went the way you expected, with Riley getting in some offense, but ultimately falling short to Kevin Owens. He tried taking him out afterwards, but Finn Balor came out, and after a little moment, he jumps in for a brawl. He almost hit the coup de grace, but Owens made a run for him. The title match was good. NXT at this point had a proven formula of how they built these little title matches, and it worked. Balor was a very formidable challenger, but everyone knew the end result. It didn't hurt the match though. Balor felt like a guy who received an opportunity too soon. The story of the match, not his actual placement on the card, because Kevin Owens had a very high level of intelligence. He dissected the knee and exploited any shortcut in his way. The work done in the knee was a great move for Owens, because when Balor did hit the coup de grace, he didn't hit it with all the power. And number two, he couldn't capitalize on the chance, leading to Owens dropping him with the pop-up powerbomb for the victory. Good match. Their best work was ahead though. As for Sami Zayn, he finally returned on the April 1st, 2015 episode of NXT. He said that regardless of his trip to Abu Dhabi, the only thing on his mind was Kevin Owens. He said he's going to use his rematch to recapture his title. His #1 priority though was to kick Kevin Owens' ass. Alex Riley on the side was still looking for Kevin Owens, as if he didn't learn his lesson the first time around. He challenged him to a match for next week. The champion wanted to put this thing to rest and wasn't even focused much on him. Riley had more fight this time around, as if he had a point to prove, but there was no stopping Kevin Owens. Right when he's about to take him out, Sami Zayn runs in and a vicious brawl ensues. Sami threw caution to the wind and hit a front flip right onto the security, and Kevin Owens realized this wasn't his fight. This was the first time since he debuted that they portrayed him as a regular heel. Owens admitted that this was a personal feud and also claimed that the only reason why it was personal was because of the NXT Championship. Michael Cole didn't see things the same way, so he asked him, if it was somebody else in Sami Zayn's position, would you conduct yourself the same way? Owens thought it was a manipulation from Michael Cole, who wanted a certain answer and didn't show him respect as the champion. Things cooled down and Cole asked, how could he treat a best friend like this? Since Michael Cole couldn't get what he wanted, Owens said that all he could give him is this: Kevin Owens, NXT champion, a family man. That's all he had to say, and he left. That was the interview. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens had one final confrontation ahead of TakeOver. I believe this episode was taped before Sami Zayn suffered his shoulder injury, and I'm certain it changed a lot of plans for him, because the feud felt like it had a lot left in the tank. Right as he's about to speak, Kevin Owens interrupted. Now this is where it gets funny. Zayn made mention of his shoulder injury, but it was so obviously taped in. He said that there's an element of truth to Owens doing things for his family, but felt that he was lying and wanted an answer. Then asked if it was about Owens' son and how he'd rather wear a Sami Zayn shirt to school than a KO shirt. Instead of answering, he walked away. Sami Zayn shouted for him to say something, and the champion finally did. He said what Zayn said was irrelevant. When he went away to clear his head, it wasn't that, it was because he hurt him. Owens promised to do it again and said that he's not coming back. The story was very vague. Owens was right, he was here to provide for his family, but it clearly went a step beyond that with Sami Zayn, an element of jealousy that wasn't deeply explored. I don't know if the original plan saw for the feud to continue, because the way things were going, logically, it was going to lead to the final clash being an intense affair. On the May 18, 2015 episode of Raw, John Cena did the US Open Challenge. Kevin Owens, of all people, answered the challenge, and the commentary did a good job of portraying him as a violent champion. Owens didn't think he should introduce himself to John Cena and said that for those that don't know him, they're not worth his time. John Cena wanted to teach him a lesson, and Owens took offense to Cena treating him like a rookie. He said that he didn't want advice. Cena underestimated him, calling him a scared kid who's trying to rattle him, and if he wants some, he'll get some. Kevin Owens said that he's a prize fighter, but he's already a champion, so he declined. That said, he told Cena that they're gonna fight someday, but on his terms, and he attacked. Cena took the pop-up powerbomb, and Owens stepped on the US Championship. Great way to establish Kevin Owens as a very intelligent heel, especially because he came from NXT. This was back when people had hope for those that debuted from NXT, and even though KO didn't have the body type or look that the main roster loved, there was a little optimism. As for Sami Zayn, he overwhelmed Kevin Owens and showed much more tenacity than in their previous match. The champion was doing nothing and was looking out of it until the pop-up powerbomb on the apron. That was enough to turn things around completely. This man was desperate to capitalize on this, and he did, to the point where William Regal came out and told him to stop because the match was called off. He pulled him away only to take a headbutt. Samoa Joe, of all people, debuted, and man, did he look so out of place here. It just looked so strange to see Samoa Joe in WWE. It was just weird. Kevin Owens was like, not tonight. And he walked away because he wanted the show to end on a positive note. The fans apparently don't want to see him fight Samoa Joe. William Regal came out looking for answers as to who attacked Hideo Itami. Solomon Crow came out and trashed Owens, leading to a match, and you guys know how that ended. Owens took care of him, but Joe spoiled the party. Elimination Chamber proved to be the coming out party for Kevin Owens. It was an incredible display from both men, and the funny part was, it was only the beginning. John Cena and Kevin Owens had a great feud. Their chemistry was impeccable and had potential to grow further. 2015 was filled to the very top with amazing matches. Everything felt fresh because the style changed. This match is the very example of an excellent WWE match from that year. You weren't seeing this kind of stuff in previous years. Kevin Owens was shown to have wisdom beyond his years and made good on his experience claim, and the end result was absolutely stunning. Kevin Owens with a pop-up powerbomb bests John Cena clean. It did so much for him as a heel who debuted and said that he's a prize fighter, a man that doesn't back down from fights, barring the Samoa Joe thing, to go out there and beat the face of the company decisively. I cannot overstate how stunning this result was. Yeah, 2015 John Cena wasn't the same, but this was the first man that beat him clean since Brock Lesnar, and before that, Daniel Bryan. Great way to establish Kevin Owens on the main roster. An instant star, but of course, they had to follow up. Kevin Owens, though, was making an enemy out of everyone at this point. Finn Balor was his next challenger. Cena wanted a rematch. Samoa Joe still wanted to fight. He told Joe that he's a bit of a rookie in NXT, and it was very similar to John Cena's open challenge thing, except he told him that he has to earn this opportunity. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't his decision to make, because William Regal made a match between the two. The match with John Cena had much higher expectations, which is tough because their match at Elimination Chamber was nothing short of excellent. What made this match better is that these two thought, screw it, let's just go all out from the beginning. And it helped a lot that they developed their chemistry earlier on, because Money in the Bank 2015 was yet another standout in John Cena's US title reign. The formula for these type of matches is overdone nowadays, but back then, at least to me, it felt so fresh to see them countering all these moves, kicking out the last second, and brought more drama to the matches. The win for Cena came after several AAs, with the last one being from out of nowhere, and he showed plenty of respect to Owens, who paid back the favor by dropping him with a powerbomb on the apron. As for Samoa Joe, that match was far too intense for a proper result. Both men despised each other, and it showed. It was only getting worse for Kevin Owens because he had to set his sights towards Balor. But Samoa Joe was making things tough for him as well. They faced off in tag team action where the Prince proved that he can beat the NXT champion ahead of Beast in the East. At this point, the feud was abandoned between Samoa Joe and Kevin Owens, which I personally feel is unfortunate because they never had a proper singles match. They only had that match on NXT, which ended with them brawling and that no contest thing. I think it should have continued afterwards. That said, Beast in the East was pretty special. I thought it was very unique at the time, and looking at the situation, this was set up for Kenta Hideo Itami to win the belt. It made too much sense, but a shoulder injury got in the way. They also implied that Kevin Owens took him out. I'm going to talk about this in detail for a Finn Balor NXT video, but long story short, Balor had a huge amount of energy and intensity early on. Kevin Owens was more of a showman here and wasn't taking the match as serious as he should have. Now, of course, when the situation called for it, he changed. The action was much more exciting here than their previous match, and the atmosphere was stunning. The fans were fully behind Finn Balor. With the most eyes on them, Balor and Owens made sure to make their presence felt. The Demon's homecoming was wrapped in gold because he managed to beat Kevin Owens to become the NXT champion. WWE is going all in with Finn Balor to ensure he's their next big star, whereas Kevin Owens accomplished everything he could in NXT. He was leaning towards the main roster, and if anything, he was more on the main roster than NXT. His match with John Cena at Battleground was yet another memorable bout. I don't think it was as good as their previous match, not to mention the result. I personally think it should have gone the other way, because Kevin Owens beating John Cena again, and this time for the title, would have been huge, but he went 2-1. He of course lost here, so Cena was 2. And this time by submission. Owens though was booked very strong. He kicked out of everything, even a super AA, but it all came down to the STFU. I heard some say it's a burial, which I think is funny because that's literally an overreaction. But KO should have won here. My reasoning is that the US title was better suited for Kevin Owens because after this, it was only Seth Rollins and Alberto Del Rio who won the belt. He ended up giving the US title to Del Rio and it was very underwhelming. As for Kevin Owens, he had one more title shot and it was at TakeOver Brooklyn in a ladder match. This was obvious as day, but it didn't take away from the match. Great ladder match. People are going to overlook it because of Bayley and Sasha Banks, and of course it being a random NXT ladder match from the year 2015. It's not talked about often, but it was pretty good. Finn Balor ended up retaining the title after the coup de grace from the top of the ladder and retrieving the belt, and Owens was officially on the main roster from here on. Overall, Kevin Owens' time on NXT was incredible. What made it so good is the fact that WWE knew what they had with KO, the fact that he could talk, he could wrestle, he had charisma, and they fast-tracked him. I think it's kind of strange how Sami Zayn had only one successful title defense to his name, but they really loved Kevin Owens, so for him to do that, it showed how much they valued him. I know it's NXT, and at the end of the day, you know, the main roster is different, but it goes to show how much Triple H saw in Kevin Owens to have him destroy Sami Zayn in his very first title match. He went through there, everyone was an enemy of his, everyone was a rival of his, and it was KO versus the world. I love the way they booked him here because he wasn't a regular heel who runs away. Of course, he ran away as time went on. He comes in, he's like, I want to fight you, doesn't run away, kicks ass. I think it was cool. It obviously wasn't going to be sustainable on the main roster because people are going to like that. But for the first couple of months where KO was this super heel that would not back down, that would say and do exactly what he said, I thought it was amazing. Randy Orton's time as a face had run its course by 2013. WWE thought a heel turn would result in a fresh change for the Viper as early on he wasn't struggling, but Orton was not on the same level he was from 2010 to 2011. He was always in and out of the main event scene, with no title reign to show for it. Guys like Jack Swagger were challenging for the title at WrestleMania. His name wasn't even in contention from the summer of 2012 to the summer of 2013. It probably had to do with the wellness policy violation. The Money in the Bank opened a lot of possibilities, and by the end of it, Randy Orton was back at the forefront in the main event of WrestleMania. The heel turn did wonders for him because, as I said, he was not struggling. They just chose not to put him at the very top. His spot in the Authority and storyline was mostly safe until Seth Rollins joined the group. This put things in jeopardy because Triple H and Stephanie were mostly favoring the young guy over the established 12-time champion. The preferential treatment of Rollins was slowly starting to piss off Orton, not to mention Rollins dropped him with a curb stomp on Raw. He was boiling, his demeanor was becoming unpredictable, and Triple H had to calm him down. The fans were loving this though. The COO wanted to deal with this at a later time, but Orton wasn't having it. He basically disobeyed the Authority and in turn made himself a dead man walking. The Viper's actions the following week only added fuel to the fire, and after demanding a match against the Architect, it was granted. The man lost his train of thought, and by the looks of it wasn't coming back. Rollins ended up winning the match, and it was a tough pill to swallow, but he did come to terms with it for all of 2 seconds. It was costly. At this point, Triple H was like, screw it. He saved Rollins from a punt, and after a failed attempt at calming things down, he was out. This man was full on 2010 Randy Orton, zero logic, all emotion, and in the heat of the battle. He took a curb stomp on the announce table, and the game didn't really want to continue, but Stephanie told him to finish this, and a friend of old, the guy he brought in, basically his own kid, he ended up taking out. This was done to give Randy Orton a hiatus. I believe he was shooting a movie. But Orton was away. We all know how the story was going to continue, of course, but it was going to take a while. Randy Orton returned at Fastlane and dropped everybody in sight except for Seth Rollins. The Architect ran away with a look of fear in his face, and this feud was going to continue. He came out the next night on Raw to discuss his disappearance. He was fuming and said that this was only the beginning, and said that it was a state of execution for Seth Rollins. And this is when the Authority without the Architect came out. Stephanie was still trying to get him back in the Authority, but Orton had one intention: to take out Seth Rollins. It was a situation where they were forced to take him out, and Stephanie was so desperate to move past this and look forward. To him, he'd rather kick ass than kiss ass. The Big Show tried to convince him to rejoin the group, the Authority, but it was like selling out. Stephanie thought it was ironic Orton was taking the high ground because he was committing even bigger crimes in the past, even to her on multiple occasions. Regardless, though, they wanted him to come back home. By the looks of it was a no. As they're walking up the ramp, Orton had a change of thoughts. He called for a meeting in the back, and when it came time for it, Seth Rollins looked terrified but was still able to talk about his worries of Orton rejoining the Authority. Stephanie was insistent on this, but the rest weren't. Her intentions came true though, and the Authority was back on the same page. Rollins and Orton teamed up in the main event, but there were some problems. The Viper was more experienced, and his instinct knew what was about to go down, so he wanted to tag in. But Rollins, ended up refusing to do so and cost them the match. Right afterwards, the Architect was laying in the same exact position many have in the past. J&J got involved, paid the price, but Orton wasn't going to do anything. It was clear, though, that at any time he was going to strike, and Rollins was quite weary of that. He was well aware of the fact that Randy Orton was a snake. He was going to end up RKOing him eventually. In the meantime, he was by Seth Rollins' side. Orton was officially welcomed back into the Authority, and all of these guys were talking good, sucking up to him. Jamie Noble had his reservations about him, though. The future of the WWE was very comfortable about things, and he didn't even consider the possibility of Orton turning on him at this moment. He thought about it last week, but things had calmed down since then. His return to the group was met with strong criticism, not from the guys, but the contrary. Orton was trashing all of them. He called Kane a dumbass, Big Show a whiner, Jamie Noble's irrelevant and short. He didn't even talk to Joey Mercury, and Seth Rollins, he planned to make him his bitch. But this was all jokes. Fast forward to the end of the night, Randy Orton finally made his intentions known. He thought it was shameful that Rollins didn't think he would do something about it. He followed with a PGP down on the Architect, a 5-minute assault with Orton launching him into the announce table, DDTing him on the barricade, and to top it all off, an RKO through the announce table. The Authority expressed deep regret for letting him in, and Orton ended up challenging the Architect Seth Rollins to a match at WrestleMania. This was accepted. However, Rollins wanted a match on Raw. Yes, there was a bad intention there, and Orton was well aware of that. If all 5 of the Authority members come out, he has enough venom in him, and if he gets taken out, then he'll be even more motivated to retaliate at WrestleMania. That thought came out true. The Authority were here. One chair wasn't going to absolve him of this attack, but he was going to go out swinging. Sting, though, was more than gracious to help, and this image is crazy. It's almost surreal, the fact that Randy Orton and Sting stood in the same ring side by side. It's weird. It's very odd. Now it doesn't seem odd, but when you look at it from that time period, you didn't think Sting would come to WWE, let alone stand next to Randy Orton in the same ring. They cleared house, and the momentum was still on Orton's side. He was almost unstoppable ahead of WrestleMania, and Seth Rollins refused to come near. He lost a handicap match to the Viper on the final Raw before WrestleMania, and that was the build. That's the build. Randy Orton had an almost uncontrollable rage that couldn't be contained. Rollins' status as the face or the future of WWE was coming to question, and it was very one-sided, which I think is right because they took him out in the beginning. WWE was clearly thinking ahead here, and Rollins had some other plans, so you have to heat up Randy Orton. Now, every time I see this WrestleMania, I'm gushing over it. The vibe, Santa Clara, California, the sun's out, man, it was perfect. As for Orton and Rollins, good. The Viper changed it up wearing red trunks and elbow pads, and he was basically a modern version of his 2004 self, look-wise. One thing to notice is that this man was even more energetic and exciting than previously. He found a great combination on this night of his experienced self and his young self. Seth Rollins, on the other hand, you know 2015 Rollins. But the match clicked because it wasn't trying to be anything special. The only thing that was different was, as I said, Orton was more eccentric. He was more exciting. There was something in the air that day about him. And best of all was the mid-air RKO. I swear, Orton was wilding on this night. He felt so reinvigorated. And I don't know what it was, but it was so fresh. It was just his attitude. So what made this match different compared to others was his energy. It was good. You felt that he was more in tune and eager to put on a show. Seth Rollins, though, had the last laugh as he cashed in Money in the Bank to become champion by the end of the night. He rained on Rollins' parade, saying regardless of being champion, he beat him at WrestleMania. Basically, he wanted to do it again for the title. Kane had enough of this and demanded respect, and in an effort to test Randy Orton, he made a match between himself and the Viper. DQ finish. Orton was hurting, but he was prepared for the #1 contender's main event. This match was chaotic. Everyone was involved, but Orton stood victorious for all of 5 seconds because Rollins hit the curb stomp. Both men had a confrontation the following week over the stipulation, and Rollins had his choice. The RKO was banned. And this man was more comfortable than a baby at night. But now, it was Orton's choice. He wanted to take away Rollins' best weapon, the Authority. So he chose a steel cage match. He flipped over Rollins, threw J&J security around, and sent them running. The RKO was going away for Extreme Rules, so Orton decided to pull something straight out of the Attitude Era. A night full of chaos. He gave everyone a preview of Extreme Rules. Rollins came out and said he's the best at this game, and he had praises for Randy Orton, but assured him he won't be the champion. He told him to get it all of his system, and he was like, say no more, I'm gonna RKO everybody I see. Best of all, he promised to RKO Seth Rollins before Raw ended, and that's exactly what happened. He RKO'd the New Day, Heath Slater in the back, The Miz, and Seth Rollins was so distracted by the drama with Kane that he completely forgot about the Viper. He made good on his promise. Triple H was mad, Kane was elated, and Randy Orton was in a nice position ahead of Extreme Rules. Okay. Their match at Extreme Rules didn't really hit that hard. It's unfortunate, but the steel cage kind of hurt these two. It was supposed to prevent the others from entering, but that's exactly what happened. But as I said, Rollins and Orton were just better suited in another situation. It would have been better if they were actually facing off in literally an Extreme Rules match. I think that would have made more sense. Match-wise. Story-wise, Orton, of course, wanted to prevent the Authority from interfering, so that made sense. Rollins RKO'd Orton to steal the victory, and it would have been better if it was another match. Orton wanted a rematch, but the problem was Rollins turned him down. Roman Reigns wanted a title match too. Kane saw things differently and was willing to give them a chance. The fans were gonna choose them, and when it came down to it, they chose a triple threat match. The Viper was more than confident about his chances. Roman Reigns, though, was quick to shut him up and made mention of their history in the past. Problem was, Randy had 12 world championships, so he's used to the situation. He actually won matches involving the world title. They had an even bigger problem, though, because Dean Ambrose got himself a title shot as well, so it was a fatal 4-way match. Very exciting match at Payback. Fatal 4-ways always hit, but this one was a hidden gem. It really was. It's pretty damn fun. You should go watch it. I watched it for this video. Of course, it was nice. It was a W match. Rollins retained the title to move on and continue his feud with Dean Ambrose, whereas Orton went elsewhere. Following Payback, Randy Orton slowly developed a feud with Sheamus. These two were having intense brawls. Sheamus tried taking out Orton after his match with Kane, or during his match with Kane, which was a no DQ match, and he disappeared. And upon his return, Orton dropped the Celtic Warrior with an RKO. He wanted to rip the mohawk off his fat head and shove it up his ass. That's exactly what he said in a promo, and this led to a match at Battleground. They had a decent match at Battleground with Orton winning because Sheamus had the Money in the Bank curse. Their feud was mostly consisting of 6-man tag team matches. Orton was usually on top, but Sheamus hit him where it hurts most. Okay, this is how it goes. The Viper had gotten himself a title shot against Seth Rollins for the main event of the August 10th, 2015 episode of Raw. Orton had his hands on the title during the match, but Sheamus cost him the match. He tries cashing in, but the Viper rebounded with an RKO, so they were equal. Their match at SummerSlam was once again decent, but this time around, Sheamus beat Orton clean, which was crazy. Crazy because this man was losing every match, and here he is being Randy Orton. It's not like Sheamus wasn't an established star or anything like that. It's just Sheamus was very cowardly as Mr. Money in the Bank. This feud wasn't really detailed. Both men only interacted in matches. Very rarely would they speak, otherwise I would have mentioned it for this video. Orton won the rubber match on the September 7th, 2015 episode of Raw to move on, but right after the match, the lights went out and the Wyatt family respawned. Wyatt went for strikes, Strowman choked him out, slammed him on the mat, and Randy Orton was yet another victim of the Wyatt family. JBL explained things. So at the time, Ambrose and Reigns wanted a partner for Night of Champions, and Orton was a potential candidate. Upon Orton's return, he saved Ambrose and Reigns from an attack and cleared house. The feud was supposed to transition towards Randy Orton and the Wyatts. Roman was busy with Bray, whereas Dean and Orton were dealing with the other three. Both men had trust issues, Dean more so, and Orton literally said he can't even trust himself. But right afterwards, Orton suffered a shoulder injury and a tag team match against the New Day. This was a big injury. It wasn't supposed to be as big as it once looked, but it was. On this injury, the Legend Killer said, and I quote, "I had a match October 12th in Chicago. My shoulder got stretched back and I had a repair 12 years ago that was destroyed. I had a little pain, got an MRI, and was told they had to fix my shoulder again," Orton explains. "I had a new guy do it and had a stabilization done that they do to rugby players get, and there's some tough customers. This came at a terrible time because WWE was preparing for WrestleMania 32. John Cena got injured, Seth Rollins, Sting, that's why Shane McMahon returned. It was tough, and I'm sure the Viper would have been in a marquee match. There was a rumor at the time he injured himself taking the trash out. The Wrestling Observer reported this, but I didn't see much in it, just wanted to mention it. Randy Orton missed Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, and most importantly, WrestleMania 32. A lot had changed since Randy Orton got injured. AJ Styles debuted, Enzo and Cass were on the main roster, Chris Jericho had an entirely new character, and things were already stacked in the summer of 2016, yet you add Randy Orton. Upon his return, WWE had already announced a match between the Beast, Brock Lesnar, and himself for SummerSlam. As strange as it sounds, this was a very fresh match. Orton's first appearance came at Battleground. What was more shocking than this match happening was Orton wearing pants here. Orton was so gracious and humble about being back, and most importantly, he was motivated. He was so excited that he didn't mind sharing the ring with Chris Jericho. Y2J was a bit worried about taking an RKO and threatening to hit a codebreaker out of nowhere. He relayed Orton on what happened in the past year, and best of all, he wanted to give him the gift of Jericho. Oh, he got scared. Orton said he looks like Ellen and was worried about Brock Lesnar. And basically, Chris Jericho's like, Suplex City was on the horizon. But this is where Jericho got curious. Why is it that both men have been in the company so long, yet they never faced off? And claimed Orton was scared of Brock Lesnar. For him, it was about having an epic return. Facing Brock Lesnar is necessary. He can't face a random like Fandango. And this shut up Jericho. So he told him what's going to happen at SummerSlam. Brock is going to take him to Suplex City. Was this a problem? No, because he was prepared to take 20 suplexes. But all he needed to do is hit one RKO. No enhancement needed. Now it looked kind of stupid stupid hearing that, but it was clearly a reference to Lesnar. You see, Brock Lesnar failed a drug test ahead of UFC 200. Chris Jericho, as a spokesperson of Lesnar, called Orton a stupid idiot. He claimed these were his words, so he was going to be exempt for taking a beating. And he started pressing Orton to hit an RKO. Nope. There it is. RKO out of nowhere. Very entertaining segment. Chris Jericho was in amazing form at this point and could do no wrong. Randy was welcomed back with open arms by the fans, and he returned to the squared circle as a member of the SmackDown roster. The draft and brand split were in full swing. He joined a core group of veterans such as Kane, John Cena, and The Miz. Speaking of The Miz, Orton's first match back was against him later that week. Miz was absolutely dominant, but all Orton had to do was hit the RKO like that. I thought he was going to Booker T Miz and was going to wait a minute to pin him, but he ended up hitting another RKO to win the match. By the looks of it, the man was in form. But what did Paul Heyman think? You guys know how he starts the promo, promoting the hell out of Brock Lesnar. He shockingly said that Lesnar is going to entertain the fans. Not in the traditional way that WWE does. It's politically incorrect. It's violent. He said that Lesnar doesn't need to step up to the new era. It's the contrary, the opposite. The new era needs to step up to Brock Lesnar. There's no attempts at courting favor from Lesnar, none of that. And talks about Orton shocking the world are ridiculous. He hears voices, well, how many tell you Lesnar's going to take you to Suplex City? If you're not, well, his mind is filled with nonsense. If it's the opposite, then Orton should listen to Heyman and said what's going to happen at SummerSlam. He shouted that Orton will never hit an RKO on Lesnar, and lo and behold, an RKO out of nowhere. I can't overstate how awesome this moment was. It was random, it was sudden, it was something straight from the 2000s. The fact that they actually pulled a surprise on, man. This is what it's all about. Like, if they do this every once in a while, it's nice, and they were doing it in the beginning of the brand split. It was like, hey, we want to show you guys we actually changed. Well, they did, of course. And Lesnar was almost ecstatic. Everything about this program was exciting. It just was. It was hype. In an effort to prevent a situation like Raw, security were in place for Orton's match with Fandango the next night on SmackDown. He was doing business as usual when Lesnar ran in and dropped him with an F5. Both men shared the accolade of being two of the youngest world champions, and Randy said that he lost respect for Brock when he left. He felt that he wasn't the same guy that he thought he was after leaving. He's like, oh, Lesnar turned out to be the guy that I didn't think he was. Brock, on the other hand, saw the Viper as someone who was beneath him. He's a mega superstar. Orton, he's a star. Their RKO was a sign. He wanted Brock to know that he's the man. Problem was, the Beast didn't see him that way. He's just a man. And Heyman described him as a surfer that meets a shark. Orton was eager to kill the legend of Brock Lesnar, and when asked how he was gonna stay in form ahead of SummerSlam, Orton assured everyone that it takes one RKO to get to Viperville. Alberto Del Rio thought it was a joke like Disneyland. So Orton wanted to give him a VIP ride. Del Rio pushed Orton very far, isolated that arm, and even got himself disqualified. But the RKO got him out of a tough situation. On the final Raw before SummerSlam, Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman gave their final thoughts on SummerSlam. Before Heyman could speak, Heath Slater of all people interrupted. Now this guy was so damn desperate. He was trying to find any way to get a contract, even if he had to piss off Brock Lesnar. Slater asked for a chance to face Brock Lesnar, and it was all jokes from their side. Heyman moved on like Slater was a jobber, and he roared over being disrespected. He's like, hey, what is up? He knew he would get his ass kicked, but he had a family. Lesnar knew where he was coming from and said that he's got kids too before bringing him into the ring, all to tell him that he doesn't give a shit about his kids. Lesnar gave him two options, and even though Slater made his decision, he accomplished nothing. Now that was over with, Heyman spoke again. Now, he had to sell the fans on the match and how good Orton is. Problem is, Brock doesn't believe anything he says. Nobody could stand up to him, not even a 12-time champion. Very simple build for the match. They were keeping them separate a lot. I think it would have been cool to see a brawl, but it is what it is. This match was something of epic proportions. Randy Orton, one of the very top guys in WWE, a man that reigned atop the company in Lesnar's absence, and Brock Lesnar on the other side, a behemoth, a man that topples any challenge that comes his way, and I personally don't remember my prediction for this match, but I had high hopes. That's what it comes down to. It felt like a match that was too big to fail. You know those type of matches. Now let's talk about it. Lesnar easily took control. He threw Orton around repeatedly with the German suplexes, and I lost count. This man was tossing him around like he was nothing. Orton didn't put up much of a fight. He was being bullied around, but all it took was one RKO on the announce table. Brock was so out of depth at this point, he took a second rope DDT and RKO, but he still kicked out. Brock quickly rebounded with an F5 and delivered some rough shots to the face that busted Randy Orton. This led to the referee stopping the match and awarding the victory to the Beast, and even then, he continued the assault, leading to Shane McMahon coming out. Lesnar ended up dropping him as well, and it was a strange match. I didn't like it. It was paced horribly, and yes, Orton did have his moments, but it didn't live up to the hype. Not to mention, he suffered a concussion, and he suffered a concussion the hard way. Lesnar literally ripped him open, forced him to bleed, and they did it the hard way. It's crazy how they actually booked this match and allowed for Orton to get hurt like that. It's very strange. I believe Shane McMahon was supposed to face Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 33. They were starting to build the program up here, but man, Randy Orton really got shafted here. I think that's a reason why he got that super push later on. It's to owe up to this problem over here. I just didn't like the way the match went. And he doesn't need help, it's Randy Orton. At the end of the day, Randy Orton's a 12-time champion. He does not need help. But in a situation like this with a guy who's a little bigger or stronger booked than him, I think it should have been a little closer than it was, because Lesnar basically decimated and destroyed him. I just didn't think it was a good match. Now, there's a counter to this. This is one thing to mention. It's understandable why they did it. You see, Brock Lesnar just came off of a UFC 200 victory. They're bringing him back to the WWE. Obviously, he's going to destroy one of the biggest wrestlers. It makes sense. Which leads me to another point. Why have the match? Randy Orton returned. He needed momentum, obviously, because at the end of the day, he's returning star. He's going to bring a lot of value to the SmackDown brand. Why book the match? Answer to that, as I'm assuming they needed a big marquee main event. You can't just have Finn Balor and Seth Rollins main event, which you could, obviously, but they probably didn't see it that way. So I was happy they booked this match, but timing was bad. If this happened a year later, I'm pretty sure it would have been better, because they didn't have to protect Brock Lesnar as hard as they would have. They were going to protect him. He was going to win this match, whether it's SummerSlam 2015, 16, 17, 18, or even 19. He was going to always win this match, no doubt about it. But I'm sure it would have went better in other years, because in 2016, there was a UFC element. So he was always going to win. Orton from here went on to feud with the Wyatt family. I was actually going to include it in this video, but things got too complicated. I'll eventually do it, of course. Orton's return was hindered by an injury. Who knows what he would have done at WrestleMania 32? Who knows if he would have been a face? But I just want to talk about it here, so yeah. It isn't often that WWE has 3 supreme talent come right out of the gate and becoming so popular and connected with the fans. The Shield as a trio was incredible and gifted WWE 3 new stars to focus on over the next couple of years. Their efforts of pushing other wrestlers failed badly, and the generation itself felt pretty lost. Because on paper, it was supposed to be John Morrison, Dolph Ziggler, Kofi Kingston, and The Miz leading things. And again, it might seem crazy, but you have to look at it from that time's perspective. I remember they were calling Morrison the next Shawn Michaels, which was insane in itself. The John Cena train, though, was far too strong, not to mention WWE themselves weren't really interested in positioning talent at a much higher place. CM Punk and Daniel Bryan managed to earn those spots, but it seemed like nobody else was going to rise up the ranks fast and become a major star. With the Shield, the trio complemented each other perfectly, and it highlighted all their bright spots, especially Roman Reigns, who everybody noticed was pretty green. It didn't matter though, because the man was a badass. He was what Arn Anderson was to the Four Horsemen and what Batista was to Evolution, the big muscle of the group. Reigns wasn't improving at a fast rate like the other two. They had plenty of experience in their indie days, and the biggest problem they had was probably getting used to the hard cam in their early days. The Shield was a massive success and the coolest thing WWE had put out at the time. I remember really enjoying their work and considering them some of the very best out there. I did think John Cena would bury them, but after the Chamber pay-per-view, those doubts went away. The Shield eventually had to go their separate ways, but the future was bright. It was almost guaranteed for all 3 men to become main eventers. Why? Because they were so gifted and young. Roman Reigns was positioned as the next big thing only a couple of weeks after the Shield split. This man was already main eventing and challenging for the World Championship, and the fans didn't have much of a problem with Reigns. As a matter of fact, he was cheered throughout the months and even had a great match with Randy Orton at SummerSlam. It wasn't really exposed much around this time. Roman Reigns was on an upward trajectory. Even with an injury, they left him sidelined for 3 months. That injury time really changed a lot. The shine off being a former member of the Shield faded, and while Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose feuded, both men clearly deviated away from their identities as the Hounds of Justice. Whereas Roman Reigns was still the same guy and was becoming more and more exposed. Exposed in what way? Well, let's explain it. Being a single star in WWE, you have the brightest lights on you, especially if you're a semi-main eventer like Roman was. His promo Survivor Series 2014 was very weak, and even though the crowd was cheering him, that was going to come to an end. WWE had made no doubts about who their next face of the company was, and it was going to be the big dog. Again, fans cheered him at the time, but this was slowly fading because of his weak promo skills, and of course, the CM Punk shoot interview. When CM Punk left the WWE in 2014, he ended up featuring on a shoot interview or a podcast interview with Colt Cabana where he told the story. At the time, people already knew that Roman Reigns was getting pushed. They had an idea of where his push was going to go. However, they didn't understand how hard WWE was going at him. So when CM Punk mentioned how there was a certain handicap match where he had to make Roman look strong and WWE was adamant on this, fans turned on him. If you're wondering, oh, what effect does that make? WWE fans at the time were much different than the fans that they have today. A lot of the fans that they had back then are mostly AEW fans nowadays, so they were on the the internet a lot. That played a very big part in it. Roman had a lot of support from WWE, and that obviously came with a lot of baggage, not to mention a lot of dislike and eventually disdain from fans. He was positioned in a high place on the card so early in his run, and the big difference Roman had compared to all the other top wrestlers was that he didn't have any sort of mid-card rise to transition into a main event run. So these things all led to the Royal Rumble in Philadelphia. In front of a rabid crowd that wanted no part of Roman Reigns, WWE not only refused to give fans a false hope of the other fan favorites winning, but also threw them out early. The big dog overcame the odds for the first time, which would set up a common occurrence throughout this era of WWE. Shades of prime John Cena forced the crowd to boo and demand changes before a strong push for Roman Reigns materialized. He won this Rumble, and even though The Rock came out to endorse Reigns, fans wanted no part of it. Rock was probably dumbfounded hearing a crowd boo, because that's some old 2002 stuff for him. I don't even think Rock knew what a negative reception was at this point in his career. Such a foreign concept, but the norm for Roman Reigns. WWE continued to push having Daniel Bryan show a lot of respect to him and putting him over in ring and on the mic. I felt like the worst case scenario at WrestleMania with Brock leaving and Roman reigning atop the WWE as a green world champion. There was a way out, and while the match didn't end up being this horrible battle, the build made it seem gloomy. Instead, it was one of the best WrestleMania matches in recent memory and one of my favorites ever. A pure fight that brought out the best and final boss, Brock Lesnar. He was presented very well here as the best version of his unstoppable beast arc. Roman Reigns, on the other hand, actually fit the role of an underdog in this situation because Brock was an actual threat. And with these things combined, it was a spectacle and the greatest example of a WWE main event. Two big guys destroying each other in front of a worldwide audience. This was one of Roman Reigns' very best performance because the main focus wasn't on trying to make him look good and strong. He did look strong near the end, but that wasn't the thing they were trying to shove down your throat. This was one of the only matches where he was the perfect underdog, and that's because the situation called for it. Seth Rollins was the way out for WWE here, but it was only a matter of time before the big dog became the number one guy because it was the only thing WWE knew, considering making somebody else number one was never an option. Roman quickly went into a feud with the Big Show that was mostly one-sided because there was no way that Big Show in the big 2015 was going over anyone of note. It took a while for Roman to actually talk about WrestleMania 31 and its loss in storyline, but there was zero lack of confidence for Roman, and here in this promo you'd think he won. This is a common criticism of him at the time, where his character did not sell his losses as hard as he should. Once he mentioned the Seth Rollins cash-in, he was annoyed, but more about the Big Show, who was Rollins' giant bitch. But Big Show simply mentioned that Roman failed at WrestleMania, whereas he won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. It seemed like the crowd was bored of this feud already, and Roman called them out for a fight. Roman told them about what's to come, and Big Show did eventually respond to this, destroying him on top of a car. It was all about making Roman the biggest failure. That's the story. The big dog didn't want to wait until Extreme Rules, but then Bo Dallas of all people came out and got knocked out. This all led to a last man standing match at Extreme Rules, and no, Bo Dallas was not his opponent, it was a Big Show. There was zero hope for this match at all, and nobody cared about the build, but once the bell rang, it turned out to be a huge surprise, with Big Show having one of his best matches ever. The match is actually thrilling and very back and forth. Even the biggest hater of Roman Reigns at the time, well, actually, I'm sorry. They actually tried to find ways to hate on this match because at the time there was a lot of hatred towards him. So I originally wrote here, quote, even the biggest hater of Roman Reigns at the time can't deny that this was one of the best matches on the entire show. That is wrong. I actually searched the match. People obviously underplayed it, but they just didn't like him. I thought this was a good match, personally. And again, it's not like you have to think this is a good match. I just think a lot of people hated it because it was Roman Reigns who was in this match. There was, of course, this moment, and even though the result was known, it was still some nice stuff. This victory was enough to put his name back in title contention. It's loaded with spots, obviously, because it's a no DQ last man standing match and Roman's limited, but it still doesn't take away from their performance. Big Show here was great. This was a standout performance for the Big Show, one of his best in a couple of years. I think the last time he had a match as good as this was against Sheamus in 2012. Other than that, though, Roman was still in the main event scene. He was gonna get pushed hard, but it wasn't as hard as it would eventually be. Kane had a lot of issues with Seth Rollins and decided to make things tougher for him, placing Roman Reigns, Randy Orton, and Dean Ambrose in a title match at Payback. This was initially a triple threat match, but Ambrose found a way in to make it a fatal four-way match. This also meant that this was the first time the Shield were gonna compete against each other in a match. At the time, Roman and Dean teamed up almost every week on SmackDown, but they never faced each other. Rollins had to use instigation in order to take some of the heat off of him, and it was the only way he'd score the victory. It worked. The championship gold makes everyone go crazy. For Roman Reigns, he wasn't exactly shocked that Dean hit him with a dirty deeds. It was the love of the game, but Reigns thought that this was his story to finish. After all, Rollins backstabbed him the hardest. These two were brothers until the end, but nothing was going to get in the way of the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. With that said, this match isn't talked about much. I consider it a hidden gem of sorts, especially seeing as the Shield don't interact nowadays. It wasn't a classic by any means, but these four put on a good show here. The best match of the show for certain. 2015 Rollins was on fire during this time period. A lot of complaints were made towards the way he was presented and booked, but the moment the bell rang, this guy gave the performance of a lifetime. The most memorable part of this match was when the Shield reunited for a couple of seconds. Rollins was on a high that would quickly go south, but he did eventually retain the title, and Roman went elsewhere, whereas Ambrose feuded with the champion. The big dog was focused on Money in the Bank and confirmed that he was competing in the ladder match. If I remember at the time, I think it was the favorite. Roman remained closely associated with Ambrose in the build to Money in the Bank, and the big dog had many hurdles in the way, being forced to wrestle multiple matches in one night to save his spot in the Money in the Bank ladder match. The toughest challenge was the main event against Bray Wyatt. Roman already walked into the match with injured ribs, but he managed to overcome the odds, which is a common story during this time period, after Kane tried to interfere, and that was enough for the spot. Roman was becoming a bigger target for the Authority, and it got to the point where Kane inserted himself in the Money in the Bank match to prevent him from winning the briefcase. The reactions for Roman around this time weren't as bad as later on, but everyone knew how his push would end. His promos felt pretty generic and lacked any sort of identity, and that was becoming a bigger problem as time went on. Side note, this R-Truth promo was hilarious at the time. This guy was cutting the promo of a lifetime from the Money in the Bank, then Kane shouting, "You're not in the match!" Truth was so confused about this thing like he's a prominent main eventer. This was great because it came from out of nowhere and the best example of the element of surprise. No one even thought that Truth would interrupt, let alone claim he's winning. Surprisingly though, Sheamus ended up winning the Money in the Bank. He came so out of the left field, but I think we should have expected it because he was the only notable heel in the match. Kane was never going to win anything. Neville's Money in the Bank isn't a good fit. Not that he wasn't deserving, I just can't imagine him at the time coming out with the briefcase. Roman had the match won when Bray Wyatt came out and cost in the match. This was a common occurrence at the time, with Wyatt just randomly interfering in main eventer matches and feuding with them for 3 months. They quickly booked the match for Battleground. Roman came out the next night and in a state of anger. Usually he'd lose some important match and crack some jokes. The Eater of Worlds didn't bother to come out, but offered a tale of doom for the big dog. Wyatt felt that his destiny was to climb that ladder, and stealing the opportunity 2 weeks earlier ruined the opportunity for World to have some sort of beacon of hope. He blamed that on Roman's ego. So long story short, he basically blamed Roman for ruining everything after costing him his own opportunity 2 weeks ago. Wyatt implied that Roman was just like John Cena. Not by name though. Same description. Two polar opposites were Roman Reigns and Bray Wyatt. He felt that they need each other. When it came down to it, Wyatt would like anyone else but Roman on top. This mostly came from the fact that Roman was the chosen one. The story quickly got personal, with Wyatt feeling that it's a bad time to fight as Father's Day is around the corner. This feud offered Roman a great chance to explore a different side of his character. With Bray Wyatt, he often brought something else out of John Cena, Daniel Bryan, and Dean Ambrose. Wyatt managed to do a great job of getting into Roman's head in the lead up to the pay-per-view, and he promised to not let Roman succeed. Anyone but you. Roman thought he finally got his hands on Wyatt, but it turned out to be an imposter at one point. The man was 3 steps ahead of him. Wyatt looked almost unstoppable throughout this entire build, and it wasn't until the final week that Reigns actually got one over him. Wyatt claimed he felt his presence and found some admiration in Reigns. He understood why the fans believed in him. That's funny. Roman wanted to fight, but for Wyatt, he said that Reigns didn't hold any power over him. His disdain for him led to Wyatt asking Roman to tell his family that he can't promise he'll come home. The big dog seemed to figure out Wyatt's tactics just in time for Battleground. I remember watching this pay-per-view, but I don't even remember how this match went at all. It's so blurry to me. It turned out to be surprisingly solid though, I will say that. One thing I recall between Wyatt and Reigns is that they had great chemistry and balled hard in their matches. Bray had a weird reputation in ring, especially once he turned into the Fiend. And because his stories usually had payoffs that never felt satisfying or reached the level or potential of the storylines, it makes you forget some things. This is one of those things, because I thought this match was pretty good. If you're a big Bray Wyatt fan, you're most likely familiar with this match, but I consider it to be a gem. It's forgotten because it wasn't what their later match was, and the fact that it was in the middle of the Roman Reigns experiment. Reigns did improve throughout the year, and this match is proof of that. He wasn't going to put on a match as good as this one a year earlier with Wyatt. I don't see it. For Wyatt, this was a victory. Luke Harper interfered, and he managed to take advantage of that. This was the first time those two interacted in about a year. Harper and Wyatt went their separate ways, and it worked well for Luke Harper because he was IC champion. But at their very best, it was always going to be with Bray Wyatt at the forefront as the leader of the Wyatt family. The family was coming back, and it didn't bode well for Roman Reigns. It was already a struggle to deal with Bray Wyatt alone, but he didn't even need to call his old brother because he was there. Wyatt challenged Roman to a tag team match at SummerSlam, family versus family, and he let him know that he welcomed this war. It was what Bray Wyatt wanted. The four men had many encounters on Raw and SmackDown. Roman and Harper even had a match on both Raw and SmackDown in the same week. Things were looking bright for Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose, but Wyatt seemed to see it a little differently. The tag team match offered variety in the feud. Ambrose and Harper know that fast-paced style well, as evident by their matches earlier in the year, whereas Roman and Wyatt are more grittier and hard-hitting battle. Ambrose was a top-tier baller in this one, and that was very common during this time period. He always brought a certain explosiveness in his matches, especially in the final act. There's an extra energy with him that's incredible. Roman managed to get his win back from Battleground to make it 1-1, but the feud was far from over. I remember thinking Dean would turn heel at the time, although the story had no real reason to go that way. I was so convinced. Instead, the feud was extended. Bray Wyatt brought out a new member of the Wyatt family, and he went by the name of Braun Strowman. He was untouchable and basically gave the Wyatt family a new edge. These two got destroyed, but even then still went out there on SmackDown for a fight. The Wyatt family took their time and preferred to deal with them later on. Same thing on Raw. Roman and Dean were still persistent, but they couldn't even knock down Strowman, let alone take them out. The black sheep of the Wyatt family proved to be the difference maker. Even Randy Orton wasn't safe from an attack. Anyone who was a potential partner was taken out, even Jimmy Uso. I'm sure Rikishi wasn't happy about that one. The partner seemed more and more unlikely as both men couldn't really find anyone. Roman thought this proved that Bray was a fraud, and for trying to make it a 3-on-2 tag team match, it was going to be 3-on-3. Despite all of his efforts, Bray thought nobody was stupid enough to join Ambrose and Reigns, but regardless though, they all fell down. WWE left a lot of money on the table turning down this Shield faction. I don't even understand why they didn't let this guy become the third member of the Shield. It is what it is. The mystery partner ended up being Chris Jericho. Jericho hadn't been seen in a year, and the problem was his presence and presentation was the same for the last 3 years, so it didn't hit that hard. The crowd did react crazy though. I just remember feeling like, oh, Chris Jericho, okay. It did tie into the Wyatt family story with Jericho feuding with him a year earlier. The match was pretty good. Y2J showed up here, as did Ambrose and Reigns, but it was always going to end one way, especially because of how they were trying to rebuild the Wyatt family. Jericho ended up disrespecting both men and walking away after the match. Randy Orton was back the next night and put up much more of a fight compared to Jericho. This wasn't appreciated by Ambrose because of Y2J's actions. Roman, though, was looking ahead on the main event match against Wyatt. That was very intense, and again, it left things open for the real finale. Both men couldn't be contained inside the ring, tried to use weapons on each other, and even fought in the crowd. This was the best action this feud had seen, and it set up a proper Hell in a Cell. Hell in a Cell used to happen in October, and most of the time, the feud would just have that match as a way of extending the feud. Not this one. It was long-term stuff that needed to end inside the cell. These two couldn't compete in a normal match. There was a high level of animosity, and on SmackDown, they managed to set up the match. Roman just said Hell in a Cell and left. I personally believe Vince was like, damn. He thought to himself, that's a superstar right there. We just said those 4 words. Wyatt was more than happy to have the match. He welcomed it, and both men had one last confrontation before their match at Hell in a Cell. Roman did an analysis of Wyatt's character and said that he's scared to be alone. Roman pushed his button, and these two couldn't continue the segment, instead opting for a fight. The big dog's hands were full, but he was up for it, as was Dean Ambrose. It didn't matter though, because those two were teaming up in a 6-man tag team match to face the Wyatt family. Their partner, Seth Rollins. The Shield reunion was happening, but without all the friendship and brotherhood. None of that was here, nor were any of them interested in dealing with Rollins or, from his perspective, Ambrose and Reigns. The trio were all their own men now, not to mention weren't tied together under the guise of loyalty. It was the same way for Ambrose and Reigns, but it was clearly much different than previously. I remember this. I felt like the Shield were so far away from reuniting. The faces weren't relying on Rollins to save them, so when he left, it wasn't a shocker. They went back to work. The good guys managed to score the victory without Rollins, who did what he did best: let down his brothers. With that said, the match at Hell in a Cell was great. It was a wonderful way to end the feud. What you would expect this match to be beforehand ended up being just that, in a good way. They had some cool spots. Bray bled a bit. Accident, of course, and a lot of great sequences involving these two. A Sister Abigail counter to a roll-up was beautiful. This was one of my favorite parts of the entire match. These two just threw everything out there like it was supposed to be. Countless moments that stood out from this one, and I'm inclined to believe that it's better than you remember. One of Bray Wyatt's best matches ever for certain, top 5 easily for me. Roman Reigns' 2015 was weird. He was pretty green in the beginning, and even though he wasn't the best around this time, he had made strides, not to mention shine brightest when the match was violent. There was still work to do with him though. As for this match, tremendous. It was very different to other cell matches in the sense of both men using it as a prison as opposed to the structure being a weapon. They didn't interact with the cell much. It did go on a bit long, but that's not too much of a problem. Roman Reigns was riding on a high from this victory that would send him back in title contention. The next night on Raw, Roman Reigns interrupted Seth Rollins' moment to put his name out there for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. He called himself the #1 contender and said he's taking the title. Roman had to beat Kofi Kingston to win a spot in the main event Fatal 4-Way, and the winner faces Seth Rollins for the title at Survivor Series. Roman Reigns scored the victory to set up the match. It was always meant to happen because throughout the months, Seth had constant run-ins with Reigns. It had a deep story tied to it, with Rollins' betrayal of the Shield bringing him the ultimate prize. All he had to do was rain on the parade of his brothers on 2 occasions, the night after Payback and WrestleMania 31. Rollins couldn't believe that Reigns complimented him and was so gracious to return the favor, saying that he would have recruited him to the Shield if he wasn't good. Rollins appreciated the fact that Roman pushed Brock Lesnar to the limit, later reminding him of the result, which of course was victory for Seth Rollins. The champion said that history will will remember him as the guy who held his bags. The Authority booked the Survivor Series elimination match with both Roman and Rollins as the captains of their team. Of course, it had to end with the Shield. Rollins' partners were all eliminated and he was left with the two men that he stabbed in the back. It was a tough situation, but a steel chair set him free, just like it did a year and a half earlier. Even then, Roman still looked strong. Unfortunately, Seth Rollins tore his ACL later that week, and this injury forced him to relinquish the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. This was terrible because this man was holding the title for 7 months and was on fire in ring. He was in the best form of his career, and it's tragic. It's tragic that he never got to drop the title to close the book on the run. This also caused long-term changes in Rollins' style in ring. He used to wrestle freely with no worry of his knee. Now he didn't have the same speed and intensity as previously, not to mention half of his matches involve him selling the knee. It's always a common story that would be used throughout his matches. The WWE tried to make good on this by having a Survivor Series Deadly Games type tournament. Triple H quickly lashed onto the big dog and gave him a free pass to the final. This was basically the game trying to claim that Roman was considered to be the face of the WWE. Triple H pointed out that Seth Rollins would do anything to get the job done, as evident by WrestleMania 31. Through the months, Reigns still hasn't learned his lesson. Months after months of struggle just to get a chance. However, Triple H could make those struggles go away. All he has to do is join the Authority. It comes with a lot of great things, a spot in the final, and if Seth Rollins' run is proof, then he's in for an interesting time. Roman considered it being a sellout, but Triple H told him not to worry about stupid things. He's already going to get criticized as it is. If he wants this, he has to think logically and understand that this comes with criticism. Triple H tried really hard to get him to accept and join the Authority. The moment Roman spoke, the fans booed. He said he doesn't take handouts and turned down this one. This is a reminder of why Triple H didn't choose him and said that he goes to the back of the line. He faced the Big Show. This was the round of 16 match in the Survivor Series tournament. It's Big Show, so you know what it means. But with regards to this story, WWE is making it seem like Roman was not their handpicked guy, and everyone could see through it. With someone like Stone Cold, not only was he the most charismatic wrestler on the card, but his personality and character was perfect. Roman seemed clean cut and someone WWE would really want to be the face of the company, even in storylines, so it doesn't translate well. He's going up against the machine when he's a product of that machine. He was forced in that position. This was where things with Roman Reigns took a turn. He wasn't getting the best reactions throughout the year, but you also heard a lot of cheers from some of the fans. That wasn't the case after Survivor Series. Roman beat Cesaro in the quarterfinal to set up a semi-final battle against Alberto Del Rio. But I want to talk about that match with Cesaro for a moment. This man had a tremendous 2015 in-ring. I really liked the fact that he turned face and just went insane in-ring. Roman had gotten much better at the time compared to the beginning of the year. He was holding his own more so than getting carried. Funny enough, reading about it from that time's perspective, a lot of people were trying to point out flaws so badly because they didn't like Reigns. It's a common theme from 2015 to 16. I thought I was over-exaggerating on how people didn't like him personally. Cesaro was a real star of this match. Of course, he was in ridiculous form in 2015. The difference with this year to 2014 is that he got to work in more prominent positions and take the role of a face. I think it suited him well because he's very athletic and strong. Here, Roman had his arm targeted and he didn't sell it the best, but the match was good in spite of that. It was a pay-per-view quality match thrown on TV and highlighted the importance and prestige of the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. With that said, the match with Del Rio wasn't all that, but the result was clear as day. This led to the final clash, Dean Ambrose. Both men went their separate ways, opting to take the long road to the World Championship, but their own brother was the final obstacle in front of championship glory. Decent but short match that wasn't going to be all of that. Their story needed the long-term build, and even then they didn't have a lot of time. Roman Reigns scored the victory to win the WWE World Heavyweight Championship for the first time. The result wasn't really out of the question because Reigns was their guy and there was no huge heel at the time to take the title. At least that's what it looked like. Triple H came out to congratulate the new champion and take away from the moment. Roman didn't want none and speared him. All of a sudden, Sheamus came out and rained on the parade. He hit the bro kick, but Roman kicked out. The second attempt didn't work, but as Reigns went for the spear, boom, bro kick. 1, 2, 3, new champion. Triple H was proud of the fact that Sheamus cashed in the briefcase. I low-key wish Sheamus won the title later on. Anytime from 2016 to 19, I would have been cool with it, even if it was a short run. Here, some of the fans accepted him just because it wasn't Reigns, and even that feeling quickly wore off. They tried to make Roman look like the wronged underdog, but everyone booed him after the match. But this is a bad situation entirely because of the two men. Sheamus was one of the worst booked Money in the Bank holders with zero memorable moments since winning the briefcase, not to mention a man that lost just about every feud and big match in those months. On the other side, Dean Ambrose is gaining more and more momentum as the days go by and had the entire crowd's support. He was charismatic, could talk, and of course put on a show at the main event level. Instead of pushing him, they wanted to push Roman Reigns, who still didn't figure it out, and they were trying to make it seem like he wasn't the handpicked guy, when in reality, he was always the guy they wanted. Everything was bad. Cena was injured, Orton was out, Rollins was out, Brock had yet to return, very few highlights at the time. WWE was adamant that the Roman Reigns push was going to happen, and it was going to happen while he was portrayed as an underdog, when the perfect underdog was right by his side. Roman's obstacles would grow over the next few weeks. The League of Nations was a way to give Sheamus more legitimacy, and Kevin Owens almost joined the group, but got sick that day. I'd take a fever over getting a disease like this team was. Sheamus was going around wearing a 515 shirt, which marked the time Roman spent as champion. I don't even remember Reigns calling Sheamus a tater tot. This promo was horrible, and he was constantly calling him tater tot. I'm almost shocked this segment went for 17 minutes and was a prime example of Reigns' generic character. They had a good brawl afterwards with Reigns standing tall. The match at TLC was a pivotal moment in Roman's early career. It was a good one, but there was too much smoke surrounding the match. A match he lost after the League of Nations screwed him over, proceeded to destroy everyone in sight, including the COO Triple H. Initially, the fans booed him, but when he got more and more intense, they started cheering. This was the first time in a long time that Roman had a positive reaction. Why? Because it was something different, something that came natural, and every time you thought the beating would end, it would continue. He was actually intense here and resembled the Shield version of himself in the best way possible. That spear in the end was insane and got a reaction from the fans that almost seemed impossible. Destruction and carnage, the thing that goes hand in hand with Roman Reigns, and a great effect in getting him cheered would come with the return of Mr. McMahon. Vince was rarely seen on TV at the time, but in order to make Roman look good, it was necessary. And this was because they tried plenty of ideas and stories and none of them worked. So they took advantage of the story from the previous night, which left Triple H sidelined. The next night on Raw, Stephanie McMahon was ready to fire Roman Reigns. The big dog had zero remorse for his action and was ready to get fired. He called Stephanie a disgrace, and so she slapped him multiple times. She said that Triple H told her not to fire Roman, but her father just might, and the crowd went crazy. When the boss came out later that night, Vince told him not to be intimidated. He wanted an apology, but Roman didn't even consider it. There's a certain dynamic here with Vince as the villain, once again basically making Roman look much better. After all, he's one of the greatest heels of all time. Sheamus was such an uninteresting champion that, again, Roman looks much better than he is. Sheamus challenged him to a match for the title and said he wasn't worried about beating Reigns because he did it twice. Reigns threatened Vince's manhood, telling him that time had passed him by, so he called him an SOB. This was enough for the title match. He made the match official, but said that if Roman Reigns doesn't win the title, then he's fired. He also kicked him in the balls. This was basically the last resort to make Roman Reigns look good, and it was working so far. This episode of Raw followed a strong Attitude Era formula. Start, middle, and end. Basic storytelling, but it was most apparent in that era. So back then, a certain story would dominate the episode. Stone Cold, for example. He'd search for Vince after getting fired. He turns Vince's smile into a state of fear, catches him, and the conclusion of this would unfold at the end of the show. The odds were stacked against Roman Reigns in the main event, and they went above and beyond to try and get him over. I don't think anyone had this kind of booking in a single night during that era, especially on a random Raw. This man returned to Philadelphia and got cheered when he won the title. It was crazy and showed that they were willing to do anything to make him look good as the number one face of the company. Alright, that's where I'm going to end it. We ended it on a positive note. Fans obviously turned on Roman Reigns, but we'll do that in the next part, I'd say. The next part is most likely going to be about Triple H's WWE World Heavyweight Championship reign. That makes sense a lot to me because of the fact that if I were to continue the Roman Reigns video, we can't really talk about Triple H's side matches. He had 2 side matches, and I want to talk about those in great detail. But other than that, Roman's 2015 was funny. He had a roller coaster of a year, you know? Like, everyone knew they were going to push him. They didn't like him. And from what I've seen and what I recall, obviously, because I was old enough at the time, I remember very well, people did not like him, and any slight thing would be used against him, whereas if it's someone, say a wrestler, they would minimize that negative, you get what I mean? That's not to say like Roman's an amazing wrestler or anything like that, but he had some pretty good performances here. He was way better than he was in 2014, and shockingly, he was in-ring, not as a character. In ring, he was much better than I remember him being at the time. Did I like Roman at the time? Not too much. I didn't hate him, obviously, but I didn't really like him too much because of the fact that there was just more interesting guys on the roster that shined brighter than him. I will say that this guy actually, for the most part, showed up when it mattered most. Like all of his matches with Bray Wyatt, Cesaro, and I'm sure the match with Seth Rollins would have been good. I think that Seth Rollins match is interesting to me because of the fact that when Rollins did come back in 2016, I was expecting something else. But Rollins wrestled a more grounded and more serious style compared to how he usually did in the past. So it kind of caught me off guard, and I didn't like that match as much as I did. The reason why I'm mentioning it is because I do wonder what it would have been like to see Rollins face Roman Reigns in a match with his 2015 style as we could have seen at Survivor Series. I think that would have gone down way better. Other than that, the Roman and Bray Wyatt feud had good matches throughout it. The story was decent. I'd say it's just WWE had much better stuff going on at the time. But other than that, yeah, Roman, I guess he was a bit better, but the problem comes down to his character. Again, a lot of people didn't like him personally. There's no lies there. A lot of people did not actually like this guy personally. I remember it very well, and I seen it while making this video. A lot of people didn't like him. WWE made it harder for him. You know, the promos were very generic. A lot of the stuff he talked about here was just bad. So yeah. Brock Lesnar's time up to 2014 wasn't entirely underwhelming, but it was clear that there had to be more effort made into establishing Brock Lesnar as the final boss of WWE. By the end of the year, they finally accomplished that. Lesnar was treated as the ultimate superstar and had the title on his shoulder. It was tough to watch Raw at the time without the champion, but it was undeniable that Brock Lesnar had the star element that nobody barring John Cena had at the time. He ended up losing the title in a triple threat match at WrestleMania 31, but he was vengeful and he was looking to receive his title shot. On the March 30, 2015 episode of Raw, Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman kicked off the show in an effort to get a title rematch immediately. His demeanor was very on edge to the point where anything could have happened. Heyman started going off about the events of last night, and with your eyes closed, it's like Brock retained the title. Suplex City chants intensified, and that crowd was eating up anything involving Brock Lesnar. The beatings Reigns took and the resiliency he showed had gained some respect from the Beast, but then Seth Rollins had to cash in Money in the Bank and score the pinfall on the challenger, not the champion. Heyman spoke about how he has a right to file an injunction and hold up the title for the next couple of months, but because Brock hates lawyers, he doesn't want to do that. Instead, Brock Lesnar wanted to invoke his rematch clause for tonight. Both were ready for the fight, but the moment they heard Stephanie McMahon's music, they lost all hope. She spoke about the main event and had plenty of praise for Brock Lesnar. Stephanie told Lesnar that Seth Rollins wasn't here. He's on an airplane en route to the arena and had plenty of confidence that the new champion will accept the challenge. Heyman went into great detail about how Lesnar's first Raw match in a decade is going to end with him as champion once again. Upon Rollins' arrival, the Beast was ready to feast upon him and return his title, but there was a little issue. Now, did Rollins have a problem with this match? No, at least on the surface. Sacramento was finally going to have a good thing until Rollins grabbed the mic and said that he feels jet lag. Despite this, he was going to give him his rematch, just not tonight, and that's all Brock needed to hear because he started throwing people around, tearing up announce tables, and even grabbed Michael Cole. He F5'd him out of his shoes, and that crowd was all in. They were loving what they were seeing with Brock Lesnar tearing up the place, destroying everybody in sight. He even grabbed the cameraman, and Stephanie McMahon had enough telling him he'll get his rematch. Did he listen? Well, is Brock Lesnar a full-timer? There's your answer. So he got suspended indefinitely. This segment showed how special Brock Lesnar is, the way he causes chaos, the destruction left behind, and it also set up a potential face run. He F5'd the cameraman once again and disappeared. There's a realness as to how he conducts business, and you give this segment to another big guy and it won't work as well. I don't know, there's just something special about him. Stephanie had made it a point to tell everyone that she owns the SOB, which is ironic since the events that followed clearly contradict her attitude. On the June 15, 2015 episode of Raw, Seth Rollins' challenger for the title was set to be announced by the Authority. They listed a bunch of people that won't be the challenger, and Seth Rollins was over the moon. In his eyes, it was a 76 overall current jerker. To them, it was all about proving whether or not Seth Rollins is that damn good, and they had to test him under pressure. And the moment he heard Brock's music, it was like he was about to collapse. Paul Heyman had to put in a lot of work to get Brock reinstated, not to mention get him a title match. Rollins didn't even have enough confidence to look his next challenger in the eye and knew what was to come. Brock Lesnar, though, had to deal with something to finally get the title shot. He had to apologize to Michael Cole and JBL. For a title shot, no problem, but he did it his way. This could only be done with a part-timer boost. If you're anybody else, you're gonna have some problems. With everything all cleared up, Paul Heyman spoke about how Seth Rollins has been protected from day one. NXT champion, well, who helped him get it? The game. His brothers of the Shield were with him. He stole the title all to put his name on that list. He didn't care how he did it. As disgraceful as it was to cash in the Money in the Bank, as long as he was champion, that's all that mattered. Heyman said that he's going to take a trip to Suplex City, courtesy of Brock Lesnar. As for the champion, he had a lot of problems with his own guys, and it was happening at the worst possible time because Brock Lesnar was breathing down his neck. This wasn't going the way Rollins had hoped for, and to top it all off, Brock Lesnar was here. They walked down on him the moment he needed the most, and Rollins' ride was about to take a detour to Suplex City. All that talk about being unafraid of Brock was going to be put to the test. Nope, even then they failed. Seth Rollins was face-to-face with the Beast, and the challenger was mostly unchallenged here. They tried isolating Brock, but it took a lot of work. Kane and Rollins had to go after his leg to finally take down the Beast, and the champion was finally feeling confident after dropping him with the Authority reassembled. High confidence from Rollins, feeling like he burned Suplex City to the ground. He gifted the Authority Apple Watches and even a Cadillac. J&J Security were having far too much fun, but their worth was about to be put to the test as Brock Lesnar returned the following week. Fresh off his trip to Japan, where he obliterated the New Day in less than 10 minutes, Rollins was doing the most trying to get Lesnar's attention, calling him Paul Heyman's bitch. They had the weapons, the numbers advantage, but was this a problem for Brock Lesnar? No. He brought out some axes, but opted to use it for something else. The caddy. He went to work on that vehicle, and once J&J tried to do something about it, he broke Jamie Nomo's arm and dropped Joey Mercury with a belly-to-belly. Rollins quickly made a run for him. This was one hell of a segment. It really stands out because, again, it showed what Brock Lesnar was all about. This is what he was all about. He was causing chaos, destroying vehicles. This is Brock Lesnar. He was in a very positive mood heading into Battleground, as was Paul Heyman. He spoke about their shortcomings at WrestleMania and the thief Seth Rollins taking what should be his. The champion was finally taking Lesnar seriously. He had enough of Lesnar being a coward and taking out his aggression on an inanimate object. He's everything that's right with WWE, whereas Brock is a thug, a criminal, a vandal. Seth Rollins promised to burn Suplex City down to the ground, and this is one thing to mention. He wasn't using that catchphrase officially. He would start using it 2 years later. Lesnar said that he could take him to Suplex City tonight and called him a bitch. Kane revealed that a contract signing was going to take place later tonight, and he was eager to defuse the situation before it escalated because the match is best for business. Heyman belittled him, calling him Undertaker's baby brother, and took his claims as a sign of threat. And threatening Brock Lesnar is the worst possible thing you could do. Heyman made mention of the contract signing situation and said that Lesnar will come with peace, love, and understanding in his heart, unless Rollins breaks the 11th commandment. Those shall not provoke Brock Lesnar. Later that night, Rollins had a very confident promo about retaining the title and was confident that it would happen. Once the contract signing took place, Brock was very insistent on giving Rollins an advantage. All that just to flip the table in his face and send him on a trip to Suplex City. Kane put a stop to this, and similar to 3 weeks earlier, it seemed like they had taken him out again. This man had a burst of momentum and sent Kane to hell. Rollins made a run for it, so Brock decided to take out Kane. The champion came back and went insane. He threw a fit and showed great confidence, saying he will prove that Lesnar isn't a machine. Was he right? No. The man was stuck in Suplex City, and because of how credible Brock was during this time period, they couldn't really convince you that this chicken heel even had a chance, let alone beat him. It was a one-sided dismantling of Seth Rollins. It showed that nobody was on Lesnar's level in WWE, and if they were on his level, they were part-timers. Then The Undertaker returned. This caught Brock Lesnar absolutely off guard, and even when he took control of the situation, The Undertaker low-blowed him. It was one of the most random things I've ever seen. Not the return, but the low blow. Brock broke Undertaker to the point where this man actually started using low blows. The Undertaker dropped him with the Tombstone Pile Driver twice to start the program to SummerSlam. Okay, that was crazy. With Seth Rollins as champion, you couldn't really book him to beat Brock Lesnar, and it just wouldn't be believable, not to mention Brock himself probably wouldn't lose to him. So that's what happened here. Lesnar's incredible achievement of ending the streak came at a costly price. There was clearly some context to Undertaker's actions by the man himself. He came out the next night on Raw to talk about it. He was clearly doing this for revenge. Undertaker acknowledged that streaks are made to be broken and it hurt him, but he still admitted it. That's not the problem. It was the fact that Lesnar constantly came out to remind everyone of his greatest accomplishment. He turned ashes into a raging inferno by doing that. Last night was his resurrection. Brock can't kill what won't die. Regardless of Brock's status, he's gonna rest in peace. Lesnar accepted the challenge, however, Triple H and Stephanie weren't too fond of a potential appearance from the Beast. Heyman assured them that he just wanted to tell everyone what Lesnar thinks. The trust wasn't there, so the Raw roster was informed to be on alert. Heyman went out there and portrayed Brock Lesnar as a superhero that will avenge the dead man. Undertaker had to sell his soul to the devil, but even then his ass belongs to Brock Lesnar, and there he was. Lesnar quickly ran into the ring and a wild brawl ensues between the two. Triple H brought out the reinforcements, but that wasn't enough. This brawl's far too chaotic for the roster to stop. Police had to come in, a commercial break happened, and that wasn't even it. It took a lot to separate these two men, and man, it was one hell of a brawl. One of the most memorable brawls I can remember in recent years. The fact that they went out there, fought, these lower card guys were trying to separate them, it wasn't enough. Then after the commercial break, they're still fighting in the back, it was crazy. With the match set for SummerSlam, Heyman showed zero fear in bringing up the past, and now Taker crumbles and fights with Lesnar. He hyped up this match as the rematch of the century. Why? Because Brock will stamp the repeat of Eat, Sleep, Conquer, and Repeat. He promised The Undertaker that he was going to Suplex City and said that last time he needed an ambulance, a hospital, a year to recover. Heyman was going insane here. It was like, oh, no, Brock Lesnar, You guys know how Heyman promotes the shows, the pay-per-views. On the final Raw before SummerSlam, Brock Lesnar had a homecoming in Minneapolis. The celebration didn't go on as planned because the lights went out. Undertaker didn't show up and Lesnar was smiling. The Advocate went back to talking like nothing happened and said that Undertaker never beat Brock Lesnar. At SummerSlam, it's the same old story. Why? Because The Undertaker fears Brock Lesnar. He may have a tombstone with Lesnar's name written, but he's not facing a man, he's facing a beast. The beast that put the 1 and 22 in 1. Brock Lesnar offers you no resurrection, no retribution. He offers you the realization of, and the lights go out. Undertaker shows up, respawns, and again hits a low blow, a choke slam, and a tombstone. Decent build. You can't do much with this version of Undertaker to go out there and talk weekly about what he's gonna do. They decide to have them brawl and kick each other's asses because that's what makes the most sense. Number one, you have Undertaker on one side. On the other, it's Brock Lesnar. Neither really talk a lot. So this is all you gotta do. You gotta get them to beat up each other, destroy each other, heading into SummerSlam. You don't want to overexpose them, but you want to give the fans a little taste of what's to come. Because this feud was pretty good in 2002, and some people probably didn't realize how good they had it to have this feud in 2015. Even though they were older, there was some doubt over Undertaker's status and performances. You know, like, Undertaker just wasn't the same after 2013. Now, about the match at SummerSlam, it was good. The Undertaker showed a lot of intensity early on, but as Lesnar set into the match, he started wearing him down with suplexes, and as tough as The Undertaker was, he was frail. Lesnar was very resilient, as was Taker, but his ribs were broken. He got F5 through the announce table, and Brock told him, quote, "I'll kill you, you son of a bitch." Taker had the experience element. Yes, he was hurt, but he was smarter than Lesnar and dropped him with a choke slam, a tombstone, but it's not not enough for the victory. Then Lesnar sat up, laughed as did Taker, and this was wild. This moment was so bizarre seeing The Undertaker just randomly laugh with Brock Lesnar. From here, it was all about the big moves. Kimura lock in the corner, last ride, F5 twice from Lesnar, but it wasn't enough. He was in disbelief, but then found himself in Hell's Gate. It was tough, but he countered into the Kimura, and this is when they did one of the weirdest finishes. The ref counted once, and that was enough to ring the bell. At the same time, Undertaker tapped out. It was hidden, it was on Lesnar's knee. Ref couldn't notice. He was booked to not notice it, of course. So Taker took advantage with a low blow after Brock thought he won the match and dropped him and locked in Hell's Gate. And Lesnar was defiant, but he fell short, and The Undertaker was victorious. That was weird. The match itself was good. Undertaker put in a great performance despite being considered finished, but in line with the story, they made him into a desperate old man. The footage of Undertaker tapping, which led to the bell ringing, was shown, and it was funny. Paul Heyman refused to give in to this fraudulent ending and called Brock Lesnar the winner. The Beast wasn't in the mood to waste time on this deplorable officiating and immediately kicked off Raw. Paul Heyman was upset about how Undertaker finally tapping out after 25 years being overshadowed in the history books by him finally beating Brock Lesnar. But he started comparing Undertaker to a kid saying, "Please leave me alone." So basically what it's trying to say is that when The Undertaker tapped out, it basically means he acknowledges Brock Lesnar. He didn't say that exactly, but that was what he was implying. Heyman said that he could talk about this all day. He had enough material for the entirety of Raw. Heyman wasn't here to talk. He was here to see Brock Lesnar fight The Undertaker one more time. Not for WrestleMania, the Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, Night of Champions. No, tonight. The crowd was absolutely amped up for this one. Heyman had his ways with words. He just knows how to talk. But then Bo Dallas came out. Bo leaving wasn't going to work with Brock here, as Brock believed that Dallas was entitled to a trip to Suplex City. He threw him around repeatedly and then dropped him with the F5, left the ring, beat his ass again, and that's the segment. Brock disappeared for a bit before returning for a clash with the Giant a month later. The Beast was set to go one-on-one with the Big Show at Madison Square Garden. Paul Heyman hyped up the match the only way he can, and as big as the challenge was in front of him, Heyman said Brock will take Big Show to Suplex City. Big Show didn't want people to see this match as a foregone conclusion. He warned Heyman about a future without Brock Lesnar, but all this talk turned out to be nothing. Why? Because this one went the way you expected it to. Big Show hit 3 choke slams in a row, and that wasn't enough. Brock gets in the rhythm and drops him with the Germans and hits the F5 for the win. That's it. It took only 4 minutes and they tried their hardest to make you believe Big Show would win. The only problem was, it's the Big Show. Then after the match continues where he left off. Shortly afterwards, it was confirmed. The Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar inside Hell in a Cell. Heyman talked about how the match is Undertaker's before mentioning that, like WrestleMania, it was his until he met Brock Lesnar. He spent time plotting for revenge, and the moment he locked eyes with Brock, he showed that he wasn't man enough to get revenge on him. Brock Lesnar wanted to do that. Heyman said that Hell in a Cell will be the last time Brock Lesnar fights The Undertaker. One man will ascend to the top as the winner of this war, the other won't walk at all. In his eyes, it was going to be Brock, and it wasn't a prediction, but a spoiler. Big Show, though, interrupted. He came from a place of positivity and wanted to shake Brock's hand. He ignored him because Big Show's a jobber, so he said, "I hope you lose to The Undertaker again." So Brock kicked his ass, because why not? Ahead of Hell in a Cell, Stone Cold Steve Austin wanted to get involved with the ongoing rivalry between Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker. The Undertaker said that hell will look like the gates of heaven after their match. He called out Lesnar, who after hearing Heyman talk, refused to let this opportunity go away. At least initially, because Heyman begged them to back off. The build to the match was pretty simple. They didn't really bring Undertaker out. Neither Lesnar. It was more about Big Show and Brock Lesnar initially, but they just wanted to let their work on the pay-per-view do the talking. They didn't really need to do much here. Everyone knew it was intense. Whatever. They just thought to themselves, you know what? Let's just wait till the pay-per-view. Let them go all out. Let's not even give them a preview, because last time around, The Undertaker and Brock Lesnar inside Hell in a Cell is literally one of the best Hell in a Cell matches of all time. Some people even consider it to be the very best. It was that damn good, and this match had a lot of optimism because their match at SummerSlam was pretty good. So if they could do that in a normal match, what can they do inside Hell in a Cell, the match that they have experience in? Especially The Undertaker, who's had plenty of matches inside that cell. As for Hell in a Cell, this was a bloody one early on. The hype WWE brought for this match was delivered and then some. It felt very out of place for this era of WWE to see these two basically want to destroy each other like this. WWE promoted it as the last match between the two and they pulled out all the stops. Unlike last time, Brock actually felt comfortable in this setting from the beginning. Yes, he struggled, but he was fighting in the cell like he had plenty of previous experience. Taker's resiliency increased tenfold for this one, and whenever Brock was throwing at him, he'd kick out. A level of brutality and violence that hadn't been seen in years. Lesnar even exposed the man and took a choke slam, and he sold it like hell, and even a tombstone, but he kicked out. The story went full circle with Lesnar finally low-blowing Undertaker, taking advantage with a brutal F5 to score the victory. Don't underrate this match. It's actually one of the best Hell in a Cell matches from the last 10 years. What makes it so good is without context to the pay-per-view name, you felt like this feud belonged inside the cell. They deserved to end it that way because the animosity was reaching a boiling point and needed a situation to resolve this feud. Brock Lesnar and Undertaker are masters of the ring, and in a situation like Hell in a Cell, they excel. It brings out the best in them, and Hell in a Cell was an amazing way to close out the feud. It was very bizarre. Undertaker low-blowing Lesnar, pissing him off. Lesnar, more of a babyface technically than The Undertaker. It was weird, but it's nice that they changed things for once. With the Royal Rumble on the horizon, Roman Reigns was champion and had to defend the gold during the match. Brock Lesnar was set to compete in the Rumble, but it didn't work into his demands. He wanted a singles match, but that was denied. The Beast was in a foul mood, and later that night he cleared house. There was plenty of traffic in Suplex City, and Lesnar was feasting. To top it all off, he dropped Roman Reigns to end the show on top. Ahead of the Rumble, Brock Lesnar went face to face with Roman Reigns and Chris Jericho on the highlight reel. Y2J accused Heyman of trying to get Lesnar away from the Rumble as an easy way out. To him, it was because he never lost the title. He's deserving of a real title shot, not the Royal Rumble. Heyman called Brock and Roman a box office draw, and then Jericho started talking about being the final man in there with Lesnar. He was delusional, and this thing wouldn't even happen in 2008, let alone 2016, but Y2J was optimistic about becoming a 7-time champion. Brock Lesnar came out then and there, as did Roman Reigns, and they brawled. Reigns prevailed before the Wyatt family came out and dropped the Beast, and this is where things were starting to look like a potential WrestleMania program between Bray Wyatt and Brock Lesnar. It seemed likely that the Eater of Worlds would face Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, and the events of the Royal Rumble only seemed to make it more obvious. Brock Lesnar had a strong concentration on the Wyatt family and was systematically taking them out. He eliminated all three of them, but when Wyatt came out, the numbers overwhelmed him and he was eliminated. Shortly afterwards, a triple threat match was booked for Fastlane. Brock Lesnar, Dean Ambrose, and Roman Reigns, and the winner challenges Triple H for the gold at WrestleMania. Heyman said that Brock Lesnar will imprison both Ambrose and Reigns in Suplex City. F5s to both, and to top it all off, he'll pin them both at the same time before going on to WrestleMania, where he'll conquer the billion-dollar trophy husband to become the champion. The Advocate didn't want anybody to think he's underselling 2/3 of the Shield. That wasn't the case. Dean Ambrose interrupted with a look of joy on his face after hearing Brock Lesnar's unstable. He told the Beast that he ain't crazy nor stupid, but he was begging to go to Suplex City. Why? Because no matter what happens, he's gonna give it his all. He's gonna drag his broken body to WrestleMania and take that title away from Triple H. He just wanted to say it to Lesnar out of respect. The Beast had the last laugh at the end of the night, though, as he dropped Ambrose with the F5. The Lunatic Fringe was in a foul mood ahead of the contract signing for the title match and was eager to get into it with him. The situation was tense, and once Stephanie made them sign the contracts, it allowed for them to do whatever they saw fit. Paul Heyman told Little Brother to ask Big Brother about the difference between a beatdown from the Authority and Brock Lesnar. He verified that claim by striking at a moment's notice and leaving Dean Ambrose laying. He was even ready to drop Triple H. The Lunatic Fringe wasn't the most wise and decided to call out the Beast later that night for a fight. He underestimated the F5 that Brock hit, calling it an F3, and Ambrose said that Suplex City's gone soft and called it a personal problem. After plenty of provoking, Brock Lesnar finally came out. Ambrose quickly brought the fight, but once again learned that Brock Lesnar is an entirely different animal that requires strength, passion, and timing. He dropped him with the F5, but the man still wanted more. Big Brother Roman Reigns came out, and Ambrose took advantage with a low blow to make a run for him. Okay, it was a story-driven program with Ambrose wanting to see what it takes to not only piss off Brock Lesnar, but beat him. Everyone and their mom knew how the match would end at Fastlane, but they did a good job on Dean and Brock's end by giving them a story out of this. The match at the pay-per-view was pretty damn good. Lesnar was of course dominant, that sounds vague, but basically the match was designed around him. When he's around, chaos is caused. Roman had to catch him off guard with a cool ass spear, and they had to hit the Shield powerbomb, and this leads to a one-on-one match, and these two in a disappointing singles match is like Zack Ryder's world title reign. It doesn't exist. Lesnar was a specimen, so once again they dropped him through the announce table. They teased Dean Ambrose to win with a very smooth transition into the dirty deeds, but that wasn't to be. Brock did return though and was on the verge of winning the match, but he was unable to combat the steel chair. Reigns took 3 consecutive shots to the back. He looks out, and 8 seconds later he lunges out to Ambrose for the spear. This bastard was booked to be 109 overall or something. It was insane. Fun match. The result was out of question, but the journey getting there was very entertaining. In light of this match, Brock Lesnar attacked Dean Ambrose before Raw. He lashed out on Ambrose because he was out of WrestleMania, and this man was beyond pissed because he needed a new opponent for WrestleMania since he couldn't challenge for the title. So they laid out the challenge, and a wounded Dean Ambrose came out. He got stepped on, but still had the wherewithal to tell him to kiss his ass. Ambrose said that he wanted Lesnar at WrestleMania in a street fight, so he got an F5. Heyman accepted on his behalf, and the match was official. Before that could go down, the Beast Incarnate had to deal with the Wyatt family. This match was supposed to happen at WrestleMania originally, and it was pretty close to happening, but fell through right before Fastlane. Rumors circulated of Wyatt interfering in the triple threat match to cost Lesnar the opportunity, and from there they build a program. Wyatt himself spoke about this match in April of 2016, saying, "Me and Brock Lesnar are going to meet, and this is the only way I can put this. Me and Brock Lesnar will meet down the line. It will mean something, and I'm going to give him my soul and my body, and hopefully he doesn't kill me. But if he does, then so be it. That's as much as I can give there. I've been beaten up quite a bit this past year, we all have. It has been a rough year as far as the curse of the injury, but I'm still taking barely. But I'm still here. I'm still alive." So it'd become apparent that one of the reasons why Wyatt and Lesnar never happened was because of the back injury. Also, I'm sure Bray's still waiting for the match to this very day. The match didn't even involve him that much. It was Harper who was doing the work. Lesnar dismantled him, and it was clear that these two were going to cross paths again. The rumors at the time had you believing this match would happen after WrestleMania, but that didn't happen. Back to Ambrose. The lunatic fringe had his hands on WWE's most valuable prize, but came up short in the end. Brock Lesnar didn't waste time in forcing Ambrose to get his attention, and Heyman revealed that there was an order of protection on Dean Ambrose. It was for his sake, because you guys know Lesnar. Ambrose didn't care about this and told Heyman to let him off his leash. The Advocate tried to explain why Lesnar shouldn't be provoked, but Ambrose wasn't listening. They didn't budge because WrestleMania is on April 3rd, but Lesnar's temper was getting the best of him. He teased it, but walked away. Ambrose in the lead up to WrestleMania was getting weapons from hardcore icons such as Mick Foley and Terry Funk, and they were really building it up to be his big moment. Ambrose and Lesnar interacted on SmackDown with Lesnar getting the best of the lunatic fringe, and Paul Heyman did have praise for Ambrose, saying that usually others know their place when it comes to Brock Lesnar. He doesn't, and it's almost delusional. An NCAA and UFC champion being put out of his place in a match with weapons? Wouldn't that benefit him more? Dean Ambrose had enough of the talk and brought out a wagon and filled it up with weapons. The build was really trying to get you behind Dean Ambrose in the sense of, hey, this man is going to have a special moment at WrestleMania. It really felt like it. He was taking beatings, yeah, every single time he would return. Even if it meant the beating was worse. It felt like Dean Ambrose's story more so than Brock's. When the bell rang, it was so disappointing. And this stems from how WWE built it. Yes, Ambrose took a beating. We all knew that, but the way the match went, it contradicted the story. The match was never gonna be in line with the story itself. Brock Lesnar didn't really go above and beyond, even if it's WrestleMania, not to mention risk injury for his UFC return in July. Another thing is, they showed chainsaws and barbed wire, but they didn't really get used. They weren't gonna get used because WWE's PG, and so basically they built false expectations for this match and didn't follow up. So when that happened, it turned out to be one of the most disappointing matches in recent history. I remember watching it, and the moment Brock Lesnar won, it felt like the intention that WWE had made for the match was unfulfilled. Not because Lesnar won. Lesnar was going to win this thing, but the way they treated Ambrose here, I really think he should have gotten a bit more in, and Ambrose himself should have known better to expect some big spots involving chainsaws and barbed wire, especially in a match at WrestleMania and against Brock Lesnar. But yeah, it was disappointing. So I was going to continue this video until the Randy Orton arc at SummerSlam, but I decided, you know what? I'm going to make a Randy Orton video in the near future. You know, it's about his year at the time, his years, 2015 to 17. I'm going to dive into him. So I decided to leave it for that video. So yeah. Overall, Brock Lesnar was a special attraction during this run. He was very exciting to watch. The only disappointment, of course, is the Dean Ambrose match. It was a shame. It was unfortunate. Other than that, he had a lot of great matches with the likes of Roman Reigns, Undertaker. He was booked very strong. There's no doubt about it. He was literally the strongest booked wrestler in WWE, and nobody was going to take that claim. Nobody was going to take that honor away for a while.
When 2015 rolled around, there was no idea that the year would be riddled with injuries ahead of the biggest WrestleMania of all time. WrestleMania 32 was constantly promoted as one of the biggest ever, and one has to wonder what would have been in the card. But regardless of that, the situation that WWE were in caused them to change plans, especially when Seth Rollins suffered a torn ACL, who's positioned as a major part of the shows and was either going to face Triple H or feature in the highly anticipated Shield Triple Threat match. So the plans change. I imagine that Triple H and Roman Reigns were always going to cross paths because that sounds like a WWE move that to them would feel huge. And after Rollins went away, that was the story. It was all about getting Roman over. Reigns at the time was still especially as it relates to his mic skills, and there was this one promo where he was talking to Sheamus about nonsense and calling him tater tot. So obviously this guy was basically a schmuck on the microphone. These are obviously ran for him, but Reigns didn't look like a proven star at all. What did help his case was the merch he was selling and the fact that he did have fans. But this story was one that proved that WWE needed to do more to get him over with certain fans. And for a week it almost worked because they brought back Mr. McMahon. That episode of Raw was actually good and built up to the main event like it was an Attitude Era episode. But what also helped Roman Reigns' case is the fact that he wasn't an underdog, at least for those 3 weeks. He demolished Triple H, obliterated him and sent him to the hospital, and then followed up by going through the League of Nations and Vince. He was badass, cool, and actually got the job done without being positioned as an underdog. But then a couple of weeks later, they booed him. Why? Other than the fact that Roman was the golden boy, he was booked once again as an underdog, having to defend his WWE Championship in a 30-man Royal Rumble. I love the concept of the title being the Royal Rumble prize. It makes it feel huge. But at the end of the day, this was done for Roman Reigns. When the show went down, everyone had an idea of how it would end. But in the meantime, Roman Reigns had to deal with all kinds of guys. Tyler Breeze, the debuting AJ Styles, Chris Jericho, Big Show, Kane, his own buddy Dean Ambrose, and then number 30 showed up. Triple H. And you'd think Triple H was the face because that crowd in Orlando despised Roman Reigns. A part of that is because he didn't endure the entire Royal Rumble as he went into hiding for part of it only to reappear near the end. And when Triple H threw him out, the crowd exploded. The villain himself, the big dog, was out, and at this point, it was guaranteed that there would be a new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. As always, the crowd stuck passionately behind Dean Ambrose. He was their guy for the night and the other nights as well. And while he did make it close, he didn't score the victory, and it was the game Triple H with title reign number 14. And when he was told he was winning the belt, he probably had the biggest smile on his face. And when I mean told, he probably lobbied for it himself. To be honest, I get the move. WWE was light on talent, but if it was me, it would straight up be Dean Ambrose versus Roman Reigns for the WWE's most coveted gold in their allegedly biggest WrestleMania main event ever. And the reason why I say allegedly is because they were constantly promoting it and trying to top the 2010 NBA All-Stars crowd attendance. It sounds like fireworks in a well-worked match that would bring excitement and drama to the main event. Is it Ambrose? Is it Reigns? You couldn't guess that one. But anyways, here it is. Triple H is title reign. We set it up very well. On the January 25th, 2016 episode of Raw, Triple H finally returned to the show, but with a WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Vince said he enjoyed the misfortune and miseries of others, and after reading those documents, I mean, that might be the truest thing he said. Triple H said the biggest thing that upset him was a lack of respect for McMahon and said that he might as well be God. They're calling this guy God. Triple H said that this was his religion, his church, and he'll be damned if— why'd I say damn like Owen Hart? And he'll be damned if somebody like Roman Reigns would disrespect his religion. If Reigns is disrespecting his religion, well, what's TKO and Ari Emanuel doing to it? They're iconoclasts by that logic. He said he didn't need to be WWE champion, but he wanted to be. He basically felt like he was back at home. Roman chants intensify. Yeah, Roman chants, by the way. The game said either Roman conforms or ceases to exist. It sounds like a dull promo, but it was solid. Triple H didn't need to explain much, and he understood that he was, to put it simply, emphatic about his motives to make the rest of the roster bend the knee to him and the authority, because anything other than what the authority wants is sacrilegious in the world of WWE, not pro wrestling, although this promo would make you think they invented it. Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose later that night managed to earn a chance to potentially face Triple H at WrestleMania with their performance in the main event. They were gonna face off in a triple threat match at Fastlane with Brock Lesnar. Triple H tried his best to instigate with these three, and he tried to get Brock Lesnar to look in the mirror and see what he was truly capable of. Stephanie, on the other hand, was trying to drive a wedge between Ambrose and Reigns, which was gonna be harder than asking her husband to have a shorter match at WrestleMania. Alright, that's an over-exaggeration. What did work was Triple H motivating Brock because he demolished Dean Ambrose, who was always craving a fight, even if it wasn't for his own good. He got his ass beat on 3 occasions without learning the lesson, but he did get one over Brock. Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns were closely tied together despite the drama with the WWE Championship, so Stephanie tried once again. She made Dean Ambrose defend the Intercontinental Championship in a fatal 5-way match, and if Roman interferes, Ambrose loses a spot at Fastlane, which in turn make Roman's chances increase. He lost without the Roman drama, and Triple H was watching on closely. Not in the arena, of course, because he was a part-time champion. He did show up for SmackDown, where he observed the two guys taking a beating from Brock Lesnar, and the drama between Reigns and Ambrose finally started, which was what the champion had always intended to happen. That match at Fastlane was pretty good and explosive. It's not talked about much because it wasn't for the title, and because it happened in the cold period before WrestleMania. With this WrestleMania, there wasn't much excitement until after Fastlane, when the story started to appear. But this was very entertaining and engaging. It wasn't dull at all, but talking about multi-man matches, this will be overlooked, and for good reason, because there's much better matches from that time period. It also shaped up for Brock and Dean for WrestleMania. Reigns, though, steered clear of all this drama to punch his ticket to WrestleMania. Even then, Triple H gave him a strong reminder of what he was capable of and dished out his own version of the attack from 2 months earlier. One thing I find funny is that with Reigns, they always did their best to present him as good, even if it meant violating their own rules, such as blood. Blood is a very touchy topic for WWE, to the point where they find somebody like Batista. Well, the Reigns, oh, he might as well look like Ric Flair in 1984, and it's obviously for his own benefit to look more sympathetic to the crowd that already despises him. Here, Triple H dropped him with a pedigree on the steps while some fans were happy and cheering. Wrong guy, buddy. You're not supposed to cheer for him. But then again, Triple H is the one that looked cooler during and after this attack, and he's not the one with the bloody face, which always helps you look cooler. Triple H explained his actions, saying that he attacked Roman Reigns because it was reasonable after he was attacked months earlier. It's also a prime example of not overcoming the authority. You're not capable of it, and it's similar to people in life. They bow to authority. He got the blood, now he wanted the tears. Before the game could potentially face the big dog, he had one huge obstacle to overcome: Dean Ambrose. Ambrose at the time had gotten massively popular, a ridiculous amount of popularity to the point that the WWE couldn't ignore. Impossible, because anytime he would come out, people would stand up and his segments would get the best reactions on the show. Why? Ambrose had his character down. He was the hardest worker in the entire company as well, and I'm not throwing that part out for the sake of it. From the years of 2015 to 17, Ambrose had the most amount of matches in the company. At some points, he worked twice in one day in 2 different cities, worked in Miami one day and then Hawaii. Anyways, Triple H greatly underestimated him and said he was the best supporting actor before saying nobody cared about him at Fastlane. Funny that Triple H would say that, because he was the best supporting actor of the Attitude Era. Ambrose tested his bun, saying Triple H wouldn't get in the ring with somebody like him because he's dangerous. The champion obviously had to drag it, and he was like, oh, This is not how it works. So he had to deal with Alberto Del Rio before Triple H would consider a title match. He ended up trying to combat authority but learned a lesson there. Even then, Triple H gave him the title match only for Ambrose to test him once again. Dean Ambrose took great pride in crashing the WrestleMania party, and there was a lot of conviction from him. And I just want to say, this was a great promo. For one, Dean Ambrose laid out the claim that he would be the face of the WWE being on Oprah, cutting ribbons with Triple H and taking pictures with kids. The reason why I like this promo is because it poses a greater idea than Roman Reigns and Triple H. Ambrose as the unwanted face of WWE. They really could have done something there, and they were already copying the Austin McMahon dynamics. Why not do it with somebody who actually fits the role as opposed to Reigns? For Triple H, it was bothering him that Ambrose couldn't see what happened to Roman for defying authority. He also called him to question Ambrose's drive and passion because look at him. And look at him. I mean, they're worlds apart. His idea of a good time is drinking champagne and closing a business call. Ambrose, well, it's dumpster diving. He threw another obstacle in Ambrose's way with a match against Bray Wyatt. That match didn't go too well for Dean Ambrose, who was taken out by the Wyatt family, which allowed for the WWE World Heavyweight Champion to pick up the pieces. Great teaser, just want to say that. Ambrose caught Triple H off guard, leading to an amazing dirty deeds, and Triple H sold it like shards of glass landed into a vital organ and killed him. Okay, this is one of the best short builds I've seen. Ambrose caught fire and became a huge threat. They did the most they could with 2 weeks. With regards to the match, let's talk about it. Dean Ambrose was positioned as the disruptor of WrestleMania 32. The Authority thought the event would go on without a hitch, but not only was there potential for Triple H's plans to be spoiled, but his position would be a lunatic that has no regard for stockholders and, most importantly, authority. Dean Ambrose was the perfect foil for WWE, and I know for a fact that WWE themselves know this, but obviously, Roman is Roman and that push was more of a priority. I remember this being a great match. It was, from my memory's perspective, one of the only times where Dean wrestled as opposed to brawled. But I'm watching it right now. The beginning was wrestling heavy with Triple H thinking he was gonna have a field day, but Ambrose was more than up for the challenge. It was an old school battle, but when I was younger during this time period, Triple H's matches from this era bored me. Even the Bryan match, but I loved this match, which was definitely an outlier when it came to Triple H. Ambrose strictly followed the natural pace of the match and found a crucial opening to target the game's knee. Ambrose was less lunatic and more of a great intelligent mind, which he wasn't showing all that much in WWE at the time. Super old school stuff here. They didn't care about generating the reactions. They were building their own match, and to hell with the crowd, at least for the first part. That served as a great basis before they went all out and got the crowd looking forward to the change of pace. Dean Ambrose was always the one catching Triple H with surprises. He was using distinctive moves and strategies throughout this battle. The figure four, the sharpshooter, then dirty deeds. And this was an amazing spot. Everyone, including myself probably, I don't really remember. I do remember watching the match, but I don't remember my reaction. Everyone thought that there was a new champion. It was too damn good to the point I wish it actually happened here. He was dominating the game, making a mockery out of him, and was almost convinced that the title was his, but he struck big in a moment he shouldn't have. And this led to the pedigree and the victory for Triple H. It was a great match because the attention was mostly on Ambrose. He caught fire at this point. The stage was practically his. It's Triple H's best match of the Shield member for certain. A refreshing change for Ambrose to go for a more wrestling-based style to catch Triple H off guard. And that singular change set the tone for the rest of the match. A match that saw Triple H never enter the 4th or 5th gear, let alone the 6th. He clearly bit more than he could chew in this battle, and if it was a real sport, it would have ended Ambrose's way. Bad tactics lead to disastrous results, except Triple H had luck by his side because Ambrose channeled the lunatic side of his, and that alone cost him. It's all driven from that announce table attack from 2 weeks earlier. Okay, Triple H wasn't letting go of the gas so soon. He said that Dean Ambrose is the perfect representation of the fans. The idea of hope. He made fun of the people's lives about doing nothing about themselves, and then Dolph Ziggler randomly appeared. Stephanie, right upon his entry, said, speaking of failures. Oh man. He complained about how they see the fans and said that Ambrose and himself were screwed for business. He didn't care if he was fired. Triple H wanted to keep him though for business and told him that maybe he needed the right people giving him advice and he'd get everything he wanted in life. So he called Stephanie an idiot. She hit her signature move, the no comeuppance. She told him that he'll get any match he wants except for the title if he could be one man. Triple H. This was of course a test match for the game ahead of WrestleMania. It's not all too fascinating because Dolph Ziggler is a great wrestler. He gives more than he takes, and for the most part as a wrestler, you get an easy match with him. This wasn't as good as I remember it, but as always, Ziggler doesn't shy away from stealing the show, at least on his part here. When you think about it, Dolph Ziggler's made a career out of near falls and false finishes. It's always, oh, he almost won, and he does a great job at that, but he lost here. Then Roman Reigns showed up. They tried their best to make him look like an angry badass who was about to wreak havoc, and he beat up Triple H so badly that even Jack Swagger told him to calm down. This caused Stephanie to get all emotional, and Roman tried to do that nonchalant thing, not knowing we know why he's acting nonchalant, because the poor guy can't speak. He said Triple H didn't come to Philadelphia because he was scared to get bounced around the street. He did the forced cool thing, and Stephanie also failed to slap him, so you knew then and there that Roman Reigns has the 99 overall push. Triple H did show, but he took yet another beating. beating. Stephanie screaming like Triple H never endured a beating half as bad as this. And before WrestleMania, there was one final encounter between the champion and the challenger. Triple H cut the same promo as he did twice beforehand about how the people can't achieve their dreams, and he said that Roman Reigns did for 5 minutes and 15 seconds. He's talking about the title reign at the Survivor Series. Clearly, Triple H saw the altercation with Roman Reigns months earlier as the beginning of his obsession again, which also means the end of Roman's dream at WrestleMania. The crowd booed like crazy when Stephanie got on the mic, only for them to boo louder when Reigns showed up. He sent the game running only for him to plot for an attack later that night. He pummeled him, beat him up, destroyed him. This set up an intense conclusion to the show. Now, I gotta say this once again, I feel like they ran out of content to talk about, because why is the promo about dreams and hopes again? I know Triple H is the authority and they're the bosses, but you could get to the conclusion of a promo, especially for this match, the main event match of WrestleMania, without the same material. Reigns shows up, they brawl, he jumps over the top rope, and that was the build. The intensity was there, but the issue with this story is the promos. Triple H cut the same promo in different fonts. You wake up, you go to your job, you're a loser, Roman will be disappointed. Same thing. And Roman, I think they did him a favor by not having him speak much, because he didn't have a good track record at the time. Listen, I think regardless of certain things that Reigns should be a main eventer, even in 2016. Even though his mic skills were lacking at the time and he was getting pushed harder than these TKO celebrities, the issue with him is that it was insistent on going straight to the top even if a large portion of the audience didn't like him. And as I said earlier, this guy sold merch. He was relatively popular. I don't forget that when talking about him. I understand why he's in the position that he's in. Don't think this is some, oh, Roman Reigns, blah, blah. He's just overpushed. And sometimes it should be a matter of timing. Based on timing, Dean Ambrose should have been that guy for this WrestleMania. With Reigns himself in the main event, I think that should have been the main event, but they wanted to do it one way and one way only, which would obviously mean that the big dog would potentially go through the game. They had a big video package with Hail to the King playing. They're going all out to make this look like a big title match. Even Triple H had an elaborate entrance. An entrance that signified his views on people in life. Ordinary people mean nothing. They're a slave to the system, a system that serves people like him. Stephanie had one of her best WrestleMania attires, and Triple H himself was accompanied by the slaves of the system. That's my interpretation, especially because he was constantly looking down on the working man during this build. And that's why I thought Dean Ambrose would have been perfect for this match. Too perfect at that. I also want to say that I haven't watched this match since it happened. I wasn't too high in this show, and this match didn't give me hope, I remember. Also, I refuse to believe this was 10 years ago. There's no way. I remember everyone hating on Roman Reigns. The hype that the other matches had, and it's just so odd to think that it's a memory from a distant past. In my mind, it was 3 years ago. It was an expected reaction from Roman Reigns. The world's most passionate wrestling fans weren't all that high on him. Triple H also got a way better reaction than him, which is funny because he was doing a lot to step on the fence. I don't really know what to make out of this match, but it was pretty plotting watching it here. Triple H was the face of the fans here. There was interest initially, but then it faded and just became a match. Nothing about it felt notable or special. On a technical sense, there is no issue with it, but it's not flashy or notable. It does have the gift of putting anybody to sleep, even if they were asleep for the entire night. I was so bored out of my mind when Triple H countered the Superman punch because it led to the weakest stretch in the entire match. It felt like it went on for 10 minutes. Then came the best moment in the match when Roman Reigns speared Stephanie McMahon. This leads to the pedigree which Reigns kicked out of, and from here it was back and forth. Big sequence here with a face buster only for Roman Reigns to respond with a Superman punch. Another good moment followed with a great answer to the spear from Triple H. Stephanie hands Triple H the sledgehammer, but Reigns manages to hit the spear in time. 1, 2, 3, new champion. The idea of this match isn't too fascinating or interesting to even talk about. Honestly, this would have been better served as a blood match. Not literal blood, but something filled with hatred and more of a fight as opposed to whatever this was. Only the time should have been cut in half. I know it's a WrestleMania main event, but I feel like regardless of what the match is, the main event should stick the landing any way possible. That didn't work here. I would have certainly preferred an all-out 15-minute fight if it means Reigns goes through hell to score the victory. Because here, while he did struggle with Triple H, it wasn't as hellacious as you'd imagine. This was the peak of Roman's hate that year, and it would be a common occurrence around WrestleMania season for the next 2 years. I do wish that they would have done the heel turn or something because the guy wasn't working in this role. The fans were pissed off like crazy, and it's not even just, oh, a vocal minority. It is very, very loud at this point. Everyone despised him. It worked well for Reigns in the future, but we don't know the extent of his push if it wasn't for violating the wellness policy. In ring, he had improved a lot since 2014, but nobody was really seeing that at the time. I'll be back with another Roman video in the future about the rest of his 2016 and of course the controversy surrounding his position as #1 in the WWE. I would do a when people hated Roman Reigns video, but I actually want to talk about some of his stories and matches from this time period because there's some good and there's some terrible matches that we got to talk about. So Triple H's title reign went and passed. It's obviously the transitional one to set up Roman Reigns, make him look like the guy and all that, but Triple H shined way more than Roman Reigns if I'm being honest. way more. People liked his character more, and while his promos were repetitive at times, his character was fleshed out throughout the entire title reign. Roman, we didn't see it that much. They actually prevented him from going on the microphone because it would obviously expose him in some ways. Whereas with Triple H, we saw a lot. We saw his passion for authority. We saw his love for authority. We saw how defensive he is about protecting the upper class of the WWE and professional wrestling. And that's another issue with Roman Reigns. The fact that they didn't explore his character beyond, I was in the Shield, I have the Shield music or a remix of it, and I still wear the tactical gear. If they explored his character more, maybe people would have liked him. I do know people would have hated Roman Reigns no matter what in some ways, but WWE themselves weren't doing too many favors for him. So yeah.
The title reign that was or is that blown out of proportion? Personally, I was hyped back then for a Dean Ambrose title reign. I felt that he was the most wronged member out of the Shield. Roman was their guy. Seth was always near the top, but Dean, I thought he was punching below his level. It also didn't help that he was massively over. At the same time, the hate for Roman was at an all-time high, and there he was. Dean as this guy who the fans gravitated towards to be the champion. So they booked him in a match with Brock Lesnar. But then the bell rang, and I, along with many of you, thought that was it. They used none of the weapons that were brought to him by the legends, and Brock was like, I got a UFC, you gotta shut up. It was awkward, and the positive though was that Money in the Bank was coming up, and they didn't try to trick everyone. The intention was clear that Dean was gonna win that briefcase and cash in on the same night. The only guy that had a chance in that match looking back was Kevin Owens, and I remember having some doubts over the result, but they did it, and I was like, it's happening. The idea of the Shield winning the title on the same night is just enticing. Fast forward to the end of the night, Roman and Seth have a decent match. It's not must watch, and in a way, it felt underwhelming for me. It's good though, you know. But Seth caught Roman to win the title clean, and it was a ridiculous result at the time. They were pushing this tweener Roman who was constantly telling us that he's the guy or whatever, and already they ended his title reign? Why would they? Oh, I see. But anyways, Rollins was a two-time champion. All is well, then Dean Ambrose's music plays and he catches Seth off guard. That crowd explodes. They couldn't believe it. Seth pays for his sins as he did the same to Roman, and he hits the dirty deeds. 1, 2, 3. Fans rejoice, and thinking about it at the time brings a smile to my face. Dean was by far my favorite at the time. Seth coming back was cool and all, but this was a long time coming. And it was somewhat surreal because he was constantly taking L's in the main event, and as evident by the crowd, they wanted this. It's easily one of my favorite moments from the past decade, and it's also nice that each member of the Shield held the title on the same night. It was a wild night on general. On one side, you had a heated Game 7, and on the other, you had this. Great Money in the Bank pay-per-view event, if my memory serves me correct, because I haven't watched it since then, barring the main event. Kicking off Raw the next night, the new champion spoke about his victory the previous night. Before he could, the fans showered him in a "You deserve it" chant, and he told a story about the previous night and how it's a blur before mentioning the title win. It was a splendid thing that Seth Rollins experienced what he did at Money in the Bank, and he said that this was a prime example of what goes around, comes around. He also said that his victory is proof that hard work pays off. Since all the names were taken, you know, the man, the guy, he called himself the dude. It didn't matter as long as they called him champion as well. He said that all the trials and tribulations were worth it, and all of a sudden Roman Reigns interrupted. Since this was eye contact's Roman, they booed him, and he said that last night wasn't his night, it was Dean's. He congratulated him and asked, so how did it feel to cash in on Seth? The champion said he would have done the same thing to Roman, and the fans began chanting, "You can't wrestle." He told him to shut up and challenged the dude. Before he could even accept, Seth ran out there shouting, "No, no, no," and whined about how it took him 7 months to return and said that it was his night, but this guy had to ruin it. Rollins told Roman to go back to the line so he could challenge for the title he never lost. To him, Dean stole it. Roman felt that there was an easy way to solve this problem. Shane McMahon had to come out in order to book a #1 contenders match between Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns. The rematch goes down 2 hours later, the fans still hate Roman, and it was intense. Both men showed heart and resiliency, but ultimately, neither man won this match. So Shane came out and Dean decided, you know what, I'm a fighting champion. I want both men on the same night. Michael Cole's confused and Shane books a triple threat match for Battleground. The Shield triple threat that everyone asked for was going to happen on such a grand stage, that being Battleground. Nobody expected it to happen on such a B pay-per-view, but then again, this was one of the most notable pay-per-views in 2016. Dean reminded everyone that he ain't no joke and even dropped Roman with the dirty deeds. Seth was left unscathed for all of 2 seconds because he took one as well. In light of Roman's suspension, Seth Rollins felt embarrassed as he was the same man that brought him in with the Shield. The Architect mocked him, saying Roman never apologizes, let alone to his family or friends, as he's the same guy who's all about one versus all. You guys remember that catchphrase? I'll also talk about owning it as a joke, and if anything, Seth owns Roman himself, and the proof's in the results of their matches. He also said that Roman doesn't deserve a second chance, and basically, Rollins wanted Roman removed from the Battleground main event because it would greatly benefit him and his chances. Dean interrupted and started showing off with the belt to incite anger within his old brother. Ambrose felt that Rollins possibly was more angry at the fact that he's holding the title than he is at Roman. Everyone makes mistakes, and he refused to cancel the triple threat. AJ Styles, of all people, agreed with Dean, but he wanted himself in the match instead of Roman. He was desperate to feature and even accepted a fatal 4-way match as long as he's in the match. The champion was cool with this, but you know who wasn't? John Cena. The face that runs the place saw that Dean was a fighting champion and wanted in. Rollins began doing the shouting, leading to Stephanie coming out. Seeing as Cena and AJ Styles wanted in on the match, Seth Rollins has to face John Cena. AJ Styles faces the WWE champion Dean Ambrose, and whoever wins is added to the match. Work-rate Cena emerged in Seth's match and gave him a hard time. These two always have good matches, and this was just that. The club, though, distracted Cena, leading to the pedigree and Rollins' victory. Similar to these two, AJ and Dean delivered, and it was a nice precursor to their future matches. But then again, this is 2016 AJ Styles, who was essentially a GOAT. This man will have a classic match with a fish. John Cena interfered this time around, and Dean took advantage. Rollins was joyous and returned the favor from the previous week. On the July 11, 2016 episode of Raw, the architect Seth Rollins held the first edition of Rollins Report. His guest, Roman Reigns. This is once again where my memory is a little fuzzy. I seem to remember the Rollins Report debuting much earlier than July, right? With that said, he basically admitted that he was a fraud and felt that he didn't deserve to be in the Battleground match because he's going to continue to be a horrible person. What I find funny is that the crowd didn't want him in the match too. The WWE champion came in and made a joke out of his old friend Sawyer responded saying his title reign is a joke. Why? Because he stole his title. Rollins intelligently tried goading Dean into a one-on-one title match, saying that he had multiple title shots last year and failed to win. Battleground to him wasn't only about the title. It was about who was the best member of the Shield. To Rollins, it was to ensure the fact that he's always been better than Ambrose and Roman. He was very bitter and frustrated over that title loss, and it showed. This flipped the switch in the champion. It wasn't about jokes here and said that in the past, he was a utility player. Whenever others left for Hollywood, he had to carry the company, and it's fun. You know, he enjoys being that guy who works hard, having those great matches and all that. He also reminded Seth of the hell that he went through to get the title and asked, how far will I go to keep it? He even went as far as to say that Roman, Seth, Vince, God himself has to pry the title away from him. And because of this, he doesn't want a one-on-one match at Battleground. He wants it anytime else. Rollins was motivated and confident but preferred next week. Great promo from Dean. Often there's moments where he's all jokes, but here it was nothing but intensity, confidence, and a man who was absolutely assured that he was the best in the business, and the best in his eyes faces anybody or anything coming his way. Otherwise, why would you call yourself the best? With regards to the title match, yeah, it's a hidden gem. The match also had huge ramifications on the draft, as whoever won this match was probably going to be first overall, although by the sounds of it, Rollins was going to be the first pick for Raw anyways. That said, let's talk about it quickly. Early on, the WWE champion dominated. He out-wrestled Seth, but after the commercial break, the architect was properly integrated into the match. He was taking it slow and inflicting damage, not going for something dangerous, but when Dean started fighting back, he got more aggressive and switched up the pace. Once the champion connected with a reverse neckbreaker, the match started to pick up. Rollins went for this huge frog splash that got him a near fall. Ambrose was countering a buckle bomb, high knee, a failed frog splash, and these two were wilding and pulling out all the stops. How did I forget about this spot in itself? Rollins rebounded with a pedigree. 1, 2, no. The thing is, even though the pay-per-view was near, it wasn't out of the realm to see a title change here because it would show that the TV shows are unpredictable ahead of the draft. Then the ref got knocked down and Rollins hit a superplex. 1, 2, 3. The fans were booing and it was awkward. Stephanie grabbed that title and announced that Seth Rollins was a champion. He's ecstatic. Ambrose is livid, and this is how the show concluded. However, on the network, the problem was solved. Shane grabbed the mic and said that Dean Ambrose is still a champion. They play his music, and then the referee asked for the replay. The only time they've ever asked for a replay. Well, one of only 5 times, or I don't even know. But anyways, this was confirmed to be a draw, and even though Rollins didn't win the title, he still proved that he can beat the champion. Ambrose is all fired up, so Rollins attacks and steals the title. Not for long though, as his ego got the best of him and he took a dirty deet. Good match. It was getting real heated and dramatic, and of course they couldn't go all out because of their upcoming match, but it's a decent watch. As expected, SmackDown drafted Dean with their first pick while Raw got Roman and Seth. Later that night, he faced Rollins in yet another title match, and instead of wasting time, Rollins attacked before the match began. After the commercial break, the bell rings, and right out of the gate, Seth continues where he left off with an intense onslaught. Ambrose had a total of 0 offense while Rollins was putting in the work, dropping in with backbreakers, headlocks, powerbombs, and as time went on, he started dishing it, but definitely not to the extent that Seth was, until the challenger got ahead of himself. Comeback sequence, and it's basically a light version of their previous match. Rollins even hit the superplex, but no pinfall attempt, and instead, Ambrose caught him with the dirty deeds to retain the title and prove that he can beat Seth once again. Not as good as the Raw match. It was just a way of having the champion look extremely strong heading into the pay-per-view. Because as you guys know, Rollins never lost to Ambrose clean in the past. And even though there was this one time where he did, it didn't really count. Throughout the build, Roman was gone. He disappeared because of the wellness policy violation, but he was here now. The pre-match promo evaluated just how much the trio had evolved. From being the confident upstarts to a united front that seemed indestructible, until one man was poisoned with promises of a spectacular career, a grandeur life, all that. He didn't hesitate to take that opportunity, And that is the reason why the Shield was in shambles. And the problem, though, is the build felt more like SmackDown versus Raw rather than the Shield story. They tried to do that by having Seth proclaim himself to be the best member of the Shield, but Roman wasn't there, and there was an ongoing draft, so it was a little hidden. The main story was clearly SmackDown versus Raw, and if you go a little down below, it's a bit of a Shield story, but it's not exactly a Shield story as it should have been. It didn't have the proper build because of these things, and if you watch the promo for that match, which was something special, it's one of my favorite promos of the past decade, it's deceiving. It tries showing that this is a Shield story, but it clearly wasn't for the most part. But anyways, Seth Rollins received a welcoming reception. Roman, they still hate him. Dean, you know exactly what they did. I loved this match 6 years ago. I loved watching it 4 years ago. What about now? Let's talk about it quickly. Rollins wanted to do the Shield gesture, but he got his. Seth was kept away for a while, and even when he re-emerged, he was back outside of the ring. The Architect finally bounced back minutes later and aggressively dominated on the outside until his overzealous nature got the best of him. Flying clothesline from the champion, an awesome spot came from out of nowhere as Rollins suddenly caught Ambrose with a frog splash nobody saw coming. Roman finally got his turn to dominate, and he did just that, looking like an unstoppable force. This is when the crowd started reacting more. The spots were sudden and cool as well. Roman was such a huge threat that Rollins and Ambrose had to team up, and the fans loved it. Even though it didn't work first, they tried doing it again. Ironically or not, Rollins blasted him with a chair. Roman got his as well. And that was a nice callback to the Shield breakup, Rollins stabs him in the back, and that's what he did here with Dean. And now they're in the final third. Each man was busting out some impactful moves, be it a buckle bomb or a sit-down powerbomb. Then they brought out the finisher, Superman punch pedigree that looked like a 3, then Roman connected with a Superman punch. Fans are already pissed and he hits the spear. Dean runs in, hits the dirty deeds, and the arena's roof was gone. 1, 2, 3. Excellent match. No exaggeration. I was honestly conflicted on how I perceived this match before watching it. I thought, oh, maybe I overrated it. Luckily, that wasn't the case. It had an unpredictable vibe at the time. And I remember watching it for the first time and thinking, this could go any way. Especially with Roman returning. It felt like he was the guy who was going to reclaim his. Like, sure, he violated the wellness policy or whatever, but he was still their guy. But on the topic of the match itself, I liked it then, and I like it now. I had the same feeling I had when watching it in July of 2016, March 2018, and now. That being satisfaction. From bell to bell, it was befitting of a Shield triple threat match, and sure, it could have gone on a bit longer. Sure, it needed a more exciting build with the action. It was great for me. Maybe it's my expectations at the time, it wasn't as high as some other people. People are thinking the Shield match was going to be an all-timer, and was it that? No. But it was good enough, it was good for me. I enjoyed it. I loved how the match was constructed, how it was booked, all that. They established Dean as their guy. This guy, he had the most momentum out of anyone in the company, and it was because of this match. With the WWE Champion on SmackDown now, he was up to fight anybody who came calling. Mauro Ranallo called him the Kingpin, and he was much more serious than before. His next challenger was to be determined by a 6-pack challenge, and it was Dolph Ziggler who shockingly won because they love doing that. Every year they microwave Dolph Ziggler, tease something big, but you know how it goes. The following week on SmackDown Live, the champion had a confrontation with the challenger. Dolph felt that they were similar, and the champion was quick to correct him, saying, no, we're not. Ambrose started talking about how Dolph cares about his appearance and what people think, and he told him straight up that he's gonna lose. Sure, he'll steal the show, do the fancy moves. At the end of the day, though, he's gonna lose. The challenger went on an inspirational speech about how he's worked hard to get here, been pushed back by those in the back, and brought that fire from within. He responds saying no. Why? Because he's better. Ziggler wasn't held down because of conspiracies, and if anything, he's not as good as he thinks he is. The promo was nice. Ambrose was letting out. He wasn't playing no nice guy or a phony person with the usual sports quote, oh, he's definitely a challenging competitor, or they're definitely a challenging competitor, I hope we show up. No. This man showed 100% confidence and even hit Ziggler where it hurts, saying that they're nothing alike, and looking at both men, that's true. Hell, he even insulted him for putting up his title match on the line later that night, saying he expected him to self-destruct later, not after a week. This was in light of Bray Wyatt's attack, so Ziggler's like, I'm gonna put it up on the line, which was unnecessary. Nonetheless, he managed to score the W, but was rewarded with a Wyatt family beatdown. They had yet another confrontation the following week, which resulted in a super kick, an accidental super kick to Dean, and was anything but happy. Tag team main event because they won, all is good, but Dean reminded Ziggler who's champion, and he returned the favor. On yet another edition of Miz TV, Dean Ambrose and Dolph Ziggler were invited for one last confrontation. The Intercontinental Champion started building up Dolph as this unbelievable challenger who nobody expected to have a huge match at SummerSlam, but then he asked the big question. What if you lose? Ziggler, though, was worried about the match and SummerSlam, saying, that's all I care about now, not what comes afterwards. Dean, though, couldn't believe this one bit, feeling he's the same old guy, Even though Ziggler was in form, he's scoring these W's and all that, he was still the same guy in his eyes. Dolph did one of his famous critic and doubter promos, except here it was one of the originals, so it was cool. Ambrose, though, started giving him some doubts, and he asked, well, what if you win the match? It doesn't mean that life is all good. It's much harder. According to Dean, Dolph was allergic to success, and if anything, is proud of being the star of some stupid movie. The pressure's going to get to him, and that chip on his shoulder is going to weigh him down. At SummerSlam, Dolph was going to prove that he never wanted it bad enough. The challenger responded saying that Dean didn't know a damn thought that was racing in his mind. Whatever he does, it's not enough to put him away. Every move, every ounce of energy, it won't be enough. And all of a sudden, he delivers his sudden super kick, and Miz was loving what he had saw. Ziggler then said that Sunday is when Dean's going to realize he's that damn good. Decent build. With Ziggler, it's hard to buy he's a viable challenger, but it also established SmackDown as a land of opportunity. Because if Ziggler could get a title match, then any other mid-carder could. With that said, it is bizarre to see that Dolph was challenging for the WWE Championship at SummerSlam, because when you think of SummerSlam, you're not going to think of Dolph Ziggler versus Dean Ambrose. Dean Ambrose versus Bray Wyatt might have been a SummerSlam marquee match at the time. About the match itself, So let's talk. The intensity was there before the match even began. Both men are ready to destroy each other. JBL buried McGregor, saying these two are adult size, and in the beginning, there was a sense of urgency from both men to get something done. Dean, the champion, was the dominant one and the de facto heel of the match. Ziggler had to dig down deep to catch Dean with a dropkick, back and forth action, not that intense. And the thing is, the problem with the match is, it didn't switch to a higher gear. It reached a certain point, and that was it. There was a moment where Ziggler caught Dean with a zigzag, but other than that, Then came the moment where Ziggler wanted to drop Dean with a facebuster of sorts, but then the champion realized, hey, I'm wrestling Dolph Ziggler, and hit dirty deeds. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes styles clash. Both men were in great form heading into the event. From a promo and in-ring standpoint, they were delivering, but here, that wasn't the case. The finish was so sudden, the match was very underwhelming. Maybe if it was on any other night, it probably would have worked. We also got to mention that John Cena and AJ Styles did what they do best minutes earlier, and these two had to follow up. So it's very unfortunate how the match went down, and I just remember thinking, like, that's it? Some also felt that this win against Ambrose. However, there was another awkward, underwhelming thing. That was the Stone Cold podcast. Watching this again, it was kind of awkward. And it was at its worst when Austin was asking about Dean's personal life before wrestling. Other times it wasn't bad, and in the end, Austin wanted Ambrose to do far more to bring out the very best in him. Why? Because he's the captain. He's shouting at him, give it to me, give it to me. And Ambrose years later looks at this interview with negativity. Austin, on the other hand, held some regret over the way it went down. Looking back on it, it was bizarre. Neither man connected properly. Multiple reports circulated that Ambrose had heat because of his comments towards management and his shots towards Brock Lesnar for not putting in effort at WrestleMania 32. With the management thing, Ambrose wanted everyone to know that whatever he tries to fight for, begs and pleads for them to do, never happens. He can't do anything about it. It's not like the older days. With that said, I highly recommend you don't watch this podcast. It's not like that YouTube video where it's awkward for an hour, but it just didn't click. Like, there's some decent stuff in it, but for the most part, it's not that good. In amidst Ambrose's title reign, a certain phenomenal one took every opportunity brought forth to him and made the most out of it. AJ Styles. Now, nobody foresaw his run to go the way he did, especially up to this point. He main evented 2 pay-per-views against Roman Reigns, made him look amazing, faced John Cena twice, and even beat him clean as a heel at SummerSlam. Like, damn. He really had the most momentum, barring Finn Balor, who ended up relinquishing the Universal Championship a day later. AJ, in my eyes, was the #1 guy in WWE, and he wasn't even the champion. He ended up being the #1 contender a few days later, but Dolph Ziggler, being Dolph Ziggler, translation whiny, wanted another title shot. If he won, then he's inserted into the match. Ambrose, on the other hand, was in another world. Those two ended up doing something tremendous, and I haven't watched it since then, but I recall this match being so damn good. Styles, though, won and confronted the champion. Cool. I was very interested in the match between the two at the time. They had already wrestled, but pay-per-view matches are a whole different story. The following week, AJ decided to interfere in Ambrose's match with Baron Corbin and landed on his balls. Ambrose was telling him it's going to be fine. This was unfortunately the beginning of his misfortunes. During the dark match, Cena, Roman, and Seth made things from bad to worse. How his balls still exist is anybody's guess. As for his reaction to the footage being played, well, here it is. Their final confrontation had a backlash was interesting. Dean gifted Styles with a bowling trophy because that's the only thing he's getting from him. The challenger felt that the champion was oblivious to his talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't be out here handing trophies. So he showed last week. He called him a soccer mom, leading to the chant. Styles wanted to remind him of this armband. Unlike this trash, he didn't want to be handed anything, and John Cena took him seriously. Basically, what AJ Styles is saying is that John Cena took him seriously and he still lost. He also insinuated that Cena was better than Ambrose, so this caused him to unleash that fire and reminded everyone of the fact that he beat Styles in the past, and he told him that they don't hand out trophies here for the face that comes in second place. Ambrose, though, didn't have an idea of what was on AJ's mind, and that was Bangkok. Bizarre build. I don't think anybody foresaw this happening. Other than that, this man was red hot, and the story felt more about AJ's road to the title rather than another chapter in Dean's run. It was AJ's time, and back then I really wanted Dean to keep the title. I was like, AJ's cool, he'll eventually win it, but after almost 6 years, I see where they're coming from. Styles is the hottest wrestler in the entire company, and it made sense. At the time, a certain portion of the crowd turned on Dean. I remember they were like, oh, he's a boring wrestler, he's this and that. And the crowd here, they were more receptive towards AJ Styles rather than Dean Ambrose. Alright, let's talk about this quickly. AJ took advantage of Ambrose's usual offense and went after the neck. Even then, Ambrose bounced back and dropped AJ with this ridiculous back body drop off the top rope. He does the comeback, fans boo. AJ couldn't find an answer to this onslaught, and even when he attempted the Reliant Calf Crusher, Dean evaded it, only to run into the turnbuckle. He screwed up again, and AJ intelligently hit a knee on that leg. And with this, Ambrose was in a critical position. Calf Crusher in the middle of the ring, and with determination and composure that was cracking, Dean reaches that rope. Fans boo, he did it again, so Ambrose repeatedly bounced his head. The challenger got ahead of himself and paid the price. And with this, Ambrose found his opening. Scratch that, it was back and forth. Bulldog, 450 splash, a baseball slide that damn near ended the challenger, and they were going all out. It took the fans too long to chant, "This is awesome," but when they did, Ambrose was dominant. On the verge of connecting with the crucial Dirty Deeds, AJ shoves him away, realizes it's time to Bangkok, and he does it. Styles clash, 1, 2, 3, new champion. Truly a tremendous match that delivered on all fronts. The fans weren't quite as receptive to Ambrose, which is very rare, and it also shows how popular and how hot Styles was at the time. This was WWE's most popular babyface in the first half of the year, and AJ Styles got them on his side. This was one hell of a match. AJ showed intelligence going after the neck and eventually the leg. The leg work was far more interesting as the match had been going on for a while then, and Styles just showed more versatility compared to Dean. His offense is well known. Styles, on the other hand, was messing around in many ways and was so damn likable even though he was a heel. For Dean, this was one of his best matches of the year, and with Styles, there was more to come. Looking at Dean's title run, it was best to have him lose here. In my opinion, the wrestler who has the most momentum at the top of the card should be champion, and he wasn't that at the time. He started off great with the rounds matches and the Shield triple threat, then Ziggler happened. At the same time, Styles gained momentum, and before you say I'm fanboying, well technically I am, but you can't deny the popularity of the phenomenal one. When you look at the matches Ambrose delivered on TV and pay-per-view, barring the Ziggler match, which was so underwhelming, he was mostly consistent. Promos, he did well there. And you're wondering, like, what's wrong with this run? AJ Styles had beaten John Cena clean, having great promos, all that, and it was best to give him the title at the time. Dean wasn't the number one guy in many's eyes at the time, so yeah. If I could describe this run in one word, it would be overshadowed. As time went on, Ambrose was the number one guy, but after the brand split, literally the week afterwards, Cena and AJ Styles' feud was overshadowing it. Brock Lesnar, Randy Orton, all that, and we did have some expectations, but when it didn't deliver, that was it. My favorite match of this run is the Shield triple threat. That was really good. Although I might say the Backlash match is a bit better. I'm going to lean towards the Shield triple threat match as my favorite, but the Backlash match is probably the best one. They had enough time to build up an amazing story. You know, AJ Styles being one step ahead of Dean with the calf crusher, the work on the leg, all that. Or what did you guys think of Dean Ambrose's title run? Please comment down below, and that's it for this video. Make sure you hit an elbow drop on the like button, or perhaps the Dirty Deeds on the subscribe button. Peace, I'm out.